trade stands. Again, this weekend, remember we've still got that live action arena going on as well, so if you want to drive a truck for the first time, you can head down there and get involved with the Taylor & Sons Transport HGV drives. They're on in the live action arena all weekend when we don't have caravan smashing or other things going on, truck drifting going on. And Clive Shaw American trucks are down there as well. Not sure the exact cost of those.
Well, hello everybody, welcome to Donington Park for the biggest, the best and the loudest event on the motorsport calendar in 2024. Yes, Convoy on the Park has taken over Derbyshire. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, but to add a little extra sparkle for you, you've also got the British Endurance Championship taking place today, the Mini Challenge Club Sport and the pickup trucks as well. However, that is not the only reason why it's the loudest event of the year. That is because...
How are we? You're
yes,
right,
yes.
Fancy meeting you.
Yeah, Pointy's here, everybody. Pointy, it's good to see you again, buddy.
Did I tell you I'm in the programme this weekend? I'm in the programme.
Are you in the programme?
Full page spread. Absolutely incredible.
There's a reason to buy it right there, a picture of this face. Pointy, what have you got coming up for us this weekend?
I've got autographs. I'm carrying my Sharpie with me, so come say hi. All seriousness, we've got an absolutely mega weekend. We've obviously got 9 truck racing races. We've got the 5 British, 4 international truck prix, drivers from around the FIA competition. We've also got some returning British drivers, bit of a run what you brung kind of setup. Oh, hello. We've got the 2 divisions in the British.
Archie handy there. Hello. Hi, Archie.
We've got on-track action there, we've also got off-track action, we've got live music in the infield, we've got 1,500 show trucks for the guys to look at, we've got 2 live action shows a day with the drift trucks, caravan smash tomorrow to close the show. I mean, yeah, if you're in the area, if you're watching this at home, there's still time to get tickets, come on down. So much on track, so much off track, it's going to be amazing.
Every single race brought to you live across the BARC today. Only one thing left to do then, Pointy, and that is to go racing!
So here we are, Division 2 paddock, fresh from qualifying with Paul Rivett. Some admiration there from fellow racing driver Ryan Smith. We'll definitely be speaking to him very shortly. Paul, how was qualifying for you? Of course, not the first time out on track this year. We had a bit of practice session on Thursday, am I right?
Yeah, practice Thursday was really nice actually, because we had dry and wet running. So if you could organise the perfect test day, we got that on Thursday.
A bit of both, yeah.
Yeah, but qualifying was great then, quite straightforward. We've managed to take pole for both the Division 2 races today. So boxes ticked there, Napa truck flying as usual. So,
as usual. Have we got many guests coming to see you support the Napa flag this weekend?
We've got guests here from the Green Group today, we've got guests coming from Napa tomorrow, from Valvoline, we've got all the usual fans here. As you know, this meeting is massive. It's
huge.
It's mega, you know, everything that's on display in the middle, the International Truck Prix, you know, the likes of John McGuinness here.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Oh, it's amazing. So, yeah, it's just great to be part of it, you know.
Well, one question I've got to ask you before we go. Prediction time. We've got the Caravan Smash, of course, that everybody loves to see down the live action arena. Who's going to win? Is it going to be Steve Thomas or is it going to be Stuart Oliver? Who's going to take the Caravan Smash?
I don't know where I'd put my money on that one.
Who's the most destructive?
I reckon it could be, I reckon Steve Thomas is going to have it.
Steve Thomas is going to have it. Right, OK. Watch this space then, Paul. Good luck for the weekend. Massive thanks. We will catch you probably after the first race.
Hope so, Pointy.
Excellent. Paul Rivett, ladies and gentlemen.
Is number 1, which is Ryan Smith, albeit he is lining up at the very
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Our introduction there, brought to you by Ian Waterhouse and Pointy. And what a weekend we have ahead of us. And our first race is due to get underway very shortly. It is going to be the first of 5 races over the course of this weekend for the Convoy in the Park. Where it's Donington Park here. And we kick off, of course, with none other in those 5 races than what will be the British Truck Racing Championship. And, of course, a special celebration this weekend being what is the 40th anniversary of truck racing in the United Kingdom. 40 years of truck racing. Goodness me, the time flies by. And we have got a lovely day ahead of us here at Donington Park. Albeit the Castle Donington circuit, located in Derbyshire in the Midlands, is definitely one that's known for its challenges. And as we can see here, we've got a challenging schedule on our hands full of racing, because we have got the kick-off of the British Truck Racing Championship at 1 o'clock. After which we're taking a brief breather for lunch, and then we'll be back for what is the first of the truck pre-races, the Donington 40th anniversary truck pre-races at 2 o'clock this afternoon. 20 minutes of racing action there with some special guests on the grid and a whole medley of trucks racing. Then we've got the Pickup Truck Racing Championship's first race of the weekend at what will be about 20 to 3, followed up by the Mini Challenge Cup Sport. If you're not here for trucks necessarily, well, firstly, why not? But secondly, we've got the Minis racing out there, and they're going to be an absolute blast of tin tops, and that'll be at 10 past 3. And then we've also got plenty more to come in the schedule there, as we saw, with more British truck racing in the evening. Plus, also at 4:30, the British Endurance Championship you briefly saw there, 2 hours of racing. And well, as we do bring up our grid, this is our grid for our first race of the day then. David Jenkins on pole there in the Man TGS, and well, he's going to be joined on the front row by none other than what will be Stephen Powell. And well, just joining me in the commentary booth as we go down the grid is none other than Pointy himself. Pointy, we see there Michael Oliver starting P3, Stuart Oliver alongside a family affair on row number 2.
It's going to be a big one, yeah. I mean, they've got 3 trucks running in that tent this weekend, and the schedule is very, very tight. But of course, Michael being the breadwinner points-wise this season, with of course Stuart having a very bad start to the season. But yeah, it's great to see both of them back out there next to each other. Though is an interesting start. I mean, who will he go? No, you've got the points, or will he go? No, I'm the dad.
Well, that's the big question. We'll have to wait and see. And then row number 3 is the partnership of course, what is John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke. We've also got Paul Rivet and David Smith on row 4. Row 5 going to John Powell and Adam Bint, Neil Yates and Simon Cole on row 6, and Archie Handy and Ryan Smith completing at that grid. And Ryan Smith all the way at the back of the grid. And interestingly, 5 out of 5 wins at Thruxton. He's going to be starting off the hardest possible way today.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him in the paddock earlier on whilst his truck was being recovered. Terrible start to the weekend. Niggly steering box for testing on Thursday that got sorted out quite quickly and painlessly, but the turbo blew on him today just into qualifying, which means of course he's starting from the back. But this is something that the fans love to see at home here on the circuit, him fighting his way through the pack from the back. It's something to watch, I tell you.
Oh, 100%, and we always love to see a last to first challenge, as it's dubbed these days. Albeit, I can imagine it's going to get hot in the truck cabins down here. It's getting hot in our commentary booth already, but we don't envy the fact they're going to be absolutely sweating out of the circuit. But oddly enough as well, we've had a little bit of rain just before we've gone racing, so I mean, it's just a spot of drizzle. Does that change the way drivers approach this?
I mean, it depends. The drizzle, I've been out in it luckily all day, and I wouldn't say there's been enough moisture to actually change the track surface itself. If it had got a bit of actual rain, we would have seen slippiness. Drivers predominantly either like it wet or dry. That bit in between is really slippy, it's greasy. Anything that's coming off any of the other vehicles as well can start to turn into absolute slicks out there, and it's not what they want. So they can change setup when it's super wet, super dry, but in between it's all about skill. And a lot of the drivers like to say they're better in the wet, but no one's good in the drizzle.
Oh, 100% changeable conditions, like you say, at what nobody wants, and particularly this fast flowing circuit in the Midlands of the United Kingdom. I mean, it's nicknamed the heart of British motorsport, Point. It's right dead in the centre. Drivers coming from all over the United Kingdom to go race. I mean,
it is
perfect venue for the trucks to go
well,
race.
This is it, and not only this weekend, the 40-year anniversary of British truck racing. Of course, Donington being the first place that hosted British truck racing 40 years ago. And it's crazy to think that these guys, some of these guys were going around this circuit before I was even walking this planet. Is mind-boggling, it truly is. But what a show we've got set up today. Look at those guys starting to come down the track there. We can see them lining up. We've got the green lights out. The pace truck has set off in front of them, drawing a bit of a lead away. and they are poised. We had a very chill day in the paddock yesterday, set up on Thursday, testing Thursday. Yesterday was a quiet day, it was a contemplation day. It was actually nice to see some of the drivers just hanging out and spending time together. But here we go now then, we've got the pace truck coming in, we've got the lights waiting to go out for our first race overall here at Donington Park.
And it's lights out
It
and away
is
we
poised,
go.
the lights out, the power out, and it looks for an early wide line out there, but it looks like Dave Jenkins and Steve Powell aren't going anywhere. Dave Jenkins looks for a very good line there as Michael Oliver just loses out that third place position to Dad Stewart. But John Bowler closing the gap. Could this be a force out in the early part of the race? Steve Powell all over the back of Dave Jenkins, but I think we are safely underway with no red flags on that first corner.
No red flags, but still 2-1 coming down through the crane of curves there. Was already Smith charging his way in the number one. There's no doubt the reason why he's an 8-time champion looking for that 9th title. And as they roar their way through the old hairpin, and we've seen a number of you saying hello from the old hairpin in the Bark YouTube chat, our drivers roaring their way up the hill all the way now in towards McLean's very shortly. And well, so far so good from all of our drivers. Everyone's starting to line up. But one of the things about this circuit point is the fact we saw it at Thruxton. Thruxton, you needed that back straight to be able to make moves, albeit I say that, and Ryan Smith making another move already, dive to the inside.
Ryan Smith, well known for climbing up those positions. I mean, we saw last weekend at Thruxton, he was pulling 7, 8, 10 seconds ahead of the pack. Once he got that clean air, once he could sit down into that position, he was untouchable. I mean, he was pulling ahead massively.
Oh, 100%. And as our drivers roar their way towards the end of a first lap, and as they make their way down towards another lap, here they go again. Well, it is still Jenkins leading ahead of Powell, followed by Mike Oliver, then it's the son Stuart Oliver, followed by then Ryan Smith, then Bowler, then O'Rourke, followed by then Smith once again in the number 11, and then we've got Rivet and Bink completing your top 10. Best rest is Cole at the moment as they head on to lap number 2.
Yeah, we're all still looking for those positions. Ryan Smith, though, taking another position past John Bowler. I think we're going to see P1 for Ryan Smith before the end of the second lap. I think it's incredible driving skill, but luckily everyone seems to be on best behaviour so far. Of course, we've got a huge pack of races this weekend. International Truck Prix coming after lunch, so we don't want any incidents in this race if we can help it. And another 2 races this afternoon, of course, with 5 truck races tomorrow, and that's on top of everything else that's going on the circuit as well. Live music later on, live displays. Ryan Smith now looking for a space past 10 times champion Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver, of course, in the temporary MAN, makes light work of that position. Great overtake. This is clean racing from Ryan Smith. That turbo is well and truly back in top condition.
Well, if anybody had any questions whether the car was going to be fully functioning like yourself, the engine I should say, you're right there, Pointed. He makes his way now into the final couple of corners, albeit not quite in the lead by the end of lap 2, but now he's only got 3 more to strike off, and you can see him there already thinking about that move down in towards turn number 1 as he builds up the speed there versus the number 12 of Michael Oliver. Will he be able to get the move? No, he ducks back in, but as they all come down to the braking zone here, we're a little bit further back as well. We've got a couple of our Class 2 drivers now starting to mix things up. Paul Rivet leading at that class as well as they make their way down into the crane of curves.
Yeah, very good. So Ryan Smith now all over the back of Michael Oliver. Michael's not going to make this easy for him, of course. Michael doing very well this year as well, holding him back. But of course, when we're in defensive driving, it's very difficult to attack the vehicle in front. So he's going to start to lose pace now on Steve Powell, which will give him and Jenkins a little bit of time to get away. But Ryan Smith really looking for that opening there, but can't quite make it stick. The speed we're seeing from Michael Oliver this year in comparison to seasons before is massively different. I mean, he's making it very, very difficult. GT, of course, being the main sponsor for this team, but also a championship sponsor as well, and they've been with us for many years now. And of course, the tyres are on all of the trucks out there on Donington Circuit this weekend. And of course, fantastic support from all of our sponsors. Total Care did a really great montage, and if you follow the official BTRC Instagram page, you should check that out in the lunch break. Yeah, that is a cracking shot of what we got up to at Thruxton.
Oh, 100%. Definitely worth checking out. And check this out. We've still got Michael Oliver fending off Ryan Smith. And Ryan Smith is looking left. He's looking right. He's being made to literally look all the way round. But they make the way down the start-finish straight in towards Redgate. They're going to look round the outside here. Now, Oliver, will he be able to stay fully there? No, he can't. And Ryan Smith just beats him on the brakes by smallest of margins. But he's finally up into P3 and he's been released. But look at that already. Jenkins a 3-second gap out front. And then we do have Powell, what is the best part of 1.5 seconds ahead of Ryan Smith. So Smith's still got some work to do. He'll get there quickly, but whether it's going to be easy or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, we saw a few different positions on qualifying, which I didn't really think we'd get. But no, very light work for everybody involved at the moment. What we're watching now is, of course, we know Ryan Smith's going to be able to catch up most likely with Steve Powell, Dave Jenkins at the front. But are we going to see any more movement for 4th, 5th and 6th further back? To Oliver's, the bowler, will they make it happen? Now, of course, back down in Division 2, we can't forget Adam Bint returning in his Volvo white, ironically black, and Paul Rivette doing very well there, 3 seconds ahead of Bint there at the moment, and John Powell, of course, in the Greenhouse Group sponsored truck that did very well at Thruxton as well. But we've also got Cole and Handy, both actually from the same family, Simon Cole and son Archie Handy, which is wonderful to see them racing together. We are well over the white line there, trying to get up the inside of Steve Powell. I'm not sure Steve saw him, but of course sometimes you just have to do something to make things safe, haven't you? If the driver's not probably giving you enough room, well, you can't just plough into them. You've got to go round them, haven't you?
Oh, 100%. And Ryan Smith showing there his what is off-roading expertise with those two wheels beyond the white line. Albeit I think he'll be permitted to do that given the close racing between them, but being able to make that move for P2, and that goes to show you the determination from Smith in trying to find his way up those positions one by one, or many by many on a given lap. Now just one drive between him and the lead, and that of course is Jenkins, 3.5 seconds up the road and already on a charge. And to put you in the frame of mind, that last lap from Ryan Smith, he was the best part of half a second faster than Jenkins up front, and his average pace so far has been the best part of 5 to 6 tenths faster than his peers around when he's on a clear lap. But like you say, Pointy, there's also action further down the order, including the ongoing battle for what is P6 between O'Rourke and Bowler, where the fact they've only got 4 tenths between them, and we may see them in the rear of the camera shot here as they make their way down the back straight, but roaring the way down. You can already see how Smith charging away from Powell there, and I do wonder whether the Oliver family might now be looking at a final podium position and both be eager to try and take it on.
This is it. Steve Powell might have a bit of problem there, dropping back slightly as he comes through the chicane. You can see Michael's definitely gaining on him a little bit each lap. It was interesting to see. You see them coming down the pit straight there. It's such a great sight as well. I mean, the noise that you can hear, it doesn't do it justice what you can hear on this feed. You cannot experience it truly unless you are here in real life. But of course, we'll try and bring you all the angles we can of these roaring machines going around. Something, of course, we might not get a chance to show you on the stream this weekend is the drift trucks, which is a firm favourite at Donington's Convoy in the Park event, and especially the Caravan Smash, which will be happening at the last live show tomorrow afternoon down in the Live Action Arena. We've also got monster trucks doing passenger rides this weekend as well. Have you ever been on a monster truck ride?
No, I've never been on one. Perhaps I might have to see if I can sneak a ride in.
I tell you, I think you should. I mean, with racing up until 7 o'clock each night, it'll be tricky to manage to get a chance to go because you're going to have a very busy afternoon. Obviously, we've got the main event, the trucks here, but what if you had to pick one other sport here this weekend? What would be your next favourite after the trucks?
Oh, after the trucks. I mean, you're making it difficult. Can I just simply say pickup truck racing, or is that?
Maybe.
But otherwise, the thing I've been
truck related.
Yep, truck related, no doubt about that. But
I'm looking forward to seeing my son down here tomorrow as well. My wife Charlie's son Henry. Hello to you if you can hear me at home. They'll be down here tomorrow. Looking forward to a full day's racing, and everybody, of course, that knows me is very looking forward to seeing them as well. The smiling face of my young boy, and he loves the truck racing, and I think he's very good. A lot of family men here this weekend that give up their time to come racing with these teams, and of course there's families at home, you know, that are supporting these things and looking after them and being there when they get back. And there's a lot to be said for being the family of someone that works in racing. Huge amounts of sacrifice go into the British truck racing, and I think it's important to remember our wives and other halves and families and children back at home.
Oh, indeed. And here's a moment to remember as well, as you're focused right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the battle for P2 in Class 2. This has been versus Powell, and Bin really hold on there as he gets a bit of a oversteer there coming out of Redgate. And here comes Powell looking to go down into the Craner curves. Too wide they go, albeit the number 5 of Bin will hold the position. But it's the number 6 of Powell that's absolutely flying. And don't count out behind him as well the 33 of Yates, albeit Yates being in Class 1 and eager to make his way through. We also should make a mention, we did see Handy going quite slowly in the Class 2 number 40 a bit earlier. Maybe a problem there, and well, maybe coming into the pits at some point to have that looked at. We'll have to wait and see. But there's brilliant battle in action even in Class 2 at the moment as we look back to the front of the field. Jenkins and Smith, 2 seconds between them. Smith's getting there, but he's taking his time on this.
He is, yeah. I mean, I think, you know, Ryan Smith has always been one to admit, whoa, look at that move there from Neil Yates up the inside. Overcooks it a bit though, coming out of that bend, but still manages to make it stick past Adam Bin. Back to what I was saying about Ryan Smith though, he always mentions the fact that they're here to put a show on. You know, he knows there's an audience, he knows that there's people here watching at home, of course, on the circuit, and you know, if you could do it in one lap, that wouldn't be exciting for anybody, wouldn't it? So he really does like to bide his time and make that overtake when it's going to have the biggest impact on the audience. And that's what you got to love about Ryan Smith. He is a showman all the way from when he first started racing down at Brands Hatch many moons ago in a Sisu, Boris I believe the truck's name was, and yeah, he came off at, on the Paddock Hill bend, did a donut in the gravel. I'm like, this guy, this is cool. We need to see more of this. And of course now, 8 years ago, 8-time British champion, that is incredible, consecutive as well, never heard of before. Very, very good racing, but he has closed that gap on Dave Jenkins now. He must have heard you. You've given him a kick up the backside as he looks for that line around the outside. Does it look the same from above as it does from in front? It's neck and neck. Who will get to that chicane first? Someone's going to have to back off. And it is indeed Ryan Smith making a very sensible decision, biding his time when there's got to be another opportunity as he puts that power down the pit straight. But will he be able to make it stick before Redgate? That's the question.
Oh, indeed, and as they come down onto another lap, not too many laps remaining with 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Well, here comes Smith trying to look around the outside at Redgate, can't find it, as we do see a bit of brake dust kicking up there from the front right brakes. Really now having to try and use the anchors as much as possible. Bit falling off the car there, interestingly, not quite sure what that was other than a bit of bodywork, but as they make their way down through the Craner curves, Jenkins absolutely digging in here. I mean, credit to Jenkins where it's due in the fact that we saw Powell really put up a fight versus Smith, and now we're seeing that again here as they make their way into the old hairpin. But look how close Smith is. He's almost just being able to reach out and touch his rear bumper, and you've got to run this close, haven't you, Pointy, given the fact that these machines take time to build up speed, and every mile an hour is critical.
Lot of slipstreams, and yeah, this is it. I mean, it's literally coming to the point now where someone's going to hiccup, someone's going to blink, and that's when the move is going to happen. Here it is, and this is the moment. Ryan Smith, oh my goodness, but no, Dave Jenkins finds the extra legs as they go up the hill, just out braking Ryan Smith. This is top-notch racing here, and of course, all the credit to Dave Jenkins for holding up the 8-time champion. This is incredible to see. Dave, of course, been in the sport many years himself now, and really showing that heritage of racing skill that you really need to hold someone like Ryan Smith up. Don't forget, of course, they are trucks, not cars. Yeah, you'll get used to that. You will. You keep calling them cars, but you'll get there. You'll get there. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's all right. You'll get there.
Indeed, I'll make sure not to keep saying it. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to play a bit of a game in the chat, put a count every time I say car instead of trucks, and we'll see how many.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. Although, don't take shots with regards to that many. I'll say that now. But as
they're not big cars. They're not big cars. They're trucks. There's a complete difference. Hearing back from the studio, someone's opinion. I won't name his name, but this is incredibly tight racing. There is not even a tenth of a second between these trucks. Dave Jenkins is literally holding on for dear life, still looking for that continuity, that reliance of lap, whilst holding back Ryan Smith. This is where the skill is, this is where the craft is, the pressure that Dave Jenkins is up right now. And of course, we're about to catch up with the tail end of Division 2, which could cause both of them some issues. Handy going slightly wide there, locking up. Will Dave make it past? Will it cause an issue for Ryan? They're both past, but we do somehow have some damage on bodywork to Ryan Smith, but we've not seen any contact. So I'm not sure what's going on there. We must have missed a bit of a rub perhaps, but when you're this close, it literally is, you can't slow down because you'll lose the opportunity. Looking like we're going to get one more lap though, with 26 seconds left on the clock as they cross the line. That's got to be the last lap flag coming out now though.
Oh indeed. And as they make the way into turn one, well, on top of that as well.
Oh, there we go, a bit more touching. He is so close. He wants it. I mean, if he's not going to go round, he's going to go over pretty soon, I think.
Oh, 100%. Ryan Smith throwing everything at this, and just behind as well, a battle between Powell and Michael Oliver for the final podium spot. But we're going to stay with the leaders here as they make their way down through the Craner curves, and well, as they roar down, our two truck racers here absolutely giving it everything. Smith once again glued to the back of Jenkins, making the way up the hill now under Starkey's they go, and up towards McLean's through the Schwann's curve shortly. But as they do, here comes Smith, this time looking up the inside through Schwann. Now, is he going to be able to get it done? No, it's not. It's indeed, it's going to be like chance.
This is it. This is it. But he can do it. We've seen crazier things happen. And of course, Ryan Smith's tool sponsor Milwaukee from Northside here this weekend as well. So they'll be providing the tools to put this truck back together. So it must be nice knowing that the team are ready to rebuild. But massive amounts of dust thrown up there as Ryan Smith just slips wide. This is neck and neck as we head towards the final chicane.
Oh, on the brakes they go, and well, it looks like Jenkins is going to have the lead out, but is he going to get it absolutely nailed on the power? Here they go, it's a drag race to the line, and well, Smith does get the power down, but is it going to be enough in time? And it goes the way of Jenkins.
I don't believe it. Dave Jenkins in the 69 takes the first place, the first podium. Has he had a podium this year already? I know he's had many podiums, but has he had the first? Absolutely incredible racing there from Dave Jenkins, holding off just till the last minute. It was neck and neck. Photo finish came back. Dave Jenkins first, Ryan Smith second, Steve Powell taking that third, and Michael Oliver so close with 0.5 behind that in fourth. Stewart in the fifth crosses the line. Tom O'Rourke sixth, John Bowler seventh, David Smith in eighth as he comes across. Paul Rivette takes the first position for Division 2, followed by Neil Yates finishing up the Division 1 pack. And then we see there in the smoky distance Adam Bint returning to the British for the Donington special weekend, and he crosses very nicely. Just waiting for the last couple of Division 2 drivers. But I tell you what, I better go and do some pit lane interviews, so I'm going to leave you now. I'm going to press this red button and I'll leave you alone. Alright, you can have your job back.
Sounds good for
bye everybody. Trophies of course we'll be doing after the international race afterwards, so anybody watching this in the paddock out there, do come and see the trophies after the next international race after lunch. Cheers Paul, leave you too.
Pointy, a pleasure to have you join me in the commentary booth. I mean, there you go ladies and gentlemen, the voice of British Truck Racing Championship himself as he roars out the commentary booth. And well, what a race we've had to open up our weekend here at Convoy in the park. And well, Jenkins taking that win by in the end 500ths over Ryan Smith. An incredible finish there. I can see so many of you in the YouTube chat there absolutely enjoying it, and I can tell you looking at the commentary booth window, the spectators were absolutely jaw-dropping moments there. But here are the classified results, and as we can see, David Jenkins after 11 laps of racing, winner ahead of Ryan Smith overall in Class 1. Stephen Powell P3, they're just fending off Michael Oliver. Stuart Oliver P5 ahead of Tom O'Rourke, and then it was John Bowler and David Smith the top 8, and then we had your Class 2 winner Paul Rivett P9 overall ahead of Neil Yates rounding off the top 10. Second place runner-up in Class 2 was Adam Bint holding off Simon Cole, and then both lap down we had John Powell and also Archie Handy there. So we had 15 starters, 14 starters, 14 finishers when we get our mathematics right, and what a race. Fastest lap of course going to Ryan Smith on lap number 7, that 125.44, starting from the back, made it to P2, and well, we've got plenty more to come in what will be our races later today. But there's your finishing positions ladies and gentlemen for the first race of this weekend in the British Truck Racing Championship. But as we look across the field there's plenty on display, as Pointy was saying to us, in the fact that we've got not just what is the racing out on the circuit, but if you are here, it is an absolute carnival and fairground atmosphere, plenty of truck displays as well, and on top of that, plenty for you to get involved in, plenty of competitions out there, and also don't be afraid to have a chat to the drivers and the teams, whether it be for the British Truck Racing Championship or other series that are racing this weekend, as everyone's absolutely open to have a conversation. And well, speaking of conversations, we we will in due course be getting some interviews and indeed those podiums for our first race of the weekend. And well, as our drivers get themselves out of the vehicles gradually, what I can also say is it looks like the weather's actually holding off here. That little bit of drizzle we had before we went racing does not seem to be coming back. And as we do wait for those interviews to get underway, we will, after those interviews, be taking a bit of a breather from the racing, because we are now going into lunch. It's almost as if this is the little teaser to get you warmed up before we go into the racing this afternoon. But we've still got plenty more racing. We've got the best part of another 6 races on our schedule this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and well, we've opened up on an absolute banger in terms of the racing action. And as we can see there, with regards to what is our fans, it is definitely one of the situations whereby everybody absolutely set, and I can imagine now everyone absolutely hyped up for plenty more. But we're just checking in to see whether we are good to potentially get those interviews, and I think we are going to go down to Pointy, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. So he's already arrived, so we'll take you to Pointy.
Hi there, it's magic, TV magic. Here I am in Parc Fermé straight after that first race, and what a race it was. Dave Jenkins, absolutely incredible race there, a great start, ferocious finish. You've got to be happy with that result.
Overjoyed, yeah, brilliant. You know, Donington Park in the summer, this is just the best place to be, isn't it? And tremendous support from the family and the team and the sponsors, Diagraph, Morris's, everybody. Just couldn't be here without them. And you know, what a great race with Ryan that was then. I said this morning we were a few tenths too slow. I was expecting to be a little bit quicker in qualifying. I knew Ryan hadn't had a chance to release the beast yet.
He released the beast for the first half of the race. I mean, he made up pretty much every position in the first 2 laps, but literally as close as he managed to get to you each lap, you were like, no, no, no.
Yeah, well, you know, I tried to be super fair with him and stay on the track and just control the race at my pace from that point on. So I don't know how long we'd have got away with it for, but it seemed like 15 minutes was enough.
I think it was just right. I tell you, it was good, clean racing. Definitely the way we want to open Convoy in the Park this weekend. Yeah, fantastic result, fantastic driving. What a show for all the spectators we've got.
Yeah, brilliant. So we got a special 88-year-old spectator come to watch us today, so he'll have a tear in his eye now, won't he?
Shout out to him then. Very, very good result. Dave, thank you, well done. Am I correct? That was your first P1 for the season, is that right? No, I'm terrible at maths.
No, as per, you're wrong.
Obviously. Well,
we had 2 at Brands and 2 at Pembury, didn't we? It was just where we weren't quite.
Ignore me. I only think about the last weekend. Sorry, Dave. Cheers, Dave. No, it's just so unmemorable, that's what. Right, obviously, spirits are high in the Jenkins camp. Let's go and have a quick look over here, though. With all this damage, you see the weirdest thing? We are holding this together with gaffer tape. I didn't see you two come together once, and yet all of a sudden bits just start falling off.
First of all, congratulations to Dave.
Great race.
His young George son, he said to me before we come out, he went, Ryan, will you let me dad win? I said, I'm not going to let your dad win. He don't need no help from me. He drove faultless. He made no mistakes. The only bit of damage he got where he was in a straight line and he was slow.
Say, we didn't see you come together at all.
Racing line, he's making it slow. I'm chucking him up from behind. That's what racing is about. Once we got to him, his brakes were overheating and we just didn't have that confidence to have a go at him on the brakes. But fair play to Dave, great win for him and his team and his family. I think it's a great start for what our team's overcome from qualifying.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's still a great start for you. Yes, not the P1 you wanted, but a podium second overall, and to come from not even getting a lap in on qualifying is pretty impressive work for the team.
And that's the team for you, what they've put in to get me where we are today, and we'll keep pedaling it. It's harder than we're going to have thought because normally we're on the front, up the front, and unfortunately we're not, but that's what God served us and that's what we'll deal with.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Ryan. Fantastic. Great start to the weekend. Nothing too major to go in. Let's have a look who else we can find then. It's not too bad. I mean, it's just fiberglass, bit of glue, little bit of Loctite around the edges. I think he'll be absolutely fine. Let's have a word then with our third place driver, Steve Powell. He'll be extremely happy with that result as well. Yeah, so here we are. Steve Powell, very good race for you. Let's see where we can fit the camera in. What a result! What a result! I mean, you know, it was a good start. I think it was the inevitable Ryan Smith early laps. I mean, he came past everybody.
Right.
It was incredible. But you, what a position to hold the whole race.
Yeah, no, we had a blinding start up with Dave round the first bit. You've got to be very careful when you get fed out. I honestly can't believe how quick Ryan got through. I was expecting to see him in a few laps, but not that early. And then, settled with third, really. Bit disappointed, but happy, very happy. The truck's good. Team have done a brilliant job, so yeah. It's a
Now
good start.
you've obviously got quite a busy tent this weekend as well, haven't you? With the truck pre, Jamie Anderson joining you in Neil Yates's truck. How does Neil feel about sharing his motor?
It's good. It's like we just bought the lorry off of Jamie, so we're getting a lot of input for the team. Also for Neil, Jamie's helping me a lot. I mean, Stefan always helps us, so it's we're where we want to be, and it's different. We've got 2 new trailers, 2 new awnings. It's been a little bit messy, but for a better side, you know.
Yeah,
but it's just literally getting used to it. We knew it'd be a bit teething problems, but no, it's going generally really well. Nice bunch of lads, so we're happy to bring it home on the podium for the first race. So let's see what race 2 brings.
That's it. It's a team effort, and what a great team. Yeah, first race, first trophy. It's a hell of a way to start the weekend. Well, Steve, we'll leave you to it because I'm sure you've got a very short lunch break and then another truck to get out for the truck pre straight after, which of course we'll have had a chance to speak to some of the drivers by now.
I have to go and check the hog roast for tonight.
You have to check the hog. There's a hog roast. If you're in Donington, don't bother. I'm having it. It's not yours. Thanks, Steve. Nice one. Right then. So we look up now. Then we can see all of the drivers still just mulling around. We've put these cones out. Notice in the middle here. This, of course, is to protect the racing line on the new layer of tarmac. To be honest, most of the fluid you see coming off these vehicles is only water from the water-cooled brakes, which everyone seems to think is smoke sometimes, but it is in fact steam that comes off the brake discs when water is squirted onto them to cool them down. Let's see if we can find quite a distance up the old Division 2s are, but if we can get a little scurry on, at least we know that there aren't any Division 2 trucks going out in the next race. But it's great to see 9 other drivers with us here for the International Truck Prix. Really, really great to see so many returning faces. And that's what the whole ethos of the Truck Prix was when Truck Sport brought it back to Donington, being our biggest event of the year. Dave Smith, we haven't seen Dave yet this weekend. How was that for you? Possibly not where you wanted to be?
To be fair, qualifying we broke the anti-roll bar, so we was 2 seconds a lap slower than what was in practice.
Not ideal.
So to be fair, we was on the pace.
Good.
So we're happy.
That's good.
We're happy. I think we finished 8th, so reverse grid pole for the next one.
Oh, that'll be exciting. Yeah, well, first one tomorrow will be, won't it? Yeah. So first thing on a Sunday morning, and it's like, boom, there we go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? But no, the pace is there. Not quite on the front runners, but we should have a good race. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm so very impressed by your tent this weekend as well. I'm sure I've been told by Younganair that you've had it before, but again, I mean, Dave Jenkins has just pointed out that I've missed 4 of his first place trophies this year already. So, I mean, the fact I handed him them it just goes to show how much attention I pay. You know.
Yeah.
Great setup though over at yours, which is it's nice to see. I think everybody's pulled out the stops for Donington.
Yeah, I think we had this set up for the beginning of the season, but we got the attire, we got the gilets in white, and I think everyone's just gone, wow, look at them. So,
yeah, they won't be white by the end of the weekend though, will they?
No, it's literally 10 minutes, put them on, take them off. That's it, yeah.
Take some photos. We were here, it's official.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. No.
Right then, well, Dave, thank you very much. Looks like we're all seem to be having a little mully around. Good to see you. We'll have him on the microphone later on. I feel it. I can feel it coming. Telling me all about the backgrounds of the trucks where they came over from Europe. Of course, most of these trucks at one point or another used to race in the FIA. Some of them several years ago, some of them a few years ago. But there's quite a heritage behind a lot of these trucks. Right, where is he? Here he is. Right. Have a lean on the seat. A lean on here. We'll take 2 of us. Might take 2 of you. I don't know whether take 2 of me. Paul Rivette, first race, first place. Very good start to your weekend. You're chuffed with that, right?
Yeah, ticking the boxes we wanted to tick. Fastest lap and first place. Not sure what happened to John at the end. That could be really good for our championship. I feel for John, obviously, but I'm pretty sure if you don't take the checkered flag, you don't get your points. So.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, yeah, obviously the decision will be made as and when. I'm sure we'll see it come down on the results very shortly off TSL. But yeah, it is unfortunate, is it? But that is racing. These things happen. I mean, it could have happened to you. It could have happened to him. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, we've not had the best of luck, obviously, this year, as you know, broken ankle, missed the whole round, then we turned up at Thruxton, turbo go in the first race, so it can happen to us all, and we're a mile behind in the championship. Haven't even looked at the points, I just know we're a mile behind. So.
Sometimes you just got to race and figure it out last weekend.
For us, it's just head down now and just win everything we can, basically, so that's the goal, and see if we can catch up. And see what happens from there. But our Napa truck flying once again. The boys have done a great job. They've been really hard at work on it between qualifying and that race. Actually, we had a few little issues that they've managed to sort out. And great job from the team all round. And still smiling, of course.
Still smile. Well, you got to smile. It's only first race Saturday. You've got a whole weekend of hell to get through. Yeah.
I have just been told off by Andrew though, because he said you've only finished P9, which means we don't get pole for the first race tomorrow. So.
Oh dear, that is bad. That is terrible. Yeah. Although he'll be in. Dave Smith was very chuffed about his first place pole position start tomorrow. But yeah, I mean it's. Trophies all round though in Division 2 this weekend, because we've got 5 entrants, we've got 3 places, so there's certainly something for a lot more people to play for.
Indeed, yeah, it's great to see Adam back in the championship. He's a great guy, great driver, great competitor, and it's really nice to see him back out here. And so going to enjoy racing with a few more trucks this week.
That is good, yeah, certainly more of a challenge. Well, I look forward to speaking to Adam if we can find him later on. But of course we've got lunch break now, and a very short lunch break because a lot of the paddock's back out for the International Truck Prix. So we're going to throw to some of our sponsors now and see if I could find a special guest that I might have had a chat to earlier on in the paddock. But down here at Parc Fermé, from myself and Paul Rivett, thanks for joining us, Paul. Let's have a look at some of our sponsors.
Well, word from our sponsors there, ladies and gentlemen. And now as we take a look at the scenic view in the rundown from the Craner Curves, the old hairpin, here's a bit more of our schedule. So we've completed our first race of this fine Saturday. But coming up a little bit earlier than planned at 10 to 2 will be the first of the 4 Donington 40th anniversary truck pre-races, after which we've got the first race of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Then the Millie Challenge Club Sport at 3:10, followed up by the second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship after that incredible race one that's at 20 to 4. We've then got the 2-hour British Endurance Championship race here at Donington National this weekend. That's at 4:30. And then we have got our penultimate race at 6:45, the Donington 40th anniversary truck pre race number 2. And then we bring it all to a close at 7:20 this evening with the Pickup Truck Racing Championship taking to the circuit once again for their second race of the day. And well, there being a late curfew here at the Donington Park circuit, and the reason for that of course being the fact this circuit located near East Midlands Airport and not near residential areas, it means the racing can run later than most circuits in the United Kingdom. Does mean we have an absolutely packed schedule for a Saturday. I mean, you normally talk about race day being on what is Sundays, but on a Saturday we have got the best part of what is 7 races, an incredible schedule there, all times listed in British summer time in case you are tuning in from abroad outside the United Kingdom. Indeed, it's great to see so many of you enjoying on YouTube at least what is all the racing action from just our first race. Remember, that's just race number 1, but we've got an absolutely action-packed schedule. And in the commentary booth you have myself, Paul Walsh, throughout the entire weekend, and I'll be joined by other members of the commentary team throughout. Of course, we had Pointy join me for what was the first of our British Truck Racing Championship races, and he'll be back in the commentary booth for the other races, I do believe. And we also may have some guest commentators coming, some of our drivers who may not be on the grid this weekend due to either personal circumstances or perhaps their vehicles not quite being able to make the race in. We'll see who joins us, but I can tell you we have got an absolutely incredible weekend lined up. And well, as we can see there, just looking over the scenic view and continue to have a lot of cloud over the Donington circuit, but our weather forecast for this weekend, fingers crossed, and I say this, fingers crossed, and I'll explain why shortly, is that we're not expecting any significant rainfall. The occasional bit of drizzle perhaps, but as temperatures should stay in the 20s and it should be relatively mild. But I say fingers crossed for the simple reason, if any of you tuned in to the British Truck Racing Championship at Thruxton, indeed all the racing there only the best part of what was a month ago, we had a Saturday where it was absolutely clear skies, and on Sunday it decided midway through some of the racing to suddenly turn into an absolute deluge, and it definitely shook things up. And as Pointy was saying earlier for drivers, and from speaking to drivers up and down the paddock this morning, they don't mind if it's one set of conditions or the other, but when it's changeable, that's when the ultimate change occurs. It's either you prefer the wet or you prefer the dry, but you don't want both, and that can lead to some absolutely brilliant racing. But of course, for those here at the circuit, or if you haven't had the chance to get a ticket and you might be now considering what if I can come down for the Sunday for the Convoy in the Park, of course there's plenty of action not just on the track but also off the track, including what is plenty of events such as remote controlled mini trucks. We've got a fun fair as well. We've also got face painting for the youngsters. We've also got live music here with a major DJ set, and I think some local live music being played from the likes of Ultra Beat and the Britpop boys this evening. And also tomorrow we have got plenty to go on, including some more live music for some other signed bands, and we've also got a Truckmate tug of war. And well, if you do fancy a good tug of war, I can tell you Sunday is going to be the day for you. But well, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting set for that lunch break, and I think all the drivers will be taking a breather. But as we do, of course, do keep in touch with us, indeed, via the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, plus also the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. This broadcast available live at both channels for the entirety of the weekend, and we will try and check in with you guys and girls where we can. But in the meantime, as we do get set for what will be our second race of the day, the circuit will fall silent for now. Indeed, I think we're going to fall silent for a little bit, but trust us when we say we'll be back for what will be our second race of the day in not too far away. In approximately 15-20 minutes time, we'll be getting ourselves set for the first of the International Truck Free 40th Anniversary Truck Racing races here at Donington Park.
So, as I've said earlier on, we've got the International Truck Prix here this weekend, which means we've got 9 different drivers coming from around Europe racing with the FIA, but not all of them have brought their own trucks. So some of the teams are sharing their trucks, and none busier than, of course, our friends Stuart Oliver and Michael Oliver. They've got a third truck here being driven, so we've got 3 extra drivers. So these 3 trucks racing in 2 races all weekend. Michael Oliver in his own number 12, joining, of course, with Martin Gibson, who used to race in Michael's truck a couple of years ago. We've then got returning driver Steve Thomas, who is in the number 23 Scania, and then over in Stuart Oliver's truck, number 7, we've of course got Stuart Oliver and the very well-known John McGuinness, of course, made famous by the racing. We of course have got to go and do live action arena. Steve Thomas here, Stuart Oliver here. Steve, we're off to do the truck drifting for the first time this weekend. I think it's your highlight, isn't it?
Yeah, I do enjoy it, but obviously this weekend I'm racing as well, and Stuart's obviously racing, but now we're whizzing down there. Stuart's just got back in, doing a bit of drifting, back to qualify. It's going to be busy. It's going to be a busy day. Very busy. And Stuart, you've got a busy weekend as well, looking after 3 trucks, driving 2 of them, or 4 trucks then, including the drift truck if you think about it. Busy weekend, but at least you're back on circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be back. You know, when we were at Thruxton, I wasn't sure when I would be back, but you know, I managed to get a truck, get it prepared, get it looking good, and everybody's worked hard, and we're here, so see what weekend we're going to have. You know, the trucks is fine, it's the drivers that I'm having.
We've got to worry with the drivers. They're the ones that break them predominantly, to be honest.
The trucks never break, it's always the driver that breaks the truck.
Right, well, don't break it this time, please. Yeah, so I think they should make it 4th time lucky, shall we?
Yeah, I hope so.
Right, I'll be down there in a second. Let's go. Somebody give me a lift down to the live action arena. So here we are down in the truck paddock, but of course, as we know, we've got the International Truck Prix here this weekend as well, and a returning driver and a fan favourite, I think we can safely say, John McGuinness, ladies and gentlemen. John, thanks for joining us again at Donington.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Stuart a few weeks ago, he says he sent me a picture of his new truck, and he's like, can I fit in the seat? And he said, he's like, yeah, you can do it if you want to do it. So it just sort of happened like that, just a conversation.
So it was really last minute then?
Yeah, a bit last minute, a bit of a conversation on the telephone, and you know, Stuart again's kindly brought me into the team, and he's letting me drive his truck, so I'm under a little bit of pressure not to damage it. But
yeah, you don't want to do that. I mean, he's done a good enough job of damaging his own trucks this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, he sent me the onboard video of the rod going through the steering pump, was it?
That was a big bang, that was, yeah.
Yeah, scary. Yeah, that was not nice, and I don't think he's had time to fix that truck. He's trusty old steed, so let's just go buy a new one like he does.
And yeah, just find one in the back of the warehouse somewhere. So on to this weekend's racing then. I mean, it's effectively, it's a bit of fun. Yes, there's trophies involved, but it's the enjoyment factor that really draws in the drivers, isn't it?
It is for me. You know, I'm never going to make a professional truck driver. You know.
Watch this space.
Yeah, I'm still really busy with the bikes. The bikes at the minute, I've had a fantastic year, you know, personal best lap times at the TT and the Northwest 200 and stuff like that. So we're in a real good sweet spot in my life. I'm 52-year-old, and other little doors are opening for me, little opportunities. So I'm just taking them. You know, if you ever get a chance to drive one of these,
you've got to go with the flow, especially with something like this, haven't you? It's like, well, when is someone else going to offer me that?
Exactly, and it's a well set up bit of kit. These guys know what they're doing. I dipped my toe in last year in the little Scania. Yeah, and you know, I was going around there keeping out of trouble, finishing the top 6, I think we did overall. Now we're in a bit more competitive truck. We're going a little bit quicker, but them guys, you got to respect them. You know, they're really fast. I'm about a second and a half off what they're doing, and I don't know where I'm going to find it from, but I'll keep trying. We'll keep plugging away.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just had an interview there with none other than the man, the legend himself, and that being John McGuinness.
No, being Pointy. Pointy was the man, the legend. John McGuinness was just there at the same time.
Oh man, I was going to set you up to say you literally teleported your way back from an interview straight into the commentary booth, Pointy, but there you go.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm sweaty enough in this commentary box. I'm going to try and get to places early because it is hot and it is a lot of miles around the circuit. But here we go then anyway. Your possibly first experience of an International Truck Prix here at Donington Park?
Oh, 100%. And I mean, I believe this is the second time we've had the International Truck Prix here. It started in 2023. It was a huge success, an absolutely ram-packed grid, and we've got 9 absolutely brilliant drivers on the grid today.
Yeah, brilliant drivers. I mean, some of them racing very competitively in the FIA. We're down on the list here. So Jamie Anderson in Neil Yates' truck. It's going to be confusing for both of us, I'll be honest, because there's 2 trucks out there that are doing, well, there's 3 trucks out there that are doing several races. So we've got Neil Yates' MAN, which has got Jamie Anderson in it. We've got Michael Oliver's MAN, which has got Martin Gibson in it, the number 7. The number 12. Then we've got the number 7 John McGuinness, which is Stuart Oliver's normal truck. So we're going to mix those 2 up regardless, because they look very similar. But along them, of course, we've also got John Newell. I chatted to him earlier on. Simon and Craig Reed, brothers in arms, the Red Warriors. We've got Ricky Collett with his own fan club over in Germany. Simon Faulkner, who was racing with us in Division 1 last year, and bringing up the rear, Steve Thomas in the Scania, the number 23, also racing on Team Oliver. So great pack out there. They are on the outlap, and I mean there've been some interesting times. The trucks are competitive. I mean, they are obviously all effectively BTRC trucks pretty much. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting start. Plenty of good drivers out there. John McGuinness, self-confessed, not the best one there, but you know, I still think we've got one to watch there, Paul.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, if John McGuinness is on the grid, you've got to keep an eye out for him, because, I mean, the speeds he was able to do on the Isle of Man TT and held the lap record there for a good number of years. Practically, I think, up until last year, unless my memory doesn't serve me correctly. And, well, could he be setting some records today with regards to performances? Well, we're just into the final third of the lap now in terms of this formation lap. Behind the safety truck, of course, almost said safety car there.
Safety
making
truck,
sure to
well
mind my
done,
C's
well
and get
done.
my T's correct.
It's fully sunk in now, you see. This is it. So a 20-minute race there we've got now. So this being the difference between the 5 15 minutes, they've got 4 20-minute races, which is still effectively more track time than the BTRC drivers are going to have. But of course, they do have to do it for an entire season. But loads of pressure on a couple of the teams to get these trucks ready. I mean, these guys were in Parc Ferme less than 15 minutes ago. They've had fresh brake discs, they've had fresh tyres on wheels, they've been refueled, they've been refilled with water. It is, and they've been washed, a lot of them as well. So it really is hell for leather as the Northside Truck and Van Pace truck there makes its way round. Have a watch if you can notice the different pace trucks through the weekend that have followed us around the circuits this year. Northside Truck and Van, of course, being a massive sponsor of Ryan Smith, always has been. Keith Sims is the big man himself, and yeah, again, been involved with the sport for many years. They've also brought a Milwaukee stand with them this year, which is phenomenal. There's some great show deals, and everybody seems to be walking around with a new pack out crate with a power tool in it. So yeah, they've done very well this weekend already. But as we see there, the Northside Truck and Van truck making its way in. Paul, do you want to do this one?
Well, without further ado, and thank you, Pointy, it is go, go, go as I try to get underway, and as they roar their way down already, the number 33, you're getting a good start, but look at that there, number 18 of what is Newell having to cover off the attack from the 12 of none other than Gibson as they make the way into Redgate Corner. Too wide in amongst the midfield at the moment. Everybody right now, I think, tentatively thinking, how can I make a move nice and early on? And well, our leader there of Anderson absolutely nailing that start, and everyone's starting to calm down, albeit we can see there the number 7 of McGuinness starting to go a little bit wide. That's going to cost him some time and falling back into the procession. But as they make their way down into the old head, oh goodness me, almost going onto the grass there was the 89 of the first member of the Reed family, and very close between them. But a great start there, albeit someone going slightly wide up the old hairpins. We couldn't get it perfectly clean.
Well, this is it. I mean, we've got no red flags, and that's a brilliant start. Jamie Anderson finding a bit of dust there as John Newell lands right on the back of him. But of course, we've got great drive from returning British racing driver Martin Gibson from GT. He's actually a test driver for GT in his day job, as well as being in the Fun Cup as well. So brilliant skill from him there. Number 7 though, John McGuinness, looking very good, keeping up huge amounts of dust there, as I think it's either Craig or Simon Reed finds the grass and a certain amount of gravel, but looks like they're all still on there. A lot of energy out there, a lot of energy. Ricky Collett losing some of his panel in testing this morning, not sure how that occurred, but the speed they're coming past now, us in the commentary box, is John Knowles looking for that space, possibly down the inside line to outbrake Jamie Anderson. Both very skilled European drivers, but looks like no, Anderson's made it stick for another lap. But I tell you what, it's also played for Martin Gibson, number 12, doing very well in his career in the British truck racing. Will he show us what he's got in this one?
I get the feeling he may do set himself up as we just pan briefly to the number 23 being piloted by none other than what is Steve Thomas. They're going quite slowly. I get the feeling this may be crawling to the pits as we now look back towards the centre field, but as they make their way down to the old hairpin. Also, we did have a position change at the end of lap 1. It was, I do believe, the 95 of I believe Richard Collett getting ahead of the 92 there, Simon Faulkner. So that's a change for P7. But as our drivers make the way around on this second lap, this is race a bit longer, 20 minutes. I do have to ask, Pointy, 15 minutes to 20 minutes, does that change the way our drivers approach? I mean, it's only 5 minutes, but is it more wear on the machines?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, the tyres are going to get hotter. I mean, in any racing, the tyres will get hot, the compound will start to give. There is a sweet spot where they will really be able to push it. With these conditions today, it's not going to be too bad. Tomorrow might be a different story with a 20-minute race. We're expecting 27 degrees ambient tomorrow, which means the tyres are going to get very hot, very soft, which is of course going to give loads of grip for the first half of the race. But they start to give out a little bit around that 15-minute marks. We've heard Dave Jenkins talking about that in the past, where the tyres have started to go a little bit on him. And of course tomorrow, hotter weather, longer races. The drivers are going to have to start thinking a lot more near the end of their 20 minutes racing session than they are at the beginning. It's all race, 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 win, win, win for the first 10-15. But then it's going to be like, am I going to make it? It's getting a bit slippy now. I need to concentrate.
Oh, 100%. And like the saying goes, to finish first you must finish. And
it's
that's
true.
The precise point.
Very, very true.
Make the way on down to the old hairpin this time. It looks as though there we do have Simon Reed getting a little bit closer to the back end of Gibson. Martin Gibson, however, showing no signs of faltering under any pressure. But it is literally less than a second between each of the top 4 in the processional order at this time. And I get the feeling here we could be building up to a crescendo a bit later on in this race as they make the way on around. But this time as well, Pointy, as well, in the fact that our drivers now got a couple of laps under the belt, starting to get into the rhythm of things. I mean, does it become a question as well, perhaps for Anderson at the front of the field? Does he decide to just pace himself here and make Neil do all the hard work, or should he try and break away here, do you think?
I mean, it's obviously going to come down to the driver and their type of style of driving, but let's be honest, they're here to win, and slowing down or backing off is not going to help them secure that win. They're going to look for that clean air. As long as they're not racing defensively, they can concentrate on that line. But of course, we've seen a lot of dust coming up from Anderson. I mean, we had a lot of talk about track limits in the drivers' briefing yesterday, which I was sat in, and they were very, very strict on saying, look, you know, we will be coming down on you hard for track limits this weekend. We've got sensors in the green pads, a tyre anywhere over the white curbs or the white lines is going to be a possible warning, and so on. So yeah, it's really it's going to be interesting to see how the marshals and the clerks start to deal with this, because of course huge amounts of dust means you're definitely not on the tarmac.
Oh, 100%.
And there's a lot of drivers doing it too, so there's no favourites.
Oh, indeed. I suspect the drivers will go if they get called out to say, well, you've been breaching track limits. They'll go, well, I might have done it, but also the guy in front of me did. I saw it in my own eyes.
There's a certain things like what, you know, the rules are for everybody, and there's certainly going to be a big notepad, I would say, but certainly one to watch. I mean, it is extremely dry out there on the out track. So yeah, they need to stay away from it, because of course they've got very sticky tyres. The whole build of compounds of these racing tyres, they get soft, they get sticky, and it helps them stick. Covering them in dust is not good for traction, you know. So it's in their interest to keep it on the clean tarmac, and of course to keep the tarmac clean as well. We've got a little bit of a battle further back though between McGuinness and Ricky Collett. Ricky, of course, racing in the British and the European Championship for many years now. You see the side door of his camper trailer. He's got stickers from the Nürburgring for the last like 20 odd years. It's crazy to see.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible. And like to say, many of these drivers racing in multiple truck racing championships, both here in the UK and around the world. And it's showing now as we are starting to see this top 4 get closer and closer together. Anderson maintaining that gap over Neil to the best part of 6 tenths. But meanwhile behind, we are also seeing there Gibson and Simon Reed getting closer. And I get the feeling Simon Reed might be starting to find a bit of momentum here, because he's just chiseling away. It's a couple of hundredths a lap, but he's starting to get in that position whereby he might just be able to pick up a better toe and perhaps go for the run down into the final couple of corners.
This is it. I mean, Simon and Craig have been in the British for quite a while, and they are very good drivers. They're also extremely nice people. Even after the most difficult of races, you could always rely walking over to them in Park Ferme and having a chuckle with the pair of them. You know, they're very kind of down to earth, open blokes. You know, they're like, well, yeah, you know, we didn't finish, we crashed, but it's fine, one of those things. Or they're like, yeah, we won, it was great, we're happy. You know, and you think, okay, cool. Really nice guys. And to be fair, you know, the same with a lot of these teams here at the racing. They're all family run here at British Truck Racing, and so, you know, you've got the mum, the dad, the grandparents, several generations in one tent, in fact, a lot of the weekends, and such a lovely bunch of people in so many of the tents as well. And it's really nice that people can, you know, mingle with the drivers and the teams when you're coming from the infield to look around the paddock. There's not really any closed off areas with British Truck Racing, which I think is what brings the crowds in as much as it does. You know, a lot of other sports competitively, they don't want you in the tent, they don't want you by the vehicles. They're like, look, we're racing today, can you leave us a be? And that's like, no, come on, we'll sign your book. And it's really nice to see.
Oh, 100%, and that's what motorsport is all about. It's a big family affair and everybody's involved. And right now, I think some drivers might be here saying they don't want to see the other trucks behind them. And I think Anderson at this time, I think he's starting to feel comfortable, but also Newell there being reeled in a little bit by Gibbs. It definitely seems as though Anderson is dictating this lead group of four. And that's not to say, as we were talking about earlier, the fact he's backing off, but I think he's just found his sweet spot on pace. Newell, I think, can't quite perhaps match his pace. He's starting to fall back into Gibbs and Simon Reed, but again, if Anderson makes even the smallest of errors, he's going to be back in the clutches with this group.
This is it. I mean, Anderson overall last year in the Truck Prix managed to take the overall points win. So, you know, when he was with us at Donington last year, did very, very well. He also stole my baseball hat and gave it to his mum. I didn't know how to feel about that, so I'm a little bit on the fence with Jamie Anderson at the moment. But as a racing driver, recently selling the number 33 truck to Neil Yates, it's effectively his truck, so it's set up to him, it's how he knows it, and then he can push it how he knows he can push it. But is that Simon Reed we've got looking a bit close now to Martin Gibson? I think we might see a move from Reed in the next lap or two to try and make a place. Martin's going to need to be on his heels to get it going and try and catch up with those front two.
Oh, 100%. And Simon Reed on that lap setting a personal best, which was, I do believe, I can see there, a 26.592. So absolutely attacking right now. But then again, it is only tenths and hundredths between this top four. They're absolutely going all in here. And I suspect as the fuel comes out of the trucks as well, we'll start to see those laps get a little bit faster. But I can imagine right now, all four of our drivers in the front group, and that's not to forget the other drivers in this running order as well, they must be thinking, okay, I'm absolutely nailing it lap after lap. Why can I not get just a tiny bit closer?
Yeah, so they're all kind of going to find those positions now, and they can and will change, but it's going to be much tighter for them to make those overtakes, you know. But at the same time, it's to say there's a lot of stamina in this as well. The drivers are going to start to get tired around this halfway point. Nothing like what we're going to see with the endurance race later on. I mean, 2 hours is just absolutely insane. But yeah, so you know, it's still a lot of work. Yes, there's some kind of power steering in there, but it's still 5 tons of metal that's, you know, that's bowling around. John Newell here showing the ability of his truck and of course his arms, trying to dart around to look for a spot past Anderson there. But there's so much power, so much weight, it's really hard work keeping these things going and being competitive at the same time, especially as the minutes start to tick away.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of it being such hard work, we have had an error from Simon Reed, who's the focus of our camera's attention, in P4 still, but getting it wrong towards the end of the previous lap. He's dropped 2.5 seconds off of the top 3, which means now he's got to try and reconsolidate, albeit going a bit slowly. I wonder if he's got a problem because, well, it is going to be the other member of the Reed family who's catching up to him very quickly.
Yeah, Craig's on his tail by the looks of it. This could be interesting. I always wonder when there's family members racing against each other, when it comes to an overtake situation, it's like, no, I'm not letting you pass. They're like, oh, maybe I will, you know. So I don't know whether they flip coins in the paddock or something like that. I have no idea. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see the Reed brothers back with us in the British, or at least racing on the British circuits this year, because as I say, they've been a staple in the British truck racing for quite some time. But yeah, I mean, it's also, you know, whilst these guys are doing fantastic on track, it's also really important to remember the guys that are running this show, because the truck racing being a mega part of Donington, it's still a convoy event, and there's so many things to see and do with all the live music we've got later on, and of course the sponsor tents that we've got, all the way from like the big GT marquee. You know, we've got TRP here as well. We've got Total Care who are coming with us tomorrow. They'll be about getting some footage, so if you see the Total Care guys, make sure you say hello. You might even make it into one of their videos. We've got the Sylvie Group, of course. They've been providing the biodiesel. I don't know whether you know this, Paul, or not. So the trucks this year and last year have all been running on biodiesel. That's right. So we're actually a really clean motorsport at the moment, because they're obviously run on diesel. Yes, they are all on the same fuel, and the fuel is provided for them by the Sylvie Group this year. So yeah, we're clean, we're mean, and of course it's going into racing machines. So you like that little poem I did for you?
Oh, I do indeed. And well, I don't think I can quite meet your poetical prowess, I can tell you that. But right now, Newell is trying to match the prowess of Anderson as they make their way up in towards Coppice Bend. Perhaps the hardest corner on the circuit to get right, and a lot of time made or lost here. But as they make the way out, Newell now definitely taking it up again with regards to trying to get as close as possible to the back of Anderson. We have seen, as we saw in the last couple of laps, a couple of jinks on the start finish straight from Newell, really trying to think to get into Anderson's head, which is, am I going to go for it, yes or no? You're going to have to wait and see as they make their way into the braking turn. But as they come through this time, almost now 3/4 of the race complete. We've still got 7 minutes on the clock, and will both drivers on the previous lap set in what were personal bests for themselves. This lap falling off the pace to a degree, but I can imagine now tyre degradation starting to have a bit of an effect here, plus also tired arms and limbs. We also do have what is there none other than the machine of Gibson starting to move closer as well. So we're back in a freeway fight, albeit Gibson, I think right now might be sat there thinking, are they going to do something? Because if so, I might be able to not just get one place, I might be able to get both of them and take the win.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a good 7 laps left probably of the race to make something stick, but the gap does appear to be getting ever so slightly bigger between Newell and Anderson. Of course, all 3 of these guys are currently in podium positions, very good, reputable drivers, but it is sometimes when you get to the later parts of these races, not who's going to race the best by now, it's who's going to make the first mistake. And it's unfortunate to think like that, but that's racing. That is literally, it's like who blinks first, that's the one that's going to suffer. And then everybody's got to also be poised and ready and reactive enough to make it pay for being there in the first place. So yeah, Mark Gibson perhaps biding his time, not the first person to witness interesting things happen in front of him, shall we say. But yeah, it's looking pretty concrete though for these guys in the top 3 at the moment, unless something serious happens, which hopefully, fingers crossed, it doesn't, because we've got a very, very tight schedule today.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of things getting tight here, we're now heading towards the tight end of this race as they head down towards turn 1 once again. And well, we saw an initial mistake there. The first mistake of this race from Anderson, running a little bit wide out of Coppice corner. Hasn't really cost him any time, but I think that might be the sign now that pressure is starting to build at the deep end of this race. Newell's still there, but like you say, Pointy, falling back a little bit, but now 4.5 tenths as they've gone on to this lap. And meanwhile, Gibson has completely fallen away at the end of that. In fact, losing a whole second over the course of that one. So we're back to a 2-horse race at the front, and well, as the drivers make their way through the old hairpin. Elsewhere, it does seem as though Simon Reed is still carrying on just ahead of what is their Craig Reed. No change in position for them, but 1 second between them as our drivers make their way up the hill here, but it's getting very close at the front.
Yeah, it is very close at the front, but of course that NYR Neil Yates recovery truck there, also known as Alco, I never quite understand the connection between the two. No one's explained it to me yet, but it doesn't matter. We're there. We're in the 33, and we are officially now into the extra 5 minutes that these drivers are going to have to battle through, whereas normally the BTRC would have hung up their helmets by now. So yeah, it's all to play for in the next 4, shall we say, 5 laps max, depending on when they cross that line. Obviously, if there's still enough time left on the clock, they'll get that extra lap. But yeah, Ricky Collett there, looking very comfortable, just having a cruise, I think. You know, a lot of these drivers, you speak to them, especially Steve Thomas, who's actually one of the directors of Truck Sport, the promoters of Convoy and the BTRC. It's just nice to just go and, you know, race around in a truck again. And there's not as much pressure. It's fun. You still want to win, obviously. You want to take a trophy home, but it's not, you know, your career doesn't depend on it. It's not the championship. It's not, oh God, I'm going to make it or not. And sometimes, you know, that can be a lot more enjoyable, just knowing you're going to show up, get in a racing truck, have a great time, and then, you know, not have to worry about it the next day.
Oh, 100%. And the thing is, well, like you say, I mean, of course, for Anderson, there's a bit of pride online. Took 3 out of 4 wins last year here at Donington, and right now on course to try and continue that run. But just being out there and getting your truck to the finish line, I mean, that in itself is a piece of pride. It's an achievement, and every driver should be respected for it.
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of people that would absolutely die and give their left arm to have a go in one of these machines, whether it be a passenger or in fact a driver. Oh, I'd love to go in one of those one day. And yeah, most people would. A lot of them truck drivers, of course, first, but then there's a lot of racing drivers that want to be in there as well. I believe it might have been Sam Osborne that stepped in for Paul Rivette in the Napa truck, you know, coming literally fresh from British touring cars to jumping in a wagon. And it's like, yeah, God, that's different. I like that. That's different.
Well, I mean, even we've got a prime example of here, and that's none other than John McGuinness. I mean, nobody's working the TT.
He's gained 4 wheels effectively. You know, there's six actual wheels on these trucks. You know, 4 at the back, 2 at the front, and so he's gained 4 wheels to come up to truck racing. But he does love it. I mean, we saw that interview on the lunch break there that I had a chance to chat to him earlier on, and he just does love it. I think you can really hear the excitement in his voice that he's just like really happy to be doing something cool, you know. And it is about the experience. So few people will get the chance to drive in one of these, and so, you know, it really does make it quite an exciting opportunity. I'll tell you what, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but what's the front right wheel of Jamie Anderson's truck there? Just as he seems to be coming round the bend, there is a huge amount of wobble on that wheel. But I mean, it doesn't appear to be causing him any issues, does it? So I'm not sure they were. I mean, he was quite late out as well. When everybody else was leaving the paddock earlier on, I was on foot walking over here. He was still up in the air with people darting around. So I'm not sure whether or not he's got an issue. But like I say again, it doesn't appear to be slowing him down, does it, Paul?
Oh, no, not at all. But it does, of course, raise the question mark. Could we see something completely unexpected happen? We will be going on to, I believe, our last lap by the time they cross the start-finish line this time. You can definitely see that there in the camera shots. Just looks as though it's loose.
We've just had a time penalty come through on TSL for Martin Gibson. 5 seconds pending, and another one that's just come through for Craig Reed. So this will be those track limits I was talking about starting to filter through. They get a warning, they get a note, they get a warning, they get a flag, and then they get a 5-second penalty. So they are starting to come down on these now, which of course means that, you know, with just 40 seconds left of the race, this could really mix up the podium if you're not far enough ahead to make that 5 seconds count, which I believe he is still clear of Craig Reed far enough to make it stick for the 3rd place, even with the time penalty.
Oh, indeed, and those pesky penalties really catching out. And I think Anderson's really having some trouble now as a result of what's happening with that front suspension, because it looks like it's on both wheels, whether it's the left or the front right. And here comes Noel. He's going to look around the outside here. Anderson really struggling at the very end, but he's not going to give in here. It's going to be the truck or the checkered flag, and as they make the way up into Coppice Bend, we've only got 2 more quarters to go. Noel's throwing everything at this now. He's been saving it all to last, and as they make the way down the back straight, well, here they go, and both drivers here using, well, I think they're going for the rallycross line there as they head down towards the chicane for the final time. Anderson is leading here. Half a second was the gap at the start of this lap. It's far less than that as they come on through, and as they make the way through the last couple of corners here, he's going to get the run, but Newell gets the better launch out the corner. But I think, Quenty, it's going to go the way of Anderson, and there's the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic race from Jamie Anderson, John Newell, a battle all the way through that full 20 minutes. But Martin Gibson is going to be very happy to bring one home for the sponsors this weekend. Even with that penalty, still going to be taking the 3rd place overall. 4th there for Craig Reed, again, even with the penalty he received, still far enough ahead Simon Reed, still far enough ahead of brother Craig to make it stick. John McGuinness then for Craig Reed. and we've still got Simon Faulkner there in the distance. It looks like he's made a late move past Ricky Collett as he crosses the line to take 7th overall. He'll be chuffed with that result. Ricky Collett there as well. But where's Steve Thomas? We were having water issues. He apparently still says he's on an outback, so I'm not sure whether we're going to see any more from Steve Thomas, because I can't see him there. Can you?
No, I can't see him now. I think they did have to bring it in after 2 laps, and that might just be a glitch on our timing screen there, but I believe they did have to bring it into the pit lane. It may have gone out just to do a lap there to try and see if the issue's been fixed, and fingers crossed for Thomas, it is repaired. But what a race.
Right, shall I go and see them in the pit lane?
I think you do
magic,
need to.
really. I'm just going to get in my TARDIS and beam over. Bye, everybody. See you later on for another 2 amazing races, yeah? Yeah, cheers.
Thank you, Pointy. And as Pointy dashes his way down towards the paddock, well, he leaves me here in the commentary booth. And ladies and gentlemen, an incredible first race of our 4 for the International Truck Prix, the 40th anniversary of truck racing. And there are the classified results. Jamie Anderson, your winner by what was 3.5 tenths ahead of John Newell, with Martin Gibson P3, Simon Reed P4, John McGuinness P5, promoted there with Craig Reed picking up that post-race time penalty, dropped to P6, Simon Faulkner P7 with that move, and Richard Collett on the final lap. And of course that means Richard Collett will be your pole sitter for race 2, as it's the top 8 inverted, and the misfortunate Steve Thomas there, P9, 12 laps down, only 2 laps completed, but we hope to see him out on the grid for the second race later today. What a race we did have there. It was nail biter from start to finish, no doubt about it. More, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are getting ourselves set with regards to what will be those post-race interviews as they're coming up, but we got to see plenty there, and the 5-minute longer race here compared to our British Truck Racing Championship race that we saw just before the lunch break. Then we've seen a change of tone whereby drivers did have to manage their pace a little bit more over the distance, but at the same time as well, it started off as a 4-way train of cars chasing one another, and well, not cars, I said the word again, trucks I should say, a 4-way chase of trucks, and as the race went on, we did gradually see what was both Anderson and Newell pull away. Gibson making a bit of a comeback towards the end, but just not as we cut to our interviews.
Balance of that, you can read up about the championship and what it's all about on page 43 of the programme. Back to you very shortly. You should slot in on page 53 of the programme here at Convoy Park.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, we just did see a little bit of footage there of our trucks pulling in to what was the start of the paddock area. So we're just getting ready for those interviews. Unfortunately, Pointy can move quickly. He can't move that quickly, although the man can perform some miracles, I can tell you that. And that's why he's the voice of truck racing in the UK. And as he makes his way on down there, of course, we've got plenty more to come this afternoon. You've got another one of these International Truck Prix races coming up at what will be 6:45 this evening. Of course, keep in mind that the racing has started a little bit earlier than planned. That's all part of the way motorsport is conducted in the UK. Here comes Pointy racing his way down there. In fact, I think he might have set a purple sector as he's crossing the line there, heading on down. And as he does so, well, he's almost there at the finish line to bring those interviews for you guys and girls tuning on in. And well, you can see there the enthusiasm, and he really is the embodiment of truck racing in the United Kingdom, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. But we will now leave you with Pointy to do those interviews.
Are we live? That wasn't as a quick route as it was before. Thanks. Right then, so just catch my breath. It was quite a long way, but if we can get a chat to Jamie Anderson before the stitch fully kicks in. Right then, Jamie Anderson, John Newell, what an absolutely phenomenal race from the pair of you. I mean, it was a great start, but you just couldn't catch him.
Yeah, it bogged me down on start, so I had to change my gear. I had to go completely different gear because he slowed me right down because you knew I'd have you on start. There we go.
First place, first race, you did well in qualifying. You were still up on stilts before the race though. Moments to go to get to assembly. I think that was your brake disc just exploding, wasn't it?
Yeah. So when Neil brought it back in, we had sort of 15 minutes. And he'd snapped 2 front discs, and we just seem to our braking problem now. So we're struggling a bit there, you know. But at the end of the day, we still kept at the front, and I knew the score with John, and I knew what to do, and that's the way it is.
It was incredible to watch.
Down on start.
Bog him down on start. I didn't really see any bogging.
I was.
Just
54k.
No, 51.
You want to check those clocks?
No, yours, I'm telling you.
This is how tight it is, ladies and gentlemen. But the camaraderie, both smiling, but neither of them want to accept defeat. Now, I spoke to people on air earlier on and mentioned about this time last year, you stealing one of my hats off me and giving it to your mum. So you owe me a baseball cap, mate.
Yeah, see, I'll get
No! You don't want to wear that. I've just done 100 metres in that. Happy to be back at Donington?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it was a bit of a shame for everyone with us pulling out of Europe. You know, but at the end of the day, needs must sometimes. And yeah, it's good to be back. It's good for people to be back. We was just getting the momentum in Europe, and it's a shame, but that's how life goes.
And here you're kind of racing your own truck as well in a way. You're selling it over to Neil Yates. So is it weird being in a different truck that's actually yours, and the livery all completely different?
No, because at the end of the day I can never see the livery when I'm going forwards. If I can, then I've got a problem. But
yeah, true. The bits of panel overtake you, you're in trouble, right?
Yeah, and I think that just the whole general thing, it's very weird, it's very fresh, you know, and it's a shame, but as I say, it's good to help somebody else out. You know, at the end of the day, he's got a good truck, and we've got a good package going with him, and you know, we wish him all the best, and that's what we want to see. We want to see him go forwards with it.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Jamie Anderson, I'll come and get my hat in a bit. John, fantastic race, great effort. Very quickly though, before you go, we saw you try to have that last dart right at the end there. We were like, is he going to make it? Is he going to make it? Did you think you had him at one point?
Yeah, he moved out on a corner and just pushed it a little bit too far, and I thought, right, now's my chance. And I had a go at him, but then he just shut door back on me, so that was it. That was the end of it, really. So, but it was good fun.
It was good fun. It
all
was
clean and good.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I say clean. There's a bit of dust getting kicked up at points, wasn't there?
I couldn't see much behind him.
And funnily enough, not one of them got track limits apart from two further back.
We got.
Well, you might have got warnings, but they didn't get for second penalties. Like, yeah, we had 2 5-second penalties end up at the end of that race. Martin Gibson and Simon Reed. So yeah, it was exciting for them. They need to stay on the tarmac. I can tell everybody in the top 4 to stay on the tarmac. Right, John Newell, thank you very much. Let's head over then. And we've got third place. We might as well do all three, only the one division. Very quickly, Martin Gibson, great race, good to have you back. Did it feel right?
Doesn't feel like I've been away, to be honest.
Good.
Back in the old truck. I know it's Michael's now, but still feel like it's mine, really.
Still kind of yours.
Yeah, exactly. But now it's brilliant, and it's great to be back with these guys, and it's great to see Reedies as well.
And it's great to start the weekend with a trophy.
Yes. I did get a penalty, so it's a bit...
Even got it, still got it.
Okay.
You were 17 seconds, so you're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
He's fine, ladies and gentlemen. Third place, Martin Gibson. It's official now, I've said it, and I never get anything wrong, do I? Right then, back to the studio. It's time for some more racing action.
Thank you, Pointy. And without further ado, ladies and gents, we continue the story of racing this afternoon, and we go from our largest trucks out on circuit to our pickup trucks now in their first race of this weekend. And well, as we can see, here is your grid for race number 1. James Goldstraw taking pole position ahead of Ryan Hadfield, close between them in qualifying. Row number 2 going to Alan Cooper and Chris Brockhurst, followed up by Matthew Simpson and Dale Gent in 6th place. Then we have Matthew Moore and Jonathan Hadfield on row number 4, and your top 10 completed by Daniel Fisher and Mark Willis. But as we continue our way through that starting order, of course, we do have 15 drivers out on circuit today. We've got Michael Smith and Eric Bolton on row number 6, Dean Tompkins and Paul Tompkins, the Tompkins family, locking out row number 7, and last but not least, Russell Smith starting from the back of the grid in P15. And well, for the uninitiated, these trucks, they only pack 230 horsepower, but they are lightweight machines, these pickup trucks, just weighing over 900 kilograms, and absolutely delightful to watch racing. Indeed, they have charged through what is their majority of their season up to this point. In fact, they haven't quite, because we are at the midpoint of the season today, with this being their 5th venue of the championship season. Currently on what is their formation lap, there will be 11 laps of racing. Behind the safety car there, I'm allowed to use the car word there this time around, because it's not a truck, albeit you would be mistaken for that Ford Estate. And as they make the way down in towards the last couple of corners, well, that rolling start will be getting underway very shortly, and well, it's going to be an absolute blast. 230 horsepower, 15 drivers on the grid. If you do some quick mathematics there, we've got a few thousand horsepower ready to go, roaring away. And as they make the way through the last couple of corners, it's going to be the safety car pulling away, and it is, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, lights out and away we go for our first pickup truck championship race of the weekend. As they barrel their way down towards turn number 1, everybody gasping for an opportunity here to try and make a move, including around the outside there from the upper point to, oh goodness me, contact there for the 42, and many off into the gravel already. I think a lot of drivers trying to look for opportunities on cold tyres, and they're not coming forward. Everyone, we're all going to spin there by looks of things. I think that might have been aided. I'm trying to see the door number of our truck driver there, but that's our first incident of the afternoon. But everyone else carries on plowing down through the crane of curves, and you see right now all the drivers absolutely unsettled, and these pickups quite challenging to drive at Donington Park. We'll talk a bit more about that a little bit later on in this race if we can. But meanwhile, as they roar the way up the hill, heading in towards McLean's further back and still further down the order, the 42 of what is Hadfield, they're absolutely getting stuck in. But as the drivers make the way up the crest now in towards Coppice Corner, well, we can see some semblance of stability starting to form in our running order here, with the 84 of Matthew Moore starting to feel a little bit of pressure coming up from behind and losing our leader as they make the way down towards what will be the chicane shortly. But heading into the last two corners, onto the brakes, they all get ready to go, but no change at the moment. See a bit of a peak there from the 21, Dean Tompkins, can't seem to find a way through. Tompkins making a lot of ground in the open lap, it must be said, but as our drivers make the way towards the timing line after one lap of race, onto lap 2 they go, and it is none other than Simpson leading ahead of Moore, followed by Willis, and then it's the versus Smith family ahead of Tompkins. Indeed, it's the Tompkins family in their P5 at P6, followed by Fisher, and then we have Cooper, Gent and Bolton completing a top 10. We had them in Besteres P11 as we look to our leader Simpson really running away right now and just trying to establish an advantage before the rest of the field potentially catches up to him. But as they come down through the crane of curves here, you can see whereby the 42 had feet really right now absolutely attack all the way around, particularly after running off on what was that opening lap. And well, we may get a replay of that a little bit later on, we'll have to wait and see. But as our drivers make the way towards what will be McLean's the battle for second on the screen, the 65 looking up the inside, a little bit of rubbing there, the 84 being turned slightly sideways. Willis trying to make the move, cannot find it, and in turn the number 93 now of what will be Michael Smith looking around the outside, and Smith being brave to do this here. Everybody absolutely jumping at the bit to make moves as they make the way on down the back straight once again. You can also see there, I do believe both of the Tompkins drivers are looking for a move. It's going to be free wide in the run down towards the chicane, onto the brakes they go, and that is going to be Dean Tompkins. He makes one, he makes two. Does he nail it on the exit? Yes, he does. And Dean Tompkins, absolutely brilliant move there as they make the way down. Dean Tompkins up into third place as they head in towards turn number 1. And well, as they make the way towards Redgate this time around, we do keep in mind, of course, ladies and gentlemen, all these machines equal in terms of balance performance. They're all the same class, all 230 horsepower, weighing just over 900 kilograms, we mentioned earlier. Different engines in them, we'll talk about that later. Let's not distract ourselves on the racing, but it means it's all comes down to how they set up the pickup, and on top of that, the driver's ability as they make the way down towards the old hairpin, as they do the number 72 there of Cooper, just sliding shy of the apex, and that just giving opportunity there for Michael Smith to look for an opportunity, but he can't quite go for it as we do stay transfixed there for a brief moment. And as we look up towards McLean's once again, well, as they make the way through the right hand, you can see our drivers launching their way over what is the apex curbing of McLean's corner. Everyone trying to find every sliver, every 100, every 1,000, but at the same time, well, take too much apex, it can be just as punishing. But meanwhile, Gent making its way now a little bit further forward. Dale Gent charging on, and well, had a really good run at Thruxton, carrying it on here. But meanwhile, we focus on the 21. That's Dean Tompkins up the inside of Moore. This is a P2, and we made it work. Only a couple of laps to go. A 2-for-1 special. This time it's only the one, but the key point being he's now up to second place, and Dean Tompkins is absolutely flying. But look at the gap to the leader, and you can see on the time screen then when it appears on the left hand side, that gap up to 3.3 seconds. As meanwhile, that's also going to be there none other than what is the number 12 of Paul Tompkins up the inside of Moore as well into turn number 1. Oh goodness me, it's got very very backwards there for the number 93 of what is Michael Smith, and I believe there might have been an altercation with a couple other drivers there. I think the 42 involved and perhaps also the 89, and well, I think with that in mind there might be some words as we do see going off slightly off camera there. That was the 42, I do believe, taking the trip to the grass. I think there's some damage on the car and therefore they're not going to be running at full pace anymore, and perhaps that contact's just upset the balance. But meanwhile it is the 83 there and the 84 just behind Moore, really struggling at this point in the race. We're only 4 laps in right now and it looks as though Moore going backwards rather than forwards here. He's not trying, it's not as though he's not trying, I should say that, but as they make the way onto the back straight here, you can see right now everybody absolutely pushing, and well, I don't know what they had over lunch, but whatever they had, it's absolutely fired the drivers up. As here's a look for a move, an opportunity being made potentially there from what is on the number 12, and that is going to be none other than Paul Tompkins under major pressure from Ghent as they head up towards another lap. Meanwhile at the front of the field, Simpson is just running away with his set personal best after personal best in the fastest lap with it at this time, and as they head in towards the gate, and on the inside he goes. That is going to be none other than Ghent looking for the move here, and that is going to be for P3 as it looks like Tompkins almost losing the rear slightly as they come through 1 and down into 2, down to the Craner curves they go, and as they roar their way down the line of stern at the moment, nobody wanting to risk the 2 wide here as they come down the left into right, and then the old hairpin awaits them. And the thing about these machines, I had the opportunity to catch up with Sonny Howard, who is the series organiser and really has been at the helm of the Pickup Racing Truck Championship for the best part of the last couple of decades, and he was saying to me the difficulty in driving these trucks is not the rear end. These are very stable machines from front to rear, which perhaps you wouldn't expect given the flatbed towards the end of, or the pickup bed if you will, but where the challenge of these machines is in the fact that their lateral weight distribution is not 50-50. It's 49 to the left hand side, which is the, I do believe, used to be the driver's side of the machine, but is no longer, and it's 51% over to the right-hand side, and it means on right-hand corners the car leans very aggressively because of that misdistribution of the weight, and that is where the art of driving these machines is, and that's where you see them come so loose, particularly through sweeping corners, is because they don't have that even weight distribution from either side of the car. But as they head on to another lap, going on to lap number 6 here, Simpson still ahead of Dean Tompkins, followed by again, then Willis, then what is there, I do believe Paul Tompkins ahead of Moore. That's your top 6 at the moment as they come down through Craner, and well, we can see now the field's starting to calm down. I mean, it's been an incredible opening at 5 laps, no doubt about it. I mean, the first half of this race absolutely packed full of adrenaline action, and well, that's what we love to see. Movement being made elsewhere, albeit we do have a few drivers into the pit lane, include Hadfield and also I do believe Goldstraw, and also there's been a bit of an issue for the number 25 of Russell Smith, so therefore we are 3 drivers down at this point. We'll have to wait and see, but as our drivers make the way up towards the Coppice Bend, once again we can see now the grand battle here with Moore in amongst the sandwich of Cooper and also there Paul Tompkins as they head on down, looking more towards the front of the field. Meanwhile, this is the 21 and the 83 battling, a little bit of smoke kicking up there. I wonder if that's bodywork rubbing for the 21 on while the tyres, indeed it is. Look at the rear there, and you can see the rear bodywork starting to peel away for what is Dean Tompkins' car. He's going to try and keep getting behind, and here comes Willis in return in the 65. Mark Willis looking for an opportunity, and well, Gent right now is going to have to go defensive offensive as he looks to break his way in. More bodywork coming up. Oh, goodness me. And as we saw the 21 there, Dean Tompkins turn around, and there's contact to the rear of the 83 that goes round, does a 360 pirouette. Well, I can tell you one thing, this isn't Olympic diving, but you'd think he was qualifying for it with the style points he's achieved there as he gets the car pointed right in the back, right in the right direction. And thank goodness all the drivers around were so alert of what was going on in order to be able to avoid that becoming a major incident. And how they got away with it, that's a testament to our drivers' skill and awareness. But we do indeed have a lot of bodywork missing from the rear of what is the car of Dean Tompkins, and I wonder whether he might get a flag for that from our marshals, as meanwhile the 65 dives to the inside there into McLean's, and that is going to be in the battle with the number 12 Paul Tompkins. And meanwhile 3-1 as they head up towards Coppice Corner, 72 on the inside as well, and that's Cooper looking for an opportunity there, and it really does seem as though you get caught in any battling at all and you lose out. But I think this battle's now going to sprawl its way. Oh, goodness me, quite aggressive there. Okay, well that has gone horribly wrong. 72 comes screeching across the road there, and well, I think some elbows came out there, and I think there might be a word to the drivers after the racing, because I think there is elbows out and then there's that, but still that's why we're in the commentary booth, and that's why the stewards have got their duty and they'll be furiously at it. But as they make their way down the start finish straight, Simpson has already disappeared off the road in terms of your leader, and it's 3-4 wide as they head down towards turn number 1. Temper's absolutely flaring here, and well, the number 21 there really in the centre of it all, going a little bit wobbly through Redgate corner, and well, I think that loss of bodywork at the rear, plus also a few bumps and scrapes, have not helped point that car in the right direction as they come down. Meanwhile, rear of the picture, we've also got that battle here there between Brockhurst and Moore, I do believe, the two yellow machines fighting over P6, and right now just trying to find the way to the back of it, and that was Brockhurst making the move for P6 count. And as they head up towards what will be at McLean's now, we are in lap number 8. We've got 3 more laps after this. But I can tell you anything, if that last lap is anything to go by, these next 3 laps are going to be absolutely incredible. As they head on through the right-hander there on McLean's corner, towards Coppins they go. The 12 right now of Paul Tompkins brings some stability, although I say that the 83 there, again, taking a look up the inside, Paul Tompkins given a lot of space this time, and I think they might just be calming it down a little bit after what happened on the previous lap. I think there were a few hearts in mouths there for the drivers and spectators, and also the teams as they head on down. I don't think anybody at this point wants to get caught out in any of the contact any further, but they come down the rear of the picture, 3 wide still as they break their way on in, and well, the number 21 goes straight on, takes the gravel escape there, and well, the 21, oh goodness me, as you can see there, that was a move being made by, I believe, that was Moore looking the other side, and as they power the way on down towards what is turn number 1, well, it's gone backwards there for Dean Tompkins. Meanwhile, the 65 of what is none other, Willis making its way into another position, now up into P4 and having to hold on to it with the chase of Hadfield. Well, in fact, that's Brockhurst just behind, and as they come down towards the old hairpin this time, what will change? Nothing at the moment. It seems as though it's all calm for now, but this could be the calm before the storm, and I'm not talking about rain here, unless it's raining of battles on this Donington Park National Circuit, as our drivers make their way on towards McLean's, and as we do look up towards McLean's corner very shortly, well, as we can see that all drivers absolutely forward attack the 44, looking up the inside. That's Hadfield going for another move, and a lovely move there, absolutely sweet and simple. That's what you love to see. Just takes it to the inside, and now it's going to be the number 84 and Moore that's looking for an opportunity to take on at the 65 of Willis as they come through that right-hander, and he gets a good exit out of Coppins corner. And I think that's going to be enough there for Moore to regain some places. Remember, of course, that Moore started quite far up the grid, or at least made a lot of progress in the open laps, and has lost that progress, and now having to do it once again. But as the drivers come on through, well, we have had from race control in black and white being issued to the number 12 car of, I believe, Paul Tompkins, albeit we haven't got any commentary as to why it's been issued, but I do believe it might be for the altercation we saw down the back straight a few laps ago. And as the drivers make their way onto the penultimate lap, well, we haven't really talked too much about our race leader of none other than Simpson, for the simple reason he's 12.5 seconds clear and just run away with it. We're focusing on the battle for the rest of the podium positions and the rest of the top 5, as this is going to be the number 12 here of Paul Tompkins, trying to hold on right now for that final podium position, absolutely being harassed and hounded behind him by there what is, I do believe, the number 89 of Brockhurst. But the problem that Brockhurst has got now, he's been fighting so hard, as we do briefly pan to your race leader, the Simpson recycling machine being piloted by none other than Simpson himself, making its way down the back straight. And as he does so, Matt Simpson, a former British Touring Car Championship driver and race winner in the BTCC, we're showing here that his skills are interchangeable and absolutely leading the way. Of course, some could say that he's received the benefit of all the fighting behind, but the thing is, when you're the leader, that's the aim of the game. Just break away. You can see that lovely camera shot there where the rest of the field still making their way down towards the final chicane, the Roberts chicane, whereas Simpson's just running off. But as the rest of the field now makes its way, and we do have that look. Oh, good, it's been the 12 going wide there. We've seen a couple of drivers go wide, including the 21 earlier on, but that's going to go wrong for Paul Tompkins for now as they make their way onto this final lap then. And as they do, well, all the drivers, I think at this point they've expended themselves so much. Will we see any last minute changes of position as they come into the right-hander? But we look from the midfield back towards your leader here, who's absolutely led this race. Going through the old hairpin there, Matt Simpson in control, absolutely planted to the circuit. And as we do look further afield, we continue to focus on Matt Simpson all the way to the finish line. We will keep abreast, and if there's any further position changes all the way to this very end. But otherwise, we are going to give our race leader a bit of camera time here. Understandably, ladies and gentlemen, as he makes his way through Coppice Corner and absolutely looking as though he's in the zone, and that's what you love to see. Running down now towards the last couple of corners, and as he does so, that advantage of 12 seconds, he can let that fall back if he so desires. And keep in mind, of course, that the result that he achieves here in this first race will be a massive contribution to the race 3 grid. But here he comes, the checkered flag waves, and Matt Simpson is going to be your winner for the first of the pickup truck racing championship races at Donington this weekend, winning in the end by over 12 seconds. But who will be P2? And that is going to be none other than Dale Gent, who takes P2 there, carrying on his run from Thruxton ahead of Brockhurst, who finishes P3. Moore just creeping ahead to P4 at the finish line ahead of Hadley, who completes the top 5. Then it's going to be Paul Tompkins ahead of Fisher, followed by Cooper, Dean Tompkins, and then I believe we've got about 7.5 seconds to wait before we see the number 65 of Willis make its way across the line. And there it is. He's going to make it, but not without some pressure, I do believe, from Smith all the way to... Well, in fact, it is Smith who takes P10 in the end, gets it in the number 93 ahead of Willis, who's best the rest P11. But we look to your race winner, a wave of the hand there, and I think right now he'll feel absolutely proud of that achievement in taking the win in our first race of the day for what is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And what an incredible race. But here are the provisional results, and as we can see, Matthew Simpson, winner after 11 laps of racing by 12.7 seconds over Dale Gent, followed by Chris Brockhurst, who round off your podium. Matthew Moore and Ryan Hadfield completed your top 5, and then we do have Paul Tompkins P6 ahead of Daniel Fisher P7, Alan Cooper P8, Dean Tompkins P9, Michael Smith P10, Best Rest P11, Mark Willis, Eric Bolton P12, Jonathan Hadfield P13, and James Goldstraw round off your top 14. We did have a 15th place finisher in the form, I do believe, of none other than Russell Smith, but unfortunately a early retirement brought his race to a close. And what a race, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for referring to the Hadfield family members there as Hadfield. Unfortunately, they're just by the time in town not quite getting the full surname, and we apologise for that, but still we'll pick up on that for the second race of these pickups later on this afternoon. But with that race, and indeed we thought that it was absolutely intense when it came to the racing in what was the British Truck Racing Championship and also the International Truck Prix, but we have had an absolute nail-biter of a race with regards to what was the Pickup Truck Racing Championship there. And whether it was in a Ford, alternatively a GM Motorstroke Vauxhall powered machine, we got to see some incredible battling, albeit there were definitely were some moments between our drivers where it was elbows out, and then perhaps he extended a bit more beyond elbows out and hard fault. But again, that will be at the discretion of our steward to take a look at that. But I think many a driver might be getting a word or two after that race. But in terms of those of you asking, in terms of the makes of pickups there, it's the same body shell, albeit you may see a Vauxhall logo on the front of it or a Ford logo on the front of it, but all those machines are equally matched, and they're either powered by what is a GM 2.3 litre engine, alternatively a Ford Duratec 2.5 litre, and it leads to some absolutely close racing. I do believe that our drivers are just making their way into the Parc Ferme area. Keep in mind, of course, that Parc Ferme here at Donington Park National this weekend is essentially the Grand Prix loops, the run that would take you down towards Melbourne Hairpin and then up towards the Goddard's Hairpin to complete lap if we were doing the full circuit. It is being used as essentially a diversion route to enable the smoothest transition from one race to the other. A really good use, to be fair, of the rest of the circuit. But what an incredible race. Our third race of the day. You can see the marshals out there, the Orange Army. They're clearing up all the body parts off of the circuit, and an absolutely brilliant racing, no doubt about it. But I think we are going to try and get some interviews with our drivers down in the Parc Ferme area. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand you over to my colleague Ian Malthouse.
Right, everybody, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Certainly a bit of a feisty race, wasn't it? Let's jump into Mark Willis, shall we? Just see how things went for Mark. I think our top three actually are down in the pit straight, but I wonder if we can just have a quick chat with Mark. Of course, he came into this lead in the championship. Congratulations, of course, to Matt Simpson picking up another win. Dale Gent in second, of course, Chris Brockhurst in third. Mark, not quite the race you were looking for there, but
you know what? We had a few problems in practice and we sussed it, and the car was good.
Yeah.
But they're all just like bashing into each other in stock car racing, and I did get caught up in it. I didn't dish none of it out. They've all got their own little battles. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. maybe sort of second or third place car had a misfire, so dropped to the back. But look, we'll sort it out and we'll be back on it tonight. But I don't know what they're going to have to do to tidy this up. It's ridiculous. They're just bashing into each other and it ain't really racing. I don't know.
It's not what we want to see.
I was in the wrong place because they was all bashing into each other and I was in the middle of it trying to get me place, if you know what I mean. But look, sure they'll sort it out and maybe tonight we'll have another go. We'll get the misfire sorted out and we'll have another go. But we're all right because after qualifying this morning, I was struggling. We're back on it again now, so tonight, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll have a better result.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Mark. Really do appreciate it. Just stay with me a second. Let's just go down here because I just want to see if the top three, I think they might have actually stopped in the pit lane. So let's just go down, shall we, see if we can catch a glimpse of any of them. Yeah, quite a feisty race that, wasn't it? There is another pickup truck race happening later. In fact, it's the final race of the day. It's not due to get underway till about 7:20. If you are watching and you've got the timetable, we are running ahead of schedule at the minute. We're about 15 minutes or so ahead of schedule on the timetable. Hello. I'm very well. Yes, very good indeed. So as you can see, a couple of the cars are down here. I don't think we're quite going to make it in time, but congratulations. Matt Simpson wins again in the pickup truck. We've seen a lot of that. In fact, he's had some wonderful races this season, hasn't he? Picked up a couple of wins at Brands Hatch right from the back as well, and saw him going well at Pembrey too. Still 3 rounds to go as well for the pickup truck racing, so a lot of action still to take place this season. One more pickup truck race to happen today, as I said before. That was due to get underway about 7:20. It's going to be a little bit, hopefully a little bit ahead of schedule. So if you are looking at the timetable at the minute, we're 15 minutes ahead. Right, I'm going to hand back to commentator Paul Walsh because coming up next we have the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and that is going to be another cracker.
Thank you, Ian. And well, plenty more racing to come, ladies and gentlemen. And like Ian said, coming up next is the Mini Challenge Club Sport, their first race of the weekend, and it being brought in partnership with AirTech Motorsport. And as we can see there, we can see our marshals just kicking away little bits of debris, and of course a big shout out to the Orange Army that is prevalent at any racing event hosted in the United Kingdom, because without them, many of them volunteers, we would not be able to go racing, because they're the ones on hand to make sure that everything proceeds as swimmingly as possible. And when it does go wrong, and of course motorsport, regardless of how well it goes, is dangerous. You'll see signs dotted around every venue you go, it can go wrong, and they're the ones there to make sure we pick up the pieces, everyone's safe, everyone gets home, and everybody gets to their checkered flag. But now, ladies and gentlemen, after an absolutely feisty race in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, and we're going to see them again later on this evening for their second of 4 races, well, we are going to be coming to one of our interviews in the Mini Challenge, and I believe we are just about to play one of our interviews with our colleagues that are able to get that interview a little bit earlier on today.
Hello everybody, here we are, assembly area again at Donington Park. It's time for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. Now, if you like your racing close, this is the place to be. We've got Sophie over here. She's putting her helmet on. She's got her back to me. I think she's maybe trying to avoid talking to... I'm only joking, Sophie. Sophie, are you happy with qualifying? How did it go out there?
Yeah, good. It was tricky to find some space,
yeah,
but a bit slower than practice this morning, but it was fun and I had a good time, so yeah.
I was just saying to camera, actually, this is the place to come for close, tight racing, isn't it? And you say it's quite a big grid, isn't it?
Yeah. It's been good so far this whole season, but I really love Donington, so I'm excited for it.
So we expect to see something special here, are we, from you?
I wouldn't get your hopes up, I'm just here for fun.
So thanks for talking to us, really appreciate it. Just here for fun indeed. I think it's a little bit more than that. So we've got Emma here as well. Let's just jump in, have a quick chat with Emma. She's on a phone now, she's watching the live stream right now. You're not really, are you, Emma? But how are we feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, not too bad. Hopefully it goes all right. Just need to make sure my braking is in the right place and my gear changes are good, because I missed a few gears in qualifying, but it is what it is.
Where does Donington Park rank for you in all of the UK circuits?
Number 1. It's my favourite track. Yeah.
Fantastic. Emma, thanks so much for talking to us. Best of luck out there. Really do appreciate it. Right, lots of... Oh, there's Paul. Let's just say hello to Paul very quickly, shall we? Paul, how are we feeling today? You good?
You're not too bad, thanks. You?
I'm very well indeed. Donington Park, you like it?
Yeah, really nice circuit, really nice and flowing.
I'm feeling a few spits of rain.
I know. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too bad though. No. Might make it a bit more interesting.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Great to see you again as well. Right, here we go. The Mini Challenge Club Sport, first race of the weekend for them, about to get underway. Let's hand over to your commentator, Paul Walsh. He's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. And as our drivers all make the way onto the grid, this being our first race of the Mini Challenge Club Sport. And well, just to point out, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that you're going to see the grid arranged a bit differently from your conventional racing grid that you'll see in many a series, whereby there will be 3 staggered grids, if you will. They all start on the same start-finish line, albeit they do have a bit of a gap between them. And that's because we have 3 main classes with regards to this series. And this series really being the entry point for those who want to get into minis and potentially move forward in what is tin top style racing. Of course, many of you will know the Virtue Mini Challenge follows the British Touring Car Championship around the United Kingdom year in, year out, and this series, the Mini Club Sport Challenge with AirTech Motorsport, is the starting point for those who want to try and one day make the way up the ladder, and it is all the beginning. And we've got multiple classes. You can see that at the bottom of your screen, the colour coding system, but our front row is going to be for the open classification, and that is Stephen Berry, who's taken pole position ahead of Ross Alexander. Only 2 cars on the grid today, but they'll be looking to make it an absolute ruckus out. They're separated by only 2 hundredths in qualifying. We then come back to row number 4, where we will see the S53 and 56 classes together. Freddie Hewitt on pole there, just ahead of Zach Blackwell, Gary Patworth and Jamie Ringer on what is their second row of the class. And then I do believe we will be looking a bit further down the grid. I believe all of our cars are in the grid as well, so we might be going straight to the start very shortly, but we will see with that. But behind Patworth and Ringer is Charlie Newton-Darby and Charles Heatley, followed by what will then be Lee Campbell and Matthew Hibbard. We then have Ian Trundley and Sophie Wright starting P15, P16 ahead of Freya Bell and Emma Dawson in terms of positions on the overall grid. We then have Paul Sawyer and Lauren Taylor, and Alan Lee will be bringing up the rear on what will be a row number 11, so slightly off of the rung there. And you'll see the gap to our final classification, and that will be with regards to Andy Langley and Oliver Wilmot, who will be your front row starters in none other than what will be the classification of the Class C. So those will be the basic club cars, and then on the final row of the grid we have Daniel Trubin and Jeffrey Surrey. So we've had to run our way through all the different classifications there, but let's just take you back, because they are thankfully on a formation lap, so we do get a little bit more time to breathe. So this series comprised of 4 classes, and let's take you through them. The front class is the open class, so these are minis which can go up to 230 brake horsepower. That's the engine power, and they're relatively light on the restrictions in terms of what drivers can and cannot do and their teams with regards to their machines. So you will see them run away at the start, and they will have the outright pace. Then your second group is split into 2 classes within it, albeit they're all competing for a single championship and also their own respective subclass championships. You have the S53s and the S56s in that group, and to explain the difference between them, it is the S53s, they are a particular body and shell number for and also engine number for the BMW Mini, while the S53s are all based around what is the 180 brake horsepower 1.6 litre supercharged engine. Meanwhile, the R56s, they pack the same 1.6 litre style engine, but they're running 165 horsepower and they have a turbocharged engine by comparison, and they all weigh around 1,000 kilograms. And then towards the back you do have what is the C models, or the club models, which are R50s that have the 1.6 litre engine but only produce 130 brake horsepower. So they're the slowest cars on the grid, and they will be the ones that, whilst they're slow ones, those are for really the drivers who are looking for a little bit less power, but it really does come down to maximising what you can do with that power. But what we should point out is the S53s and the S56s are all competing in their own subclass championships, and they're also competing in their own overall championships, partnered together, so they're very closely matched machines. You've then got what is the open class at the very front of the field. They are going to be racing their own championship, and then you've got the Cooper C class, or the club class, right at the end of the field, the back of the field, and they're racing in their own championship as well. But it's going to be a standing start for this race. So you'll see all the drivers pull into position on the grid, and we can see the marshals there holding up the yellow flags to indicate that we are getting set for our first of our races for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport here. And if you're a big fan of tin tops, this is exactly for you, because we had plenty of truck and pickup truck racing action, but now we do turn our attention to something a little bit smaller. And well, as our drivers all get set and ready to go, we've got plenty of trucks coming a bit later on, and we can see many of you there in the respective YouTube chats of this broadcast getting absolutely excited now for the minis. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for our last couple of cars to get into the back of their position, and well, once they've done so, it will be the lights procedure, and we will be go, go, go for what is going to be this 15-minute race. Well, without further ado, everyone's in position, ladies and gents, and the engines are in. The green flag is waved down the left-hand side of your screen. It means the timing's going to go on. And without further ado, for the first time this weekend, for our Club Sport Mini Challenge Championship, it is going to be lights out and away we go as our drivers roar away and make their way down towards turn number 1. And as they do so, everyone getting safely away. A bit of a slow start for one of the drivers towards the back of the field. Eyes at the very front. It looks as though everybody's been able to get safely away as they roar the way into Redgate Corner. And well, it's going to be plenty of 2 wides there as we look at them. Oh, goodness me, somebody being turned already, pointing around, and a bit of evasive action there taken from one of their co-colleagues further down the order. But everyone's safety through for the most part there as they head into what is the Craner Curves for the first time of asking. And it looks as though everyone already settling down into some degree of order here in all the battles. But as they come down in towards what is there, the old hairpin, a bit of a movement. Oh, goodness me, somebody's bonnet's already up. That is the number 89 in the C class that has got its bonnet sticking up high and dry, and I believe that is none other than what is that, unless I'm mistaken. We're just trying to discern whose car that is. We will get back to that, ladies and gentlemen, but that is a surprise and not a welcome one to be sure, and that I believe is the car of Belk that's decided to eject its bonnet. But as our drivers make the way through, we've also had one retirement down in the pit lane. Not quite sure who it is, but we have had somebody have to reel the car in. But as they make their way down, there it is, and that is the number 19, and the number 19's race coming to an abrupt halt, and I believe that is Truman, who in the C-Class will not be turning any more laps as our drivers come towards the end of their first racing lap. But as they do, let's take you through that order as it stands after 1 lap of racing, and we'll see if there's any yellow flags that bring the race into a slower steam. And it is currently what is Berry there leading the race ahead of Alexander. They're both in the open class or the O class, so therefore they'll be running away in their 2-car class for today, but they're battling hard. We then got leading in the S56s Hewitt, with the S53 at Blackwell immediately behind them. Newton Derby in P5 ahead of Heatley, followed by Papworth, then it's Campbell, Wright and Trundley completing your top 10. Side by side here between what is the number 5 of Hewitt, and I believe battling side by side with none other than Newton Derby. It goes very, very wrong there, and that's not Newton Derby, that is a different door number, but the point being they've gone very, very wide, and it's gone wrong as they do rejoin, and very unfortunate there, but it looks like they've been able to get away with it. The old hairpin catching them out on the lock-up on the front brakes, but as they head in towards what is McLean's. Well, right now our leader in the class making their way away. We've got a car going quite slowly there, and I think there might be an issue for another driver, but we've still got plenty of battling going into what is Coppice Corner, and that is going to be the 42 trying to charge its way, Langley attacking as they head down the back straight here, and as they come down, we've got another car into the pit lane. I believe that might be none other than Ringer who's had to come into the pits, and we will get you an update on that when we can. And in fact, now that's Belg, and there is a view of the damage on the car where the bonnet's just come completely up. I suspect one of the holders that make sure it stays down has just popped off, and the bonnet as a result had air go underneath it. As hold up a second, got a driver running wide there, coming down onto another lap as the drivers make the way onto what will be their 3rd lap of racing on the Donington Park National Circuit. But it is absolutely chaos in these minis, but to be fair, it's clean chaos, and that's what we love to see as they make their way through Redgate Corner once again. But now we are starting to settle down into what looks to be a degree of calm before we start to see more pocketed battles play out on the circuit. As they come down, of course, these minis, whilst they are quite close to their road cars, of course, Mini is more synonymous with the John Cooper Mini initially, perhaps the Mini of what is previously the sort of 70s and 80s, but we've got a move there up the inside in to the old hairpin. That is going to be moved from the 42, the Union Jack flying high on Langley's car, and Langley making a bit more progress as they head in towards what will be Coppice Court, well, up into McLean's Corner next, and as they do, making it happen. And well, it looks though that we've also got a little bit of slow progress from one of our other drivers just a bit further up the road as they come in towards the right-handers. As they do, number 70 there as well pushing on, and that is the car of Wilmot, who's absolutely on the move. But I think we are going to grab a word with one of our drivers down in the pit lane shortly, and well, we'll see what we can do. I believe one of our drivers has had to retire from the race, and we're going to cut to Ian now for that interview.
Dan Truman, things didn't quite go to plan, did they? We saw you parked at the end of the pit lane. What happened?
Yeah, unfortunately not the best start to the first race. been struggling with gear linkage problems all morning, keep losing fourth gear. Fortunately, got a decent start, come off the line, changed it to second, gear cable snapped completely. So we've got someone on their way to get some at the moment. We didn't have enough time before race one, so we chanced it. It didn't pay off. But
It was worth the risk, I guess, and of course there's time, you can still get out this weekend.
yeah, we've still got 2 races tomorrow. Full send tomorrow really. Today's been one of those days, they happen. But we should get paid for us last time, so hopefully we'll have some.
Dan, thanks for talking to us, appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, it hasn't gone the way there for Dan Truman, and thank you, Ian, for that quick mid-race interview with our driver who's had a bit of misfortune, but we do hope to see them back out on circuit later today. But meanwhile, back on the racing action on circuit, and as our drivers roar their way down the back straight, well, this is going to be what is the battle being led by the number 12, and that is Newton, Newton Derby, I should say, are currently leading in the S53s, and the colour code now on the left-hand side on your timing tower tells the story. The greys of Berry and Alexander being the open class, meanwhile your yellows there being what is the S56s, and then we've got the pink purples of the S53s, and then the blues of the C class or the club class. But a move being made that up the inside, that's going to be a move being made, I believe, by Patworth, trying to make a bit more progress and interrupt the flow of the field. We look to the 42 there with the Union Jack on the side of it, and well, that's been piloted by Langley, your leader in the open classification. It's just trying to run away at this point from the 70 of Wilmot as they head in towards Redgate Corner, and as they do, well, of course, with only 130 brake horsepower in these cars, it means it's all about trying to maintain those miles per hour from apex to apex 6. You don't have that much speed to play with, so as a result, overtakes come through perseverance and nailing every apex as they come on down. And speaking of coming down towards the Roberts chicane, what we do have here, what is, I believe, the 666 car of none other, the Stephen Berry, your race leader overall and in the open class, and Berry absolutely flying with a 2.5 second gap that has been built up versus none other than Alexander behind. And as they cross line, we'll see how that gap's evolved. In fact, another 2 seconds almost gained on that lap, and the gap now opening up to the best part of 2.36 seconds. I think they might have been a little bit over enthusiastic with regards to the gap gain, but the gap is gradually expanding out. And as we look further down the order, well, here comes our runners for what will be the battle for the combined S56 and S53 podium, and it is still Hewitt ahead of Newton, both respective leaders of their class, the 56 and the 53. But as they come in towards Redgate Corner, you can see their Patworth absolutely charging through, making his way past both Campbell and Heatley on the previous laps, and now looking for an opportunity here to make a further move. Meanwhile, this is the open class still fighting its way, and it is currently Langley just holding on ahead of Wilmot as they make the way up towards turn number 1, albeit what's going to be the change here as we look down towards Redgate Corner. We can see that Langley does not want to commit to the racing line, wants to stay in the middle of the road, wants to force a decision from Wilmot. Will they attack or will they go to the racing line? And in the end, Wilmot made to go the long way round, he's going to look for it. But the key point being here that Langley now in the defensive posture for this race, and when the gap is only 2 tenths between them on that start finish straight, it does mean it is going to be absolutely challenging. But as they roll on down towards the Craner curves, coming in towards the braking zone for the old hairpin, well, one thing as well, you can see that a little bit of understeer creeping on the front end of Langley, and that has given Wilmot an opportunity to get closer. But as we now look back to that battle towards what is the upper end of the overall field, but this is the battle for the lead of the combined S56 S53 classification, they come on through, and as they make their way through, well, it's the battle of, well, Hewitt's just crossed line, so this is in fact the fight for Wes Newton Derby in P4, trying to hold on ahead of Heatley and Patworth behind. So Hewitt being allowed to actually open up a bit of a gap here in the number 5, and Newton Derby right now doing a fantastic job in just holding on to this 4th place and what will effectively be the win of none other than the S53s if they can bring it on home. But coming on down here, we still got another 6 minutes of racing to go, and with that time remaining as they wind their way through the Craner curves at this point as well, now there's a consideration of course of how are those front tyres feeling in these cars. They do take the brunt of the wear, and particularly with this Donington Park circuit having a lot of high load in that downhill run section, of course high load right handers, it means those left hand side tyres will feel the wear the most. But of course not worried about the wear right now, worried about position. This is Langley and Wilmot as they go on to another lap, and well, whilst they might be the slightest counter out on circuit, they're not holding anything back as they make their way down in towards the Craner curves this time. But on the approach they go through the Kinker 2, and as they do, Wilmot still looking for an opportunity to try and carve his way in, but can he find it? No, he can't at this time. In fact, he gets a better run there, and it doesn't quite work out. But you can see the pressure Langley's under, again, just missing the apex, the old hairpin, and that costs a small amount of time there, and it all adds up as we make our way now back towards the Roberts chicane, going onto the start-finish straight. And this is again that battle for the S53 win and P4, but then we cut our way back towards what is the open class lead battle as well. There's battles left, right and centre, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to feel for our cameraman and our broadcasting team in the fact they're having to try and keep track of it as much as we are here in the commentary booth as they head on through the Coppice Bend. No change at the moment, and I get the feeling that Langley feels better on the second half of the lap, particularly once we do clear what is McLean's corner. Wilmot, meanwhile, is feeling strong in the first half of the lap, and it is a story of two halves of the lap, and right now Wilmot needs to try and nail down what is that second half of the lap to be able to make this move happen, or at least goad a mistake out of Langley. And that's the thing as well, running this close for so long, it becomes a game of pressure, mental pressure, just as much as it does about getting alongside. If you put enough pressure on your rival, they may just miss their braking zone, and if they do that, well, that could be what gives you the opportunity to make the move if you can't force it for a move up the inside or around the outside. But as they roll their way on through Redgate corner, still more to come. 4 minutes left on the clock here in the first of the Mini Challenge Club Sport races for Airtech Motorsport at Donington Park National, and as they ride their way on down the hill, with absolutely back and forth between our two stars in what is the C class of the minis, and as they come on through the right-hander, well, right now it's no change, and in fact a bit of an error there from Wilmot going a little bit wide, and that might have just cost Wilmot the momentum needed, as meanwhile we pan back there and we get a brief view, he's just gone underneath your camera, of what is Hewitt going under our camera. Freddie Hewitt leading what is the 56 and also the 56-53 classification combined group, and instead our focus here is on P4 overall, that battle between Newton Derby and Heatley, and Newton Derby doing a fantastic job fending off the pressure from Heatley, not only for P2 in the S53 combined, but also for what is the lead and the win in the S53s. But here comes a move from Heatley carrying the momentum down into the old hairpin, it's going to get very different tuck, but in the end just manages to pull out there. I was wondering whether there was going to be a bit of contact between them, but in turn having to put the brakes on hard, and that is going to give an opportunity here for Patworth to look for a move. But as we look from that, looking back to the lead battle here of what is the club class, or the C class, as they make the way down towards turn number 1, and just behind them we do have your overall leaders as well. We can't back to that battle, and I believe that it is Heatley who's been able to keep Patworth behind for now, but Heatley's going to look more and more in their rear view mirror rather than look forward towards chasing down Newton Derby, and that's not where you want to be. Newton Derby will be breathing a huge sigh of relief as we now pan back to what is that lead club class battle as they made the way down through what is the Craner curves, and both drivers absolutely going all in here, and you can see in the fact that we're just chunking the car around. That's what you've got to do. You've got to have the commitment, you've got to have the confidence in the car and your own ability. Well, they stay close, and we look back towards what is that battle for P4 overall here, and here comes a potential move for P5. It's going to be up the inside. Is Patworth going to go all in for the move? Yes, they are. It's going to be side by side as they make the way out of Redgate corner, and well, Heatley right now will try and maintain the 2 wide all the way through the Craner curves, hoping to hold the inside into turn 3. This will be the left-hander that's coming up, and this will give Heatley the opportunity to pull ahead. Exactly that. As you can see, Patworth trying to carry the momentum, had to back out, and that's why the car started to snake slightly there with the change of power deployment. And as they make the way for the old hairpin, well, it is now Patworth who falls back, but Patworth absolutely harassing and chasing that move, but couldn't quite find it in the end. And now we do look back to what it is, the 42-70 battle there, and they're battling overall for what is P16, but for them this is for their class win, and going around the outside, I believe that is going to be, I believe we can ascertain that's Alexander who's going around, so that is the second place overall car that's putting a lap now on what is the 42 and the 70, but to be fair, they're on the lead lap of their own respective battle, and that's all that matters to them as they come on down. But as they wind their way on down through the corners, no change at the moment, and indeed staying as they are for as long as they have all race. They really have turned this into a race of their own. Indeed, third place driver in the club class of Surrey in the 266. We haven't really seen too much of them, but speaking of seeing things, we go back to seeing what is this battle for P4 overall. 49 seconds left on the race, which means for a number of drivers we could be starting to head on to their final lap, but it still looks as though in the S53 category it's going to be Newton Darby who holds on to take that class win, albeit we've got some time, and Charlie Newton Darby doing everything right so far. As we then do look here to your race leader overall, and this is in the open class, it is none other than Stephen Berry who making his way in towards what will be Roberts. We will get one more lap out of the open class because we have 20 seconds left on the clock. It'll be approximately what will be about 10 seconds by the time they cross the line, and this is going to be a feeling for a number of drivers. There's more laps to do. Alexander still chasing, but 4 seconds back, 4.1 seconds to be a bit more precise. That gap just continuing to go the wrong way for Alexander. Ross Alexander just not able to find a way to dent that gap, and indeed I think it's going to be all about just taking a P2 in this race today. Unfortunately we are missing the car Freya belt, but perhaps we'll see it a little bit later on as they head on down here in towards the Craner curves, and as they roll the way on through onto the brakes they go. Well, I can imagine those tyres right now have definitely seen better days on the car, but one thing that hasn't seen better days is the driving ability of Stephen Berry, which absolutely flying as he makes his way around the outside there, going through Stark. He's another driver. Meanwhile, looking back to our lead battle, we do have one more lap, of course. This is the lead battle for what is the 53 class, the S53 class. Newton Darby still fending off Heatley just about 3 tenths between as they cross the line, and they'll carry on for as much as they do so, as Charles Heatley is still trying to knock on the door of number 12 of Charlie Newton Darby and can't find an answer to make that move. But meanwhile we pan back to your race leader overall. The clock strikes 0, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen, when they come to the line this time it is checkered flag, and we'll hear comes Stephen Berry. It's been an absolutely faultless race, and after some early pressure on Ross Alexander, Stephen Berry is going to be your winner overall and in the open class for what is the Mini Club Sport Challenge here in the first race of the day at Donington Park. We also have just behind him there none other than Ross Alexander, P2 overall and in class. And now we look here to what is the lead battle of the C class, and well, despite the pressure and mounted all the way through, in fact, is there going to be a move literally on the finish line? This could be a photo finish. Will it be Wilmot or Langley? And Wilmot takes it. Wilmot takes it at the checkered flag there. Oliver Wilmot just out inching Andy Langley, and that's going to be a heartbreak for Langley and the team. We thought he'd done enough to hold on all the way through, but it wasn't to be. And meanwhile, also here we do have some more battling. That's the 58 battling with the 41. That's Hibbard versus Trundle as they come through. Off camera, we have had your winner in the S56 class, and they're combined of Hewitt coming through to take the checkered flag. Congratulations to them ahead of Newton Darby, who has finally brought it home, the winner of the S53 class P4 overall. Patworth in the end getting on through ahead of Heatley. In fact, Heatley is nowhere to be seen. In fact, I can see Heatley there now as they've crossed the line, but they've fallen a long way down the order. I wonder if there was an error on the final lap from Heatley or something's gone wrong in the car and they've had to back it off. We've still got some more drivers to come through, including Hibbard, who in the end does get ahead of Trundle at the line. Ringer takes P3 in the S56 class in the end in the 959, which we saw go off circuit a bit earlier on, but has been able to get back on through. Well, in fact, Wright gets ahead of Ringer in the end, so I'm not sure where the 959 has gone, but we know that Wright has made it through to take P3 in the class. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a couple more cars still to make their way to their checker flag, but I think for the most part this race is now complete, and what a race. And in the end, well, in fact, Ringer is confirmed as taking P3 in the S56 class in the 959 there, so I think there might have been a bit of a glitch in our timing tower, but as we see our drivers make their way through, well, a very happy start to the weekend for Stephen Berry in the 666. And well, ladies and gentlemen, what a race in our minis, no doubt about it. And we've still got 2 more of those to come over the course of what will be 3 more of those to come, I should say, over the course of this weekend. 1 more of those today. And well, as we try to get our mathematics right, an incredible race there, and we are just waiting for those provisional results to arrive, and we'll bring those up on screen shortly and walk you through all the finishing positions overall and in the respective classes, because of course it is a little bit of a complex grid, but here they are, ladies and gentlemen. And as we can see, your overall and open class winner Stephen Berry by 4.1 seconds over Ross Alexander, runner up in the open class and overall. Then we had your winner in the S56 class of Freddie Hewitt, P3 overall, congratulations to them, ahead of Charlie Newton Darby by 5 seconds, also taking the win in the combined 53-56 class. Charlie Newton Darby holding on for a deserved S53 class win in P4, and a Gary Patworth in the end finally found his way into that P5 overall position and 3rd place in the combined of the S53 and S56. Lee Campbell, Zach Blackwell, Charles Heatley see Matthew Hibbard and Ian Trundley there going all the way down to P10, and well, from then, ladies and gentlemen, it was Ringer, Wright, Sight and Taylor completing your top 14. As I believe we might have a car that's actually broken down on circuit there at the bottom of our camera, bottom centre, and I believe that is the number 58. But goodness me, what a race. And I think we've got plenty more to come. And we're going to, in fact, go down to the pit lane and speak to our drivers, and Ian Walthouse will bring you those interviews very shortly.
Right, here I am with a very happy Stephen Berry. Now, we just heard a little kid over there. There we go. Did you win? Of course you did, Stephen.
Of course I did.
How was it out there?
Oh, scary, frightening, amazing. Oh, I just love the track. It's my track.
There's something about these minis, isn't there? The close racing, the tightness, the speed you guys carry. It's quite something, isn't it, racing in this?
Yeah, I mean, we're so close from the off, and then it's tyre management with these tyres. I mean, you've got to push hard, but not go over the top of them, and then mid-race struggle for great bit. Managed to just find the right balance there. Towards the end I could feel it just switching off. I think my time delta was slowly going down, but
so finish at the right time then, right?
I'd got just enough gap, I think, to just relax a little bit, but still not take the pressure off. I mean, one silly move and Ross was going to be all over me, I know that.
Yeah, he's a great driver, he's a great competitor. Congratulations,
Stephen.
Stephen.
Just quickly.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Thank you to all my sponsors. Without them I couldn't do it. CCF Fiberglass, SDL Minofern, Mini Mafia, BC Racing UK, D&D Transport, Garmin, BLC, Catalyst. Well done. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your support.
Top man, well said, Stephen. There you go. Let's grab Ross, shall we, for a quick chat. Ross, I'll tell you what, he was telling me that another lap or two and tyres were starting to go away. Have you got a bit more pace this weekend, do you think?
I think so, yeah, and I think it's all in the setup, to be honest. We're just struggling for front end grip this weekend. We seem to have mastered the setup for Thruxton last time out, but it's just trial and error. I've not been here in a while, to be honest, and we're in a different class, completely different setup, so just a case of just trial and error, to be honest. But no, Stephen drove an amazing race, so we're coming for him. We're coming for him.
That's what I like to. So right, we're expecting big things from you tomorrow then. Right?
Yeah, we're going to try our best. You know, me and Stephen get on really well, and we've had some really good battles. So no, it's all friendly, but we want to push each other. He's on top this weekend, so I want to join him up there and try and beat him. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Man, Ross, thank you for talking to us. I look forward to seeing you in action as well tomorrow. I wanted to find Freddie Hewitt. He finished in third place, but he doesn't seem to be here. We do. Let's move around a little bit, shall we? And jump in, have a quick chat with Zach, shall we? How we do, mate? All right. How was it out there for you?
It was up and down really. So started on the front row and just car cut out first lap up at the top part of the track and dropped me back to last, and then I think I ended up third in class. I think, yeah.
How are the tyres holding up there? Because I was having a chat with Stephen and he said another lap or two he might have been in a bit of trouble.
No, the tyres feel fine. If I'm honest, yeah. There's a little bit. You get a little bit.
You're a tyre whisperer.
I'm trying trying to take the Hamilton approach there, or Russell, whatever one you want to go with.
Look, plenty of action coming up tomorrow. Expecting more, are you?
Yeah, I want better than that.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can have a little look at see what's up with the car, because it cut out in qualifying and it's done the same in race one. So there's obviously some little issue there, but once it was running again, it was perfectly fine. So. Don't know. We'll see. We'll get the diagnostics on it and have a look.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, mate. Great to see you as well. Thank you very much. Let's move around a little bit now. You may have seen at the start of that race, Freddie Belk had a bit of a coming together. I think Emma Dawson just tagged, went sideways. The bonnet came up on Freya's car. She came into here, actually, she's absolutely fine. She was a little bit shaken up, but she's absolutely fine, so nothing to worry about too much there. Let's move around a little bit. I think we've got time. I hope we've got time. I know we've got the next truck race coming up very shortly, shall we? And let's grab Paul very quickly, shall we, and find out how his race went. Paul, we're coming back to another quick chat, actually. How was it for you?
Yeah, really good. I nearly lost it on the first bend because someone spun right in front of me, so yeah, that was a bit interesting. Went up on the grass and lost loads of spaces, but got back up there a little bit.
That is motorsport, though, isn't it? it gets the heart rate going quite a bit. And I know you've really got into it this year, haven't you?
Oh, big time, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, doing that really fired me up. So, got me going, made up a few spaces, so that was good.
Top man, Paul. Best of luck tomorrow as well, by the way. I do appreciate you talking to us as well. I can hear a few trucks roaring and rumbling, so I think it might be time to go back to Paul Walsh. Coming up next, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship, second race of the weekend for them. Then, of course, we've got the 2-hour British Endurance Championship race. We've still got another International Prix truck race to come as well. And then, of course, we round out the day with the second pickup truck race as well. If you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel, hello, everybody. Keep the comments coming in. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well, so you don't miss any of the action that takes place across the entire season. And we're also live at the British Truck Racing YouTube channel as well, so do head on over there, hit that subscribe button as well. You don't have to miss any of the action taking place this weekend and for the rest of the season as well. I'm going to hand back to Paul Walsh to take you through the next race, the British Truck Racing Championship. Enjoy.
And thank you, Ian. And well, we have got plenty more racing to come. Like Ian has said, ladies and gentlemen, and next up is the second of the 5 races for this weekend in the British Truck Racing Championship. And I'll be having what will be, hopefully Pointy rejoin me in the commentary booth in due course, but we will have to wait and see, because I know he's furiously working down there in the paddock, but I'm sure he'll make a guest appearance at some point. He always does, of course, and we could not have a British Truck Racing Championship without the voice of the BTRC. But as Ian was mentioning there, of course, all this action over the weekend being brought to you live if you aren't able to be here circuit side, which is unfortunate, because Donington Park, one of those circuits where it's absolutely brilliant to be a spectator, well, we do have still plenty of action coming up on the respective YouTube channels for the British Automobile Racing Club and also the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channels. But we can see there our schedule still remaining for this afternoon, including what is 20 to 4 coming up is the British Truck Racing Championship race number 2. We then got a 4:30 the British Endurance Championship, a 2-hour thriller with the best part of 6 classes on the grid. And then we do have a 6:45 this evening, the second of our Donington 40th anniversary truck Prix racing, indeed the International Truck Prix race. And then we have our final race of the day, approximately it starts in about 7:20, and that will be the Pickup Truck Racing Championship race number 2. And we'll, after that fire race 1 earlier, we can expect plenty more fireworks in our final race of the day as the sunlight begins to fade away. But as the sun does shine over the circuit, it's the first time we've really seen the sun over the course of the day today. I mean, I've been here since about 8 o'clock this morning. There's a small amount of sun, but then a lot of cloud came over, but we are starting to finally see some of those clouds gradually move away from the circuit, which is absolutely brilliant to see, and it's going to bring even more spectators out. And on top of that as well, it means that everyone just feels a little bit more energised. Of course, what it also will do from a racing perspective, it will start to see track temperature rise, and it means that tyre temps start to become a little bit more of a concern, albeit ambient temperature today a little bit lower than what we're expecting for not for yesterday I should say, but for tomorrow, where we're expecting things to head upwards in the mid-20s if not a bit higher. Meanwhile, as I try to get set to go, I've just had the question asked to me, would I consider going on what is the rather interesting ride I can see in front? I wouldn't say it's a Ferris wheel, but I don't quite know what it is. It's one of those ones which I think works around the centrifugal forces, and personally it's not for me. I'll do what will be my thrill riding out on circuits and hear from the commentary booth, but I'm sure many would love to be out there taking part in all those fairground rides at the moment. Indeed, if you are here, do check out all the entertainment and scenery that is around, for the simple reason that there is plenty to enjoy at Convoy in the park. Indeed, we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of truck racing in the United Kingdom, and well, an absolutely beautiful weekend for it. And as all of our drivers in the trucks get set gradually, I believe they are just forming at the moment in the assembly area, so it is a little bit quiet at the moment. Well, we are just eagerly awaiting what will be at the next proceedings. Now, on top of that as well, of course, we do say hello to you guys and girls who are tuning in via YouTube. I can see so many of you dropping messages there in the respective chats, whether it's the BARC YouTube channel, alternatively the BTRC YouTube channel. And do keep those comments coming in. Do let us know who you're supporting, what has perhaps been your favourite moment or your favourite driver to watch today so far. Of course, all the drivers deserve a round of applause. We can see some of our marshals there taking it nice and easy, and well, I can understand if they want to pick up a few rays or take a sit down or a lay down, because of course they've had it relatively calm so far, albeit we have had a couple of races where we've had some drivers end up in the gravel, but we haven't had to see any red flags today so far. A couple of quick yellows, but nothing major, and also a couple of black and white flags, but still, it's all been relatively calm and sedate at Donington Park. And as our drivers get set, a little bit more history about the circuit whilst we get ready to go racing. Well, whereas many would argue that perhaps Silverstone is considered to be, or nicknamed, the home of British motorsport. Indeed, if people think of circuits in the United Kingdom and you ask them on a more international scale, they'll typically say Silverstone, and perhaps more due to the popularity of Formula 1. Albeit, if you do look at motorsport in the United Kingdom with a whole array of circuits, the reason why Donington Park is known as the heart of British motorsport is because it's right in the centre of where all circuits are located in the United Kingdom, right in the Midlands in the county of Derbyshire. And as a result, what it does mean is that this is perhaps the most accessible circuit across the whole of the UK. Whether you're based up towards Scotland, in Wales, alternatively making your way down up from Devon, alternatively the county of Kent in the southeast, this is the circuit which you can come all the way to. And as drivers make their way here, of course, it's a circuit that's much loved, and it has been the scene of many, not just a domestic racing championship over the years, but also the scene of many an international racing championship, including the likes of Formula 1 at one point, including that infamous drive from Ayrton Senna in the wet. We also do have the regularity of what is the British GT Championship, and those are just to name a couple. And of course, this is a staple venue for the British Touring Car Championship, and well, that series needs no introduction. But as all our drivers get set, of course, World Superbike also races here if you want to go from 4 or 6 wheels to 2, and look at that splendid view as well. I mean, you're never going to get a panning shot like that at that many circuits around the world, and it really emphasises just how beautiful this countryside is, which Donington Park weaves its way through. Opened, of course, in 1931, this circuit, and whilst it was closed during the Second World War to be used as a vehicle depot, when it was reopened in 1977, it has been open for an extended period of time, and indeed has not closed since then. It's gone through a few instances of refurbishment, but no sort has it ever stopped being one of the major racing grounds of the United Kingdom, and that's why we absolutely love it. And well, we talk a little bit about the heavy machinery that our drivers have been racing around, the trucks as well, and you could say that they are the equivalent of the heavy metal machines of the racing world, but this circuit, of course, is also the home of another type of heavy metal. Now, for those of you who are fans of your music, particularly if you're into your heavy rock, your heavy metal and those genres, well, many of you will perhaps be aware of Download Festival, and that is hosted here at Donington Park on a yearly basis. And if you are that way inclined with regards to your music and you're a bit of a metalhead, then that is perhaps the ultimate festival in the United Kingdom, if not on the whole European continent, to go on a given year. And I can tell you one thing, the lineups get better and better each and every year, and Download has been running for at least a decade now, if my memory serves me correctly, if not for the best part of 2 decades. But as our drivers get set, we could also see there the monster truck crushing a car in the background there, while those monster truck rides, which we talked a little bit about earlier on during the British Truck Racing Championship race number 1. And well, I'm not quite sure if that's a Prius or alternatively what it's meant to be, perhaps an Audi TT, but it's definitely not that way anymore after the monster truck has had its way with it. Always good to see. We've also got there what is a swing, and I think a bit of an improvised swing, but that goes to show it really is a family affair when it comes to all spectators coming along. And we are just waiting for the British Truck Racing Championship to get back out on circuit for their second race. But of course, we have been running a bit ahead of schedule. We've been very slick with the schedule so far. Perhaps we've been too efficient with the schedule, and that's why we are taking a bit of time in order to make our way into our next race of the day. But of course, plenty of racing to come, and as we get set for it there, well, the clouds continue to gradually drift away as I look out my commentary booth window, albeit we don't have the best view of the weather from here, it must be said. I've got a very particular lens on the weather, but at least down at Redgate Corner the clouds have disappeared, but I think they're all making their way up towards the other side of the circuit, which is of course over towards Coppice and whatnot. But with regards to the racing that's upcoming, we've still got plenty of truck racing, still got plenty of racing that's not necessarily on six wheels as well, and there's that lovely view, ladies and gentlemen, and that really encapsulates what you can be doing off the circuit when there's no racing going on. And indeed, you've got all the different food stands, you've also got the fairground there, and it really is a carnival atmosphere, and indeed that's what Convoy in the park is all about. But of course, for many of our racing series here today and tomorrow, this does mark the midpoint of their championship. In fact, for some of them, it starts to mark what is towards the end of their championship, including what is the Mini Club Sport Challenge, which we did have on circuit only months ago. In fact, this is the penultimate race weekend for them. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. There come the BTRC machines. They're making their way out onto circuit now, and as they do so, well, we've got another great race on our hands coming up very shortly, and well, we are going to have that that 14 truck. I almost said car then, I had to make sure I didn't. We've got that 14 truck grid getting ready to go racing, and a different type of safety truck this time around. And keep your eyes out for the different types of machine. This one's a man, which is going to be going out on circuit, and we will very shortly walk you through that grid. And here is the grid, ladies and gentlemen. So, for the second of our 5 British Truck Racing Championship races here at Donington Park National today, David Jenkins will line up in pole position after taking 8th place in race number 1. The inverted top 8 will see Stephen Powell join him alongside on the front row. Stuart Oliver starts P3 ahead of John Bowler, with Michael Oliver just behind their P5 ahead of Tom O'Rourke P6. Then David Smith and Paul Rivet will complete what is the top 8 with John Powell their P9, and then we will have Neil Yates completing your top 10. From them we will also have, as we do look a little bit further down the order in due course, in fact I think this grid may be set, based on the second qualifying results, not actually from the top 8 inversion. I think that's race 3, my apologies. We will see Adam Bint, who'll be starting in P11 ahead of Simon Cole, and then Archie Handy and Ryan Smith will complete your 14 truck lineup. But there they all are in terms of the grid, and the grid is all formed up at the moment. We do have a couple of team members out there just doing the last checks on the trucks, but the marshals will also be having a word with the drivers to make sure they're all set and ready to go. And we of course have that formation lap, and when the formation lap does get underway, we will then only be approximately 2 minutes away from going to green flag racing. So if you haven't got yourself a quick beverage, or if you need to quickly go to the bathroom, if you're tuning in from home, this is the prime time to do so, because trust me, you won't want to miss this. After a thrilling race number 1, we've still got plenty more to come in race number 2 of our trucks here. And well, I think I will be joined in due course in the Convoy group by none other than Pointy himself. But as all of our drivers get set and ready to go, well, we're only a moment away from seeing another green flag. And as all the drivers do get set, he comes to me in the commentary booth. Hello again, Pointy.
Hi,
how's
mate.
it going?
Very good. I've just been to the ice cream van down by Redgate. I had a mountain. It's I have half. I didn't get pour one. No, sorry everybody. I didn't get pour one. I did bring him a bottle of water earlier on. It is like 1,000,000 degrees in the commentary box though. You drink your water, okay? Just be grateful. It's good water. What is it? Aqua Pura, never heard of it. Anyway, I've got my ice cream and my slush puppy. As we look out over onto the pit straight of the circuit, we see the fairground in direct sunlight, guys and girls on the rides having a great time here at Convoy in the Park as the BTRC heavyweights make their way out for their second outing of the day. And this will be the make or break for Saturday for the BTRC, their last outing of Saturday, with another International Truck Prix later on this afternoon. Well, I say this afternoon, it's quarter to flipping 7, Paul. Have you bought your sleeping bag?
Oh, I think I have. I'm going to need a lot of coffee to keep me awake there, I'll tell you that.
I'll leave you the rest of my snow mountain, how's that? I had Simon Cole drawing on my arm earlier with a permanent marker, so that went down well. Luckily though, Dave Jenkins didn't get too many people with the champagne at the trophy presentation moments ago. We're also here with another racing legend, a personal friend of mine, Sammy Bowler, sister of John Bowler, racing in Division 1, and it's nice to have her back on the circuit. A very familiar face for many years. There she is, look, see, say hi. And it's great to have her back. She's been a real energetic soul with the British Truck Racing that many people have missed over the years, and she's been off doing mini racing among other things, driver training. There was something you did as well, was it some chase thing where you were in like supercars and you were chasing each other around and racing? She's done it all, ladies and gentlemen, and I had the pleasure of working with her in the mini challenge, which used to be a single series event, nothing but minis. Of course they're supporting us this year, the mini challenge, and doing a great job of it too. So there we go, there's a bit of background. The lady, the legend. Oh, Ian Waterhouse is here as well. I'm not sure we're on picture in picture anymore. There he is. It's just a great old time up here in the commentary box. I'm going to lose about a stone in fluids by the time I leave though, because it is 90 degrees in here. I'm not even joking. This is just take my hat off. Right then, so truck racing. Should we talk truck racing?
I think we should.
Why not? Let's have a laugh, shall we? So, very short break, effectively, for a lot of these trucks. We're going to have a lot of residual heat in the trucks, in the drivers. Some of which we've just done trophies, but they are making their way out now on the outlap. This will be the second fastest qualifying lap times from this morning to denote the grid, and then tomorrow will be the reverse grid. So that'll be the reverse grid of this morning's first race, and then the next race will be reverse grid of the second race, and it rolls on like that through the weekend. But yeah, so we can see though, unfortunately, Ryan Smith, of course, not getting that qualifying lap in this morning, starts at the back again. The pace truck makes its way in. We've got the red lights, and the red lights go out. It's time to go racing. Here we go. Dave Jenkins with a fantastic start. It's neck and neck with Steve Powell. Who's going to be able to put the power down? I can't really tell at this point. Going wide, Steve Powell, though. Dave Jenkins comes round. Have we got room there for Michael Oliver dropping back behind Dad? John Bowler, though, doing very well, keeping that third position around the outside line at the moment. Will he be able to make it stick? No, it's third place for Stuart Oliver. Michael Oliver just pipping ahead into fourth there as John Bowler carries on with the inside line. It's very tight racing, but it's clean so far. Dave Smith right on the tail of Tom O'Rourke there. And Ryan Smith getting held up there, bugged down slightly by John Powell, who we didn't think we were going to see this afternoon, I'll be honest. He did have some issues at the end of that race earlier on. John Bowler getting pushed ever so slightly wide there. And Dave Jenkins and Steve Powell comfortably now taking off into first and second. But Stuart Oliver is going to be happy to be in that podium position for the first time this weekend.
Oh, 100%. And as we see Ryan Smith now looking for a further move, a major lock up there from the number 11. And, well, with that, it's going to enable Ryan to make his way on through a little bit further. But we can see a lot slower progress this time from Ryan Smith on the open lap, albeit he has picked up multiple places already, so it's not as though he's going places. But I think everyone's taken a little bit of inspiration, perhaps, from our opening race today, and feeling as though they can keep the 8-time champion behind them, but they've got to work hard to do it. And they're all, I think, going to be channeling their inner David Jenkins as they make their way onto lap number 2, but it is, the order as it stands is Jenkins ahead of Stephen Powell, followed by none other than Stuart Oliver. Then we're going to have what is Michael Oliver, then O'Rourke, followed by Bowler. Then we do have Ryan Smith ahead of what is none other than David Smith, and then it's going to be John Powell and then Paul Rick completing your top 10. But a brilliant opening lap, and now as we make one to lap number 2, Pointy, I mean, the circuit's getting a little bit warmer out there, and I think Ryan Smith is now heating up.
He certainly is. He's just taken another position back off John Bowler, leaving Dave Smith in his dust. And we did see a decent start from John Powell in Division 2 there, but it looks like Paul Rivette's just managed to get past him in the early part of lap 2. So hopefully John's not going to have any technical issues this race, and we're going to see a good bit of effort laid down the tarmac from him. But look now as Ryan Smith looks for the next position past Tom O'Rourke. Very similar looking trucks these, but of course sailing past him, very clean overtake. The skill difference is where these trucks are obviously pipped to the post. But Ryan Smith, look at those two trucks. I do love to see a bullnose out on the circuit, though. They do look phenomenal. I think the fans love seeing those T-cabs, as they call them. Yeah, very, very enjoyable sight. But I just love seeing these pairs as well. We've got the Oliver father and son team further up there as well. And it's nice to see a mix of trucks out on the circuit.
Oh, 100%. And as I drove all the way on to another lap, well, now with Ryan Smith making his way up to P5, and I'm learning a little bit about the T-cab stand. Didn't know that was a term. I'll save that in the bank for a bit later on.
Bullnose or T-cab. Some of them will say the T-cab's only a Scania, but you know, I'm a bit new as well to certain things.
Oh, goodness me. Was they make their way down in towards the crater curve, the 7 and 12 there of the Oliver family staying together. But Ryan Smith on the back now of Michael Oliver as they head on down. Now, is he going to be able to find a way into the old hairpin? I don't think so this time. Good defensive driving here from Michael Oliver. Of course, that will compromise his run up towards McLean's, but it will be the next corners after that. That is where we'll see Ryan Smith go for it. Unless he tries to do a little bit of two wheels off the road, which we did see earlier on for some drivers, and they made it work. But I get the feeling at this point, Pointy, we've still got plenty of time, and I don't think Smith's going to gamble it this early to make moves.
No, there's a risk-reward ratio all the time running in these drivers' heads, and if you push it too hard too early on, you're going to end up paying the price for it. However, saying that, Ryan Smith is looking for every opportunity. He doesn't want to wait too long before making these moves, because let's remember he's still got 4 more positions up the inside there, and Michael Oliver there looking for that space. Is he going to be able to make it? Tom O'Rourke looking very close from this angle as well. But of course, it's very strange when we're watching it from these feeds sometimes and you see it from a different angle. The gaps are totally different to what you'd expect. But Ryan Smith there, sailing past Michael Oliver, clean overtake, shutting the door there though, Michael Oliver said to Tom O'Rourke, No, mate, he's gone, but you're staying.
Oh, indeed. A lovely little bit of defensive drive there from Michael Oliver to make sure it was not a 2-for-1 special. Albeit, I think O'Rourke's got other ideas. He takes a peek to the inside. Will he go for it? Yes, he is going to go.
It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. He lands it in. Michael Oliver pushed slightly wide. No contact though, lucky as both tyres onto the gravel. John Bowler, though, making use of that slightly loss of momentum there from Michael Oliver. But now Stuart Oliver in his new number 7 MAN under pressure from Ryan Smith to bring Ryan Smith up into the top 3. And yeah, Tom O'Rourke powering ahead. This is great driving to see from Tom O'Rourke, which obviously hasn't quite registered on TSL just yet until they finish the rest of this lap. But as they come across the line, look, we've already got side by side Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith in his very tight racing, but Ryan Smith makes that move up the hill. Will he be able to outbrake? Yes, and it tucks it in around through the apex, that bend, and again powers away. The acceleration that we see from Ryan Smith is amazing. Back down in Division 2 though, we've still got Paul Rivette, John Powell down for Adam Bint to make your top 3 in Division 2. And then Simon Cole just ahead of Neil Yates, of course. So drastic difference for the 33 truck racing his division, of course, in the hands of previous owner Jamie Anderson.
Oh, very true. And as the drivers make the way into what is the second third of this race, still plenty more to come here. And now Smith's going to try and overturn what is effectively a almost 6-second gap to Jenkins at the front of the field. He's got a long way to charge. Oh, goodness me! That is sideways action.
That is huge sideways action from Michael Oliver. What's going on there? This could be a serious technical fault now with Michael Oliver, because he should not be going sideways that easily. There is something's damaged to the back of that truck because there is literally no control. We've lost Adam Bint as well, gone wide there, out into the gravel. Will he be able to save it before the tyre wall? Yes, he keeps it moving. Of course, we do have what's known as the virtual safety car now in the British trucks, which allows some snatch recovery or the time for the drivers to get some speed back up, re-enter the race. So it's a bit like a yellow flag, but it's instead of a red flag. Of course, red flags literally stop everything and cause huge amounts of time delays to the racing. Big action here though, Dave Smith looking for a space past John Bowler. John Bowler having to do a lot of defensive driving today, but it looks like even Tom O'Rourke has caught up with Stuart Oliver in that truck there. And this is going to be an exciting last half of the race. 7.5 minutes left on the clock, just over. We've got all to play for, but I want to know what's wrong with Michael Oliver, and I can't even see him in the distance now. So something pretty serious has gone wrong with Michael Oliver, and I think it's going to be down to the fact we're overworking some of these trucks this weekend.
Oh, I suspect, and I do want to ask as well, Pointy, with regards to these trucks. I mean, obviously, circuit's not too hot today compared to what it could be, but you're running behind another truck, almost said the word there, and in the end, you're picking up the dirty air of the truck in front of you, so heat's coming on through. How much cooling do they need over the course of a race?
I mean, quite a bit, but then the air filters, the size of the intercoolers of these things, almost as big as the radiators. I mean, they're absolutely massive. The radiators are probably a metre square. But even then, you know, if you're taking up dirty air, that's also going to affect the airflow going into the boost filter, the turbo filter, and that then won't work in the turbo the same way. So turbos will still give boost, obviously, but cooler, cleaner, less dense air is going to be able to get compressed much better, and that's going to head into the intake much quicker and create a lot more power in the engine, whereas dirty, warm, thicker air isn't going to compress the same way in the turbo, and you are going to struggle with that level of boost. So yeah, coming out of the corners, if you're slipstreaming in this kind of weather conditions, it will cause a bit of an issue with acceleration. But Ryan Smith doesn't appear to be having that problem behind Steve Powell at the moment, and he's saying, no, I'm going to get you another third, but you're not having a second on my watch. And here he comes for that big move. Can he put the power down on the straight to make it stick? It's going to look like a tight one. Darts in for the apex, but Steve Powell keeping that racing line, making a good job of controlling the position, I would say that's called, yes.
Oh, most definitely, and in doing so, the gap now to Jenkins moving up to the best part of 3.5 seconds. So the longer Smith has to try and find his way past Powell, it's only going to hurt him chasing down that win. And I think Jenkins at this point, if he is looking in his rearview mirror at any point, he'll be thinking to himself, okay, I know that gap is gradually pulling away. But as our drivers make their way in towards what will be at McLean's and onwards they go. Well, right now, absolutely close there between Powell and Ryan Smith as they make the way up into McLean's this time. Onto the brakes they go, no real move here. But we know this is where Ryan Smith gets the better launch out the corner versus most of his rivals. He's going to do that again here. Goes for it, doesn't quite, and immediately Powell knows it's coming. He pulls over to the inside. He's been watching Ryan Smith over the last couple of laps. He knows where Ryan's going for these moves.
This is it, and of course Ryan knows the track very well. I mean, all the drivers do. They've been here a few times each by now, and they've all got their favourite parts to take those moves, make those positions count. And yeah, Ryan Smith's got quite a few on this circuit, evidently. But at the same time, yep, there he goes through the chicane, cuts it super tight. Did we see any contact with the tyres? I don't think that was any contact. So sailed through there, just managed to nip through, and yeah, he's back into second place with 4.5 minutes left. So Michael Oliver now unfortunately does appear to be out of the race there. He's just come up the number 12, Michael Oliver is down and out. That looks, something must have snapped. I mean, I'm not a mechanic, so I'm just going to randomly guess at either a lead spring on the back or anti-roll bar, which is going to lose all the kind of strength in the back end of the vehicle, which is what's meant to stop it twisting around. You can soften that anti-roll bar to let it be a bit softer in the rain, to hold the track a bit better, but then in the dry you want it to be more rigid, more tight, and if that's snapped off, then it's just going to be all over the shop and effectively sideways when it's not meant to be. That's my guess though. I'm not, like I say, not a mechanic. I'm sure we'll have messages on the YouTube. If you are watching us on YouTube, please do feel free to head down into the comment section and correct me on anything that I've probably made up. And but yeah, it'd be great to hear from you guys in the messages. Let us know what you think is wrong with Michael Oliver's truck. I'll find out, and then we'll let you know during the international in the next race, if Martin Gibson's out in the truck, of course.
That's very true. But as our drivers make their way on through and we head into the final 3.5 minutes, there's a bit of a perspective shot for you in terms of Jenkins leading the 69, still holding on. Ryan Smith is absolutely hustling at this point. You can see how much that gap has come down. That is not 4.5 seconds, and as they cross the line, I get the feeling that's somewhere around 3 seconds now as we get the update. And well, when we do get that, it is going to be confirmed at 3.7 seconds, so still got a way to go. 3 more laps by looks of things. Meanwhile, looking a little bit further back, that's number 22 of Paul Rivet that just happily it's sailing its way right now in the lead of what is the second class, and as he makes his way on through, looking on course potentially here what could be back-to-back wins with regards to race 1 and race 2 today. But as he charged on, he's still got a 3.8 second gap to manage versus Powell behind him. But at the same, with that in mind, John Powell will keep pushing, but I get the feeling that Paul Rivet will feel as though this is going his way. But still, a little bit of time remaining in this race. Anything can happen, including some shaky bodywork there. And I actually have to ask, did we ever get to the bottom of what was going on with Jenkins' car? There's not car, truck at the
truck, and it wasn't Jenkins, it was Ryan Smith that was falling apart. I know exactly where you were going with it, don't you worry. I did actually ask him, and self-admitted, says, yeah, he says I was right on his tail the whole time. You know, there was a moment where we literally just came together, obviously both doing very high speed, so it wasn't an impact of any way, shape or form. But of course, you get a bit of fight. I mean, don't forget, these look like pretty beefy machines, and there is a lot of steel and a lot of iron there, but there are still a lot of bits of fiberglass on there as well, and they don't stand up to much scrutiny when you start rubbing them against each other. So yeah, he says, look, he says that's what happens. You get it. Neither of the trucks were affected, and that's the most important thing. Ooh. We look like we've lost Stuart Oliver as well. Is this the curse of the 9 race weekend? I mean, that's a lot of effort going into these trucks. Have we got an issue? What will we see both Olivers dropping out of this race with just 1 lap left? That's points lost to Stuart Oliver, but again, massive shame, because points wise Michael Oliver doing very well this year already, and of course it is the points that make the difference. You know, not always just about podium wins, it's about the overall points through the year.
Oh, 100%, and those points finishes are going to come to an abrupt halt if so, as we do see there the number 6 limping along a little bit, although I think it's okay, just not quite the pace of the number 33, and actually it's looking for an opportunity here to make a move than none other than what will be John Powell. But will you be able to find it? They go side by side on the approach down into the Craner curves, and I suspect there that Powell might just decide to lift off a little bit to avoid going wide at all, albeit we'll find out that story a bit later. Meanwhile, we look back to your leaders, 1 more lap after this one as they come down towards the Robert chicane, and we can see that Ryan Smith has now brought that gap down to sub 2 seconds by the looks of things as they're about to embark on the final journey of this race, albeit Jenkins, I think he doesn't need to worry too much here given the fact that he has got a gap, and Ryan Smith's going to have to still pull that gap down, albeit 1.4 seconds stripped out of his advantage on that lap. Well, here we go then, Pointy, one more lap remaining. Jenkins holds on by 1.3 seconds, but Ryan Smith, well, he can cut that gap down that amount of time. Do you think he can do it?
It's possible. I mean, like I say, we've seen bigger moves from Ryan Smith this season alone. But Dave Jenkins is I just feel like he's found his groove this weekend. He's of course got Dad Jenkins here this weekend watching. They had some great photos in front of the podium earlier on, which was just lovely to see. 3 generations of Jenkins here this weekend, either watching or racing. And that's what we like to see. So yeah, really, really great. I think he's got the whole team behind him this weekend, Dave has, and I think it's well deserved as well. So yeah, if this goes the way he wants it to, the way I think it's going to go, it's going to be another fantastic podium, first place podium, I might add, for Dave Jenkins, which will make him and his entire team very happy. And what a way to close out the Saturday. I mean, that's going to be a good few drinks tonight and a fantastic party in the Jenkins tent, I think.
Oh, 100%. Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way into the last couple of corners. The clock strikes 0. It is going to be Jenkins who leads as they head on through, and David Jenkins here is going to make it. By looks things to Izzy as the checker flag waves. It's close, but it does fall to Jenkins by the slenderest of margins.
He pushed him, he tried it. I'll tell you what.
Oh, 100%. And P3, meanwhile, will go to none other than Stephen Powell there, who put in a solid performance for P3 in the number 3. That's quite poetic. We'll then have O'Rourke cross line. Tom O'Rourke, P4. Couldn't quite stay with the leaders, as meanwhile also battling there for P5. This is the battle between Smith and Bowler as they head across that timeline. And the number 11 there of Smith just taking that top 5 finish as Bowler coming home at P6. And then I believe we may have a truck that's not quite a lap down as Paul Root's going to come across the line. That's number 40 that finishes partially a lap down there, and that'll be handy in what is effectively P5 in the Class 2, but P12 overall. And then Paul Rivet coming through to take the Class 2 win. They're making it back-to-back wins, exactly what he wanted, ahead of Yates. And then we will have John Powell there in P9. And then last but not least of our finishers inside the top 10 will be none other than Simon Cole. And good to be going very sideways out of the final corner, but to be fair, showing off his flair, it's the number 5 there of none other than Adam Bint, who crosses the line to complete our finishing order. We had 14 starters, 12 finishers, a challenging race, but some great racing there. And well, many of you enjoying the side-by-side finish at the line, but in the end it was David Jenkins who has made it to 2 wins on the bounce day overall and also in Class 1. And well, like Pointy was saying only moments ago, be absolutely pleased. There will be a lot of ecstatic reactions down in the pit lane, indeed, amongst the family. But as our drivers make their way through, Pointy's already left to make his way down towards what will be Park Ferme to conduct the interviews with our truck drivers. So we won't cut the team up right now, but we will in due course. But we are going to get those provisional results up on the screen, and here they are. And as we can see, overall win after 11 laps of racing of David Jenkins there by 1/10 at the finish line over Ryan Smith, who came from the back to finish P2. Stephen Powell P3, they round off the podium in another great third place finish. And Tom O'Rourke P4, David Smith P5, John Bowler P6, and then we had none other than your Class 2 winner making it back-to-back Class 2 wins, Paul Rivet ahead of Neil Yates, and in second and third place in Class 2 going to John Powell and Simon Cole respectively to complete what was the top 10 overall. Adam Pimp P11 there with P4 in Class 2 ahead of Archie Handy, who was a lap down at the finish but still putting in a good performance. And then we did, unfortunately, it seems as though double retirement for the Oliver family. Stuart Oliver retiring with 3 laps to go and 7 laps to go for Michael Oliver, and hopefully they are able to get those issues sorted ahead of what will be the International Truck Prix races later today. But those are the results, and well, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, shortly we're going to be heading down to Park Ferme for an interview or two with what is our truck drivers, and well, when we do that, we'll get to hear their thoughts on the racing. But as our drivers do get parked up at the moment, and indeed we get this wonderful shot here of the number 69, and that is going to be David Jenkins getting out of the cab, and we're absolutely pleased once again, no doubt about it, as everyone just gradually makes their way down towards what will be the Melbourne into Goddard section, the GP loop if you will, and some absolutely incredible laps there right towards the end from all of our drivers, but particularly from what was Dave Jenkins, to be able to hold off Ryan Smith to that very last and find out there about what happened with Ryan Smith on the front of the vehicle at the end of race number 1. Body parts coming off there due to slight rubs and bits of contact, but nothing major, and well, being able to get all those bits of fiberglass and whatnot back on the vehicle. And there is Pointy, and without further ado, I think we are going to hand over to him very shortly for interviews with our drivers.
Right.
I didn't have to run this time at least, but we are of course down in Parc Ferme again, and joined again, here I am with Dave Jenkins. Dave, that's got to be another one for Dad, right?
Yeah, I don't know who I'm going to give that one to. No. Just great, you know, we've had a good day, haven't we? So really pleased for all our sponsors and all of our team, and you know, and the whole truck racing spectacle. I'm sure that race wasn't quite as entertaining as the one before, but
I don't know, it was still pretty good. There was lots going on. We lost 2 trucks for some reason, so it'd be interesting to see what's wrong with those.
yeah, I think there was a lot of diesel down on the way into Redgate. Ben had spotted it straight away. That probably saved us that race then. He called it straight away, so I was looking for it. Otherwise, if I'd have bowled it in there full speed first on the road. So no, that was I think that one was for Ben actually. Now if we're giving them away.
Oh, fair enough, and there we go. No, that's cool, that's cool. I mean, they're your wins, mate. You can do what you like with them. But yeah, what I was saying to the fans at home, just on the commentary, what a great way to start the weekend and finish the day with 2 first-place podiums. It's going to be a racket from the Jenkins tent tonight, isn't it?
No, I'll be going to bed early.
Is that the secret?
I'm on best behaviour. No, it's brilliant to turn the results in, to show back the faith that everybody's put into us, you know, financially, emotionally and physically and every other way around. It's amazing from the team and the sponsors, because you know, I'm just the nut behind the wheel. The rest of it's a massive big machine first.
Emphasis on the nut behind the wheel, definitely. It takes a lot of something. No, I didn't say that. I was like, it takes a lot of something to drive these things, and it's certainly not common sense, is it?
No, apparently not.
Yeah.
But
wouldn't do it unless you really wanted to.
No, we need to go and find a bit more speed overnight. Tomorrow's reverse grid races are definitely going to be spectacular, and there'll be no holding Ryan back tomorrow, will there? So,
it's going to be an interesting watch. Yeah, I mean, he will definitely be somewhere up there tomorrow. But yeah, of course, is it? I think Dave Smith's on pole for the first race, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, 8th place. So reverse grid, he'll be starting ahead. But then, yeah, this is the thing we love about the reverse grids. A lot of battles, a lot of challenges to get back up that paddock, isn't there?
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be, you know, the telling day. So stay out of trouble and keep moving forward, scoring some points.
Excellent, Dave Jenkins. Thank you very much, my good man. Let's have a walk over across Parc Ferme. The sun is well and truly shining though here at Donington Park. We've got some live music over on the main stage later on this evening, and of course 1,500 show trucks will have their air horns going, their lights going. It's going to be a phenomenal evening if the weather stays like this. So it really is going to be a brilliant night, and we've still got one more race left for you, the International Truck Prix later on tonight, 6:45. I think it's the latest truck race I've ever been part of, at least until we go over to France for the Le Mans 24 Camion. Right, let's wander up then and have a chat to our current very lucky driver, Paul Rivette. John Bowler. John, how are we? Just quickly say hello to John, actually, because we've got both of them on film then, haven't we? You see, it's like right. Yes, that's very good. Yes, it's one of the rules. You have to be looking tidy. There we go. Championship regulation. Make sure you're in a clean, well turned out racing suit. Which, well done. We've marked that one off. You're okay now.
Yeah, fantastic. I put a lot of effort into this, so
good.
It's come to
and driving wise, we saw a couple of trucks drop out there, but you were certainly holding your own that middle of the field, weren't you?
Yeah, no, there's a couple of teething issues we're dealing with the truck at the minute. It's just letting us down a little bit. But Michael come off and just seen the spray coming up behind. Which looked like oil, or diesel, whatever it was, but it certainly got very slippery.
Yeah, because the first thing we noticed in the commentary box was him just going sideways round everything. And I'm like, this isn't normal. Something's gone there. So it was literally something on the ground rather than something wrong with the machine. Well, something wrong with the handling itself.
Yeah, no, something coming out from underneath. It was covering the windscreen, and so yeah.
Not ideal.
It was a little bit slippery from behind, so yeah.
Oh, I dear, see. Well, that's affected everybody, I see. There was quite a big gap, though, with those front two. They're almost untouchable, aren't they, those two this weekend?
Yeah, fantastic. Both of them are doing right, came right from the back of the grid. So yeah, that's off to pair of them. Good.
And we've got a full tent back in the paddock supporting Team Bowler this weekend, haven't we? Probably watching on the big screen. Is the young ones here with us today?
Yeah, my little lad's here with me this weekend, and all family and friends have come over to support us. A lot of sponsors.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
Oh well, John. Look, thank you for being with us. Thank you for talking to us. And yeah, better luck tomorrow. Let's have a look at that pace, and yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to find a better position for yourself.
That's great. Thank you, Pointy.
Cheers, buddy. Right then, onwards. Here we go. Not to forget, Paul Rivette. How are we, sir? It's warm, huh?
It's very warm out there.
So sweaty. You look almost as sweaty as me. I've just been in the commentary box.
I'm about as unfit as I've probably ever been in my life as well, after, breaking my ankle 4 months ago. I'm, still not back to being able to go running or anything like that.
5 mile runs have just fallen by the wayside, haven't they?
That's it.
Unbelievable. So another great result for you, though. That, for another first place podium. You're really racking those up again now, aren't you?
Yeah, we need those max points every race really to claw back that deficit in the championship, which is starting to come back to us. After Pembrey, it was looking like a bit of an impossible task, but we're already starting to see it come back to us. So yeah, watch
no
this
issues with the ankle. I mean, it's all well and good being back in the driving seat, but it's not against doctor's orders. You're feeling pretty good.
Oh, no. It just gets a bit sore by the end of the day when I'm walking around on it. In the truck, driving around, absolutely fine. That's good. I'm just not about to go doing any hurdles at the moment or running any 1,000-metre races.
Stay away from the hurdles anyway. I mean, I've never done any hurdles, and look how great I look. Right, Paul, thank you very much for joining us, buddy. Another great result. Someone I do want to speak to, if they're out of the trucks, let's have a quick chat to Archie, because we don't get to see him on camera very often. Archie Handy by name, but of course racing heritage in the blood, am I right?
Yeah, definitely.
So we don't really get a chance to speak to you very much, but I thought, well, here you are, you're out your truck, Parc Ferme, sunny day, why not, let's get to know the driver. Now, have you in fact taken the trophy now for the youngest driver in the BTRC?
Yes, I have.
So, because of course, previously it would probably have been held by Bradley Smith, wasn't it? It was like 20 odd. How old are you now?
19.
19, that's crazy. Now,
I've done my first race 2 days after my 19th birthday.
So how do the licences work for those out there? Because you are literally a prime example of dreams coming true, let's be honest. I mean, there's a lot to be taken for granted here. There's kids at home going, I want to do that one day. We're talking 19 years old. How do the licences work? What's the process there to get in a truck racing truck?
Well, obviously you've got to have your race licence you can get it as soon as you want to go out racing, but you had to get your HGV licence, your Class 2 licence as well, which I already had. I had my Class 1 licence because of the job I'm in where I do HGV mechanics.
So you can do Class 1 at what age?
18.
Oh, great, okay.
18. Now, it used to be 21, and then now, yeah, you can do it at 18 because of COVID.
So that if you want to be a truck driver as well, you don't have to wait very long for that anymore either. So driver's licence at 17 or 18, 18 definitely for the Class 1, and then get your racing licence pretty well from 18 as well, can't you?
I had mine since I was 14. I started in the juniors and then worked my way up to this.
So you were racing in the Saxos, am I right?
Yeah, I started off in the Saxos, 4 or 5 years ago now. Then done a couple seasons in that, moved up to the Junior Fiestas, done that for a couple seasons. Then I went into a season of endurance racing, and then the opportunity for this come up, so I got into the trucks.
Wow, well Archie, thank you very much. It looks like we're all being cleared out of Parc Ferme. And speaking of endurance, we've got a very long race for you coming up this afternoon. Good job on the racing, stick with the trucks, you know you're in the right place. Let's hand back to the commentary box now though for some more action on track.
Thank you, Pointy. And well, we have some time before we do go into our next race, of course, that being the 2-hour BEC race, the British Endurance Championship races. We can see there on trackside marshals doing some clearing up work, spraying down some of the white chalk there in order to be able to absorb up the spilled diesel oil, whatever substance it is. It'll be gradually cleared away, and that's all part of standard procedure there, so that way the circuit's not slippery beyond what it should be, and indeed our drivers can go safely racing. But of course, we do still have a little bit of time before we do head into what will be the gridding procedure for the British Endurance Championship race. And keep in mind, of course, that there is plenty still on the schedule for today, but that race coming up next, and goodness me, those 2 hours are going to fly by, I can assure you, once we do get the green flag. And keep in mind, of course, the British Endurance Championship. Now, with regards to the overall schedule, well, this is coming at an important time in the championship schedule, in the fact after today they've only got one more round of racing to go, and that will be at Snetterton 300 in what will be the 14th of September. So this is the penultimate round you're going to see today in the British Endurance Championship, and well, plenty to enjoy. But as we had our interviews there with regards to our drivers and our drivers of our British Truck Racing Championship, and in particular speaking to none other than the youngest ever British Truck Racing Championship driver of Archie Handy there, and talking about the fact at the age of 19, goodness me, if I think back to my youth and what I was doing at 19, it was not racing in any sort of form at that point. I didn't really feel the bite for motorsport back then, but indeed just goes to show you that even at a young age, racing can be in the blood, and indeed you can start off quite young and very quickly make your way up the ranks, and indeed he should be highly respected, and congratulations to him for being in this premier division of truck racing in the United Kingdom. But as I am hearing the roar of some engines around me, I suspect that might be the sound of our British Endurance Championship drivers starting to make their way out onto what will be circuit, at least down the pit lane, because I can hear a roar. And in fact, I can see there what looks to be one of our Ginetta G55s now making its way on through. That's fantastic to see. So everything's still proceeding as per our schedule, and well, we'll start to walk you through this British Endurance Championship, particularly for the uninitiated, what to expect, what's going to be on the grid, and everything in between, because there are a few intricacies with regards to the BEC, in the fact that let's tell you a little bit about it firstly. It debuted in 2022, and it debuted from what was the Britcar Endurance Championship, so really becoming the established Endurance Championship of the United Kingdom, or Britain, and it involves 2 to 3 hour races with mandatory pit stops. Now, depending on the length of the race, whether it's 2 hours or 3 hours, will then make it more subject in terms of how many pit stops are required. But more importantly, the teams you see out on the circuit, I have to emphasise teams for the simple reason the teams can consist of 1 or 2 drivers, and therefore on top of that as well, when you add to what will be the fact that this is multi-pit stops, that means we're going to be seeing driver changes for those teams consisting of 2 drivers. We are going to be having, I do believe, 12 cars out on circuit for the purposes of this, but they've all got their own classes as well, which serves to mix things up. And here is your grid for the purposes of this meeting, and as we can see, we're going to be starting off with the number 9, and that's going to be the PB Racing by JMH Car, powered by Peter Urseg and Marcus Clutton, starting on pole, and they'll be joined on the front row by the Silt and Stanley combination there from JMH Automotive in the 55, and then on row number 2 we'll be having what will be the Porsche 992 Cup car of none other than what will be Road and Competition Engineering, joined by Harrison and Lucky's Porsche 991 1.2 Cup car there, and that is going to be starting in P4. That'll be for Team Tasman. We'll then have on row number 3 the combination Ginetta G55 Super Cup, and that is going to be for SVG Motorsport, joined on row number 3 by none other than both Wallace and Astley in the combination car of what will be it will be the car from SVG Motorsport, the BMW M4 GT4. Then on row number 4, we're going to have the Porsche GT4, the 116, that is going to be piloted initially by Bao Sidhu, and we'll see them for Zentech Motorsport. And we'll also have there the 68 starting P8, and that'll be in the hands of Morgan and Fullick, and we'll be seeing them for Team Brit. And then completing your top 10 will be the number 83 Ginetta G55 Super Cup car, and well, we'll be seeing that for MacG Racing, and well, we'll have alongside them one of our fellow drivers there, as we do quickly pan to row number 6, and that'll be the 88. They're the Thompson brothers in the Jaguar F Type V8, and they're going to be racing for what will be none other than Newbarn Racing, and they will have the company of none other there, as we do just check our notes for that grid, ladies and gents. And the grid just coming on through, and we'll get back to that, as I think we might be getting ready to get some word with some of our drivers down on the grid. Do give us a brief moment and we'll give you an update on that. And we will be getting some word with our drivers down on the grid in due course. So as all the drivers gradually make their way around at the moment, you do have to just give us a brief moment, but we will also be trying to give you the full coverage of that grid there, because we did cover it on screen, but just to also fill you in on who else is on that grid, of course. And well, as we just get the data on our end, we do have on what will be P10 SVG Motorsports car, and also in P12 it'll be this Suits Me powered by AmpSpeed car there as well, just not to miss those two out and give them a mention. But we have Ian down on the grid right now, getting ready to do some interviews with the drivers during the extended gridding procedure, so I think we are going to cut down there and grab a word where we can.
Well, here we are, everybody. My favourite place in the world to be, on the start-finish line here at Donington Park. Let's go for a little walk, shall we? It's time for the British Endurance Championship. It's the 5th round of the season, and looking to make it a perfect season so far. These guys got Marcus Clutton's just run away from us. Peter Ersig's in the car. Let's grab a word with Peter. Peter, we had a little chat earlier, didn't we? You guys, it's a perfect season so far, but it's not as straightforward as that with the handicap, isn't it? There's work for you guys to do today.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult today. I think now hopefully we'll have the legs on the Class F car, but the Class D and Class C cars have got quite a good advantage. So we might need a little bit of help today to win this one, Ian.
Now, you always want to be in pole position. It's a great position to be in, of course, but we believe there's a bit of oil at turn 1. This could spice things up a little bit, but fortunately you get a formation lap, so is that a chance for you to really sort of test how slippy it is up there?
Yeah, it didn't look too bad. It looked more like on the outside line, which luckily we're on the inside, so as long as we don't muck up turn 1, we should be all right. But yeah, the formation lap's always good, just to check out the track conditions.
Stay on the inside, that's the key, is it, for the start of the race?
That's the one I'm trying for.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Peter, really do appreciate it. Let's move around a little bit as well. Look at the Lambo we've got here as well. JMH Automotive, John Searle and Jamie Stanley here. I wonder if we can, I'm not too sure who's actually in the car as it just lifts up. I wonder if we could just jump in. Can we have a quick chat? Is that okay? I wonder if we could just jump in. Well, you've certainly brought a bit of a crowd pleaser with this car today, haven't you? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Yeah. That's fine. Feeling good.
What are you going to do about Peter and Marcus over there?
Try and beat them.
Yes.
That's all we can do.
Yes. We're not a little bit nervous about turn 1 with the greasiness down there?
No, it is what it is. That'll be fine.
Top man. But thank you for talking to us.
You.
Best luck. Thanks for bringing this out to play as well. Thank you very much. Thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it. Let's move down a little bit as well. Where's John? There you are, John. Let's keep going down, because somebody I did want to speak to is Zentech, because they could actually wrap up Class D today as well, so certainly worth keeping an eye out. Bal Sidhu is the man who's behind the wheel of that car. Josh is there too. Josh is just having a quick chat with him. Let's move down, and I wonder if I can have a quick chat with Bal. Bal's trying to get me to go out in Birmingham tonight, but Birmingham, if you know your geography, Birmingham's quite a long way from here. We're just a few team tactics as well. Josh, you can stay as well. Let's have a quick chat with Bal very quickly, shall we? Bal, it could be a momentous day for you guys today.
Yeah, we're all really excited, and so far it's all gone to plan, so really excited.
Now, I'm not coming to Birmingham tonight, all right, either, for the celebration party, if it comes off. It's too far for me to go. Look,
we're just going to get you and throw you in the car.
Okay, deal. Right, deal. Tom, best of luck at it. Josh, we were talking a little bit earlier, weren't we? Yeah, it could be a big day for you guys. There's work to do today here at Donington, though, isn't there? What are the challenges around here?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we've got good competition here today with the McLaren and the BMW around us. The times were fairly close in qualifying. I've got good faith in Bal this weekend. He's really shown good pace in testing, so fingers crossed we'll be able to pull it off and take the championship.
It's a really nice atmosphere right now, actually, isn't it? Because we've got the rides over there. We've got a bit of music blaring out here. This is what we want, isn't it, for the British Endurance Championship? Great to see so many people out. Does it add a little bit extra for you guys? I know you're driving around, you probably can't really see anybody, but does it feel a bit more special when there's a big crowd?
Yeah, definitely. I think it adds to the atmosphere of a great weekend. Everyone's really laid back here, but everyone takes it as seriously on the racetrack, so it provides a good competition that we need, and as our development as a team and drivers, we've really flourished, so it's been great.
Top man, second in the championship overall, and of course can wrap up Class D. Best of luck, Josh. Today we will be in the garage a little bit later. We've got Team Brit over here. Let's just move around. I'm not too sure again who's behind behind the wheel of the car, but they'll be going toe-to-toe with Zentek. So let's move around. Jump in here. Hi, it's Aaron. How are we doing, Aaron? I wasn't sure who was starting. I'm pleased it's you. Let's move around. Here's the camera, because I know, as always, you've got family watching, haven't you, overseas?
Yep, Hayley's watching us Thailand. As always, I think it's about 10:30 at night there, so she's in for a late one tonight.
Hayley, can you comment in the comment section, please? Give a message of support for Aaron. Look, what are you expecting from this race? You've got Zentek boys right next to you as well. That's going to be a good race today, isn't it?
Yeah, so had a good qualifying, but was only good enough for third position this morning. But we've got a 2-hour race now, so it's all to play for.
Fantastic, Aaron. Thanks for talking to us, mate. I will see you in the garage a little bit later as well. Hello. Let's move on, shall we? I love this. Such a good atmosphere, isn't it? Let's move around. Car number 8 here. This is Mark Elman and Owen Hizzy. Here's Owen. Let's just grab... Sorry, can I just borrow this young man a second? Sorry, guys. Owen, big day today. What are you guys expecting from this race?
Well, we're expecting a lot better than Donington Park, put it that way, because we unfortunately had an engine blow. But we're expecting to be on par with, hopefully battling for the lead of the class.
That's what I like to see. Perfect conditions for you guys as well. You're not a little bit nervous about the oil that's been spilt at turn 1? I mean, you don't have to deal with it, actually, do you?
Yeah, I don't have to deal with it, but I have more confidence in Mark. Mark will do a fantastic job, so I've got full faith in him, no worries whatsoever, and I know what he's like. He'll just get out there and just do the best job he does.
It's been a bit of a wait for you guys to get out on track. Have you been on any of the rides over there yet?
Not yet. I was itching to try and get a few mechanics to go out on, but if we have a good result after, maybe.
Top man, Aaron. Thanks for talking to us, mate. I'll catch up with you a little bit later. Let's just move down a little bit. We've actually got a chance where we don't have to be kicked off quite so early yet, and I've just seen Charlotte Birch over here. I wonder if we can just grab a quick word with Charlotte. I'm just going to grab Charlotte actually before she disappears. I'll come back, camera, with you, Charlotte, just before you disappear. How are you? Are you today? You doing well? You good? Feeling ready for this one?
Yeah, definitely feeling ready for it. Long wait for the race, but yeah, ready for it.
You've got some teammate in Cameron there, haven't you, as well? What's the expectation for this race for you guys?
Well, hopefully we'll get a class win. Obviously it's my first time in a GT car for about 2 years now, so it's taken some getting used to again, but Cam's been really great. I worked with him last year in the Saxos. He's just, really, really fast driver.
When you say it takes you time to get used to the car, does it though? Because you're a real proper race driver. So when you say, for me, it would take like 3 months. Are you talking like 3 laps?
Yeah, maybe 2 laps. Yeah.
Maybe 2. I love that. Charlotte, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. I'll see you in the garages later. Right, it's time for us to get off the grid. As you can see, it's been made to clear. 2-hour race coming up for the British Endurance Championship, 5th round of the season. We could be crowning a couple of class champions in about 2 hours or so. So I'm going to hand over to Paul Walsh, your commentator. He's going to take you through the action. I'll be in the pit lane reporting as usual. Enjoy, everybody. See you soon.
Thank you, Ian. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A grid that's absolutely set, as all guests on the grid are now gradually being asked to depart. And, well, we are not too far away from getting underway for a 2-hour Donington race here in the British Endurance Championship. And a grid of 12 cars. And whilst it may be lacking in quantity, I'll tell you one thing, we've got plenty of quality drivers out there. And whilst we're getting set, you may be wondering at this point, but there wasn't a suggestion, of course, of classes and wrapping up championships today, potentially after the 2 hours, particularly in Class D, whereas the Zentek Motorsport car being piloted initially by Bao Sidhu. Well, the point of the classes system here is that we do have a total of 6 classes on the grid, ranging all the way from Class A through to what is Class G, and, well, a mixture with Class A being focused quite closely around the GT3s that were homologated after the 31st of December 2019. You'll be able to tell the Class A cars by the red sunstrip, and we'll also do our best on the time tower there in order to note the differences of classes. Class B, meanwhile, are GT2s. You'll see them from their green sunstrip. Class C, we do have what would be the yellow sunstrip, and those are for Ferrari 458 Challenge cars and Porsche 991 Cup cars. And we also do have Class Ds, which are GT4s, and you'll see them with a blue sunstrip, and those were homologated after the 31st of December in 2019. We also do have what is Class E. They will have the black stripe across the top of the black sunstrip, although I don't believe we do have any Class E's on the grid here today, unless I'm mistaken. So there therefore we may be missing what is effectively the 7th class, and that's why we say it's a 6 class car race. And then we do of course have Class F, the white Sunstrip cars. They're GT4s that were homologated prior to the 31st of December 2019, and then we do have Class G, which are the orange striped Ginettas, and of course those are lovely G55 Super Cup cars with their roaring engines. Well, there's plenty of wonderful machinery on the grid, whether you're a GT3 fan all the way through to GT4s. Well, we do say hello there to Hayley Morgan in one of our chats, I do believe. Excuse me, that may be in with the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel chat, and they're cheering on Team Brit all the way from Thailand, which is great to see, and great to see so many of you tuning in and cheering on the drivers as we do get this formation lap underway. And well, after this first lap, it will be a rolling start. All the drivers absolutely eager to go, and there's a story behind every car on this grid, no doubt about it, but there's a rather special story from our car that's starting right towards the back, that Jaguar F-Type V8 that you do see there. Indeed, the F-Type being one of Jaguar's premier sports cars that is being retired from the Jaguar collection as of 2023, if my memory serves me correctly. In fact, so much so in 2022 they decided to release a 75-year anniversary edition of the car to commemorate the E-Type into F-Type. And well, with regards to that, we'll tell you a little bit more about that F-Type and what makes it such a special car on this grid a little bit later on once we do go green flag racing, because I had the pleasure of catching up with the team prior to going to the racing today, and well, there is definitely a huge story to tell about that machine. But there's a story everywhere, and of course at the front of the field it is the PB Racing by JMH Audi R8 LMS GT3, piloted by Peter Urseg, who will be looking to tell their story and maintain the lead at the top of the championship. And the points distributed of course in these races are balanced based on the class classification, and that's why you can have cars that are much faster compared to others, but they may not be winning the championship even though they finish overall because of the balance of the points. But as I try to get set to go, it is going to be 12 cars out on the circuit, 12 teams here today. We did lose a couple by the wayside unfortunately, but still everyone will be absolutely itching and ready to go, and we cannot wait now. And of course all of the drivers you see in the cars to begin this race, well, some of the teams, the 2-car teams, do consist of both AM drivers, or what would be amateur drivers, and then pros or primes, and it has to be a non-pro driver who starts the race, and therefore you'll be seeing AMs in the cars initially, and the pros will jump in as part of the 2-team driver pairings where there are 2 drivers, and you'll see them jump in the pit stops. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way on through, will we be getting another formation lap? I suspect we will, because we haven't gone to the 2x2 formation as of yet, and sometimes we do see 2 formation laps here, even when it is in fact it is 2 green flag laps. I've just had that whispered in my ear, so we are going to have 1 more lap, and this will be likely to try and get a much higher temperature as possible. And also because of the oil that was spilled earlier on in one of our BTRC, the British Truck Racing Championship races, this will help just move that aside, albeit the chalk being thrown down earlier on, but understandably, or the sand being thrown down earlier on, you can see it there into turn 1, and it just gives them the opportunity to get a bit more tire temperature and help move that off the circuit. But as our drivers get set, next time around we will be going green flag. The sun is out here in Derbyshire, and that means we're not expecting any rain. A bit of cloud hanging over, perhaps that will make its way back over the circuit later on, but you can see the sun shining there, and we are only moments away from 2 hours of racing in the penultimate round of the British Endurance Championship for 2024. And when we do go green flag racing next time, it's going to be absolutely incredible. And keep in mind of course that today in Class D, Zentek Motorsport, the combination of Val Sidhu and Josh Steed could wrap up their classes championship, because they do have the best part of what is a 37-point advantage over Team Brit, who are P5 in the overall championship, the combination of Aaron Morgan and Paul Fullick. But of course we won't confirm that live on the broadcast here. We'll wait for the results after they've been fully confirmed, because we don't want to put the commentator's curse on any team and their championship aspirations. But as we all get ready to go here, of course the variety of machinery that we're able to take this circuit differently. You'll see very different lap times as well. But I do believe we're already seeing that the clock start to tick down there on the 2 hours. I wonder if that's a little bit prematurely perhaps, but as our drivers now make the way on through, the Coppice corner. Well, we are now going to see the side-by-side formation come together, and well, the safety car lights will be going off in due course, and that's when we will start to go green flag racing as everyone gets themselves set. The Audi R8 LMS GT3 at the front of the field there, and well, the PB Racing by JMH car absolutely proud, but it does have the company of another car powered by an Audi engine, that being the Lamborghini GT3. Side by side they go into the final corner, then safety car peels away. The pace will be dictated by Peter Ursig as he makes his way on through. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for 2 hours of BC at Donington Park. And well, when are they going to go? It's going to be 3, 2, 1, and without further ado, lights out and away we go for this round of the championship. Peter Ursig under immediate pressure from John Seal as they head into the opening corner, albeit still having a look around the outside. Further back, we've got 3, 4 wide. It's very different up while the Ginetta coming in contact car up there, and that's the Lamborghini off, in fact. Lamborghini spearing its way to the inside of Redgate corner. Now, was it aided in that adventure, or did it make its own way round? We'll have to try and find out, but as they make the way on down through the crown, oh goodness me, nasty damage down the front. I think that tells the story. That Ginetta with half its bonnet hanging up, and well, a very tricky start for a number of drivers. And interestingly, or intriguingly there, we can see what is the Jaguar F-Type, a New Barn Racing, has already soared its way up into the top 10. In fact, almost made it into the top 5 as we look to the number 5 there making its way through, and that is number 5 Team Tasman that is already starting to pull away from damaged Ginetta. But here you can see it is going to be Porsche and Porsche here as it's the Porsche 901 versus the Clubman, and as they head into the right-hander, well, it is going to be close, but as they make the way down the back straight already, PB Racing by JMH roaring away, and our third place runners there in the Ginetta, that bonnet is flapping. That's going to have to come into the pit and be still back down. They won't be allowed to continue the racing, but meanwhile just behind we can see there the Porsche GT4 holding on for Zentech Motorsport. Oh goodness me, and that is around a spin around there. I think a little bit of contact between the Jaguar and what was the Porsche that's gone around as they make the way across the timeline to complete lap number 1, but a lap 1 not without major drama. And well, we've got more battling to come here as they head down into turn 1. The Team Brit McLaren going around the outside there, the Jaguar backing off on the inside. I'm wondering whether some damage is holding that car back or whether they're just trying to settle themselves back down, but already it's an absolute shake-up in the field, and we're not even 5 minutes into this race as they make the way down, and our timing tower appears on the left-hand side of your screen. As they charge away on down through the Craner curves, now everyone will start to settle down a little bit as we do see there where's the Lamborghini GT3 for JMH Automotive now starting to play the game of carving its way through the field. The 55 roaring at the hands of John Seal, and Seal knows he's got his work cut out for him here as he makes about the rise. Speeding away, cutting through. That's the 83 Ginetta going up the inside there, piloted by Johnny McGregor for MacG Racing, and absolutely storming in front of the BMW, and that BMW M4 GT4 for SVG Motorsport. Neil Wallace there just playing it smart, playing it safe, and not anything tricky. But meanwhile, we take a replay of that race start, and keep your eyes on the yellow Lamborghini at the foreground right of your picture. Got a bit of a slow motion camera shot here, and where did the contact happen is the question. Oh goodness me, looks like the Lamborghini went round of its own volition. Meanwhile, the Ginetta into the back of what was the Porsche 991.2 there, and well, that explains what happened to our Ginetta and the Lamborghini. It don't look so John Seal just getting it a little bit wrong with his own volition. Perhaps there he talked about in his pre-race interview, of course, that he wasn't phased by the potential substances lying down on the track surface into Redgate corner, and it looks like they may have just called him out a little bit as now he's got the hard work to do. And we return to your live racing pictures. But there you can see the BMW M4 GT4 gradually being phased out, the F92 model versus what is the G92, the GT4 Evo that's arrived on the scene as of this year. But still, you'll see F92 editions of the GT4 everywhere. It's a very popular GT4 car, and who can blame it? A very successful car in that regard. As our drivers make the way in the run up into McLean's once again. Well, here we can see it at long last. It's going to be Seal who finds about inside of the 24, and well, to be fair, Wallace is not going to complain too much of that. He's got his attention elsewhere with regards to other cars to keep behind him as they make the way on to the back stretch. But now as they roar the way down, we are going to see the battle here of what we 6-cylinder versus 8-cylinder, as that Jaguar F-Type looking for the move on the inside, can't quite find it, instead having to go slightly defensive versus the black Ginetta behind as they make the way on out. But as they come across that timeline, more laps to be ticked up here as they head in towards turn number 1. And as they come down towards the braking zone here, well, now it's going to be line of stern formation. It does look as though everyone feeling about equal here, as the number 8 being piloted by Mark Elman there for SBG Motorsport, the Ginetta G55 Super Cup car, towards the tail end of that group, and knowing he's got a lot of work to do to try and battle his way on through. But as we look more towards what is our second place Class A car at the moment, the JMH Automotive Lamborghini, in the hands there of Seal, as they head up the rise, and he's right now just trying to find a way back into the race, albeit he's got a long way to go to be able to do so, understandably. Seal at this time will know there's a long distance. He is the best part. If we do the mathematics, we're about 22 seconds down on race leader and Class A leader as well, and that being Peter Erstick for PB Racing by JMH. But here we go for another potential move, as Steele's going to look up the inside there of the Ginetta, makes it happen versus the 83, and well, Mac G Racing's Johnny McGregor there, not showing any signs of defending. His focus is going to be more on leading that Ginetta G55 class. But as we look down into turn number 1, we've got the Porsche Cayman GT4 there, holding on for now versus what is the Jason McLaren 570S from Team Brit, as they head down on through the approach. But as they come down through the Craner curves here, you can see, look at the body language of what is the Cayman. They're just rolling around, and indeed, while this car has been optimised for cornering, indeed, Porsche the master of the corners, with the idea of the philosophy being you put the engine over the rear axle as close as possible to do so, because that's where the engine should be best placed to settle the rear of the car down and meet and carry as much speed as possible. And those lovely flying racing lines there, absolutely articulating that. Meanwhile, we look back towards our Ginetta driver here in what is the number 83, and Johnny McGregor in the Mac G, making his way on through, class leader at the moment, of course, and well, after what is 7 minutes of racing, feeling very confident in the way the car's flowing as time continues to trickle away. But as we do look there to what is the, I do believe, the number 5 coming into the right hander there, that being of course the car from Team Tasman, David Harrison, sole Class C machine today, albeit they're still racing for what could be some important points, and in fact they're currently sat P18 in the overall championship and looking to try and gain some more points to break their way into the top 15. The Porsche machine rolling its way on through what is there, the old hairpin, and looking absolutely glued to the track surface in the Porsche 991.2 Cup car. And meanwhile, looking back towards the front of the field, we've got a little bit of a battle here, and when I say the front of the field, going into Redgate Corner, in the fact that we do have the number 88 there being piloted by Callum Thompson for New Barn Racing, trying to find his way on past SVG Motorsports' Neil Wallace as they head on down, and as they make the way on through. These two have been close together for some time, going on to the brakes. Well, no change at the moment, but meanwhile, a little bit further up the road, we do have that another move being made by Seal in the yellow Lamborghini, as the GT3 driver now powers his way on past one driver from the Team Brit car, and now making his way up the inside of the Porsche, the Porsche Cayman GT4, they head in towards the end of the lap, going through the Robert chicane, and well, Seal making another place and making it count as he now moves on to what will be, I do believe, P3. Notice he's still got a long time to go. As he heads into turn number 1, we're going through the right hander there. Well, no change between the two cars, or the lesser class perhaps in terms of the pace, and they stay together. But as our drivers make the way on down the hill, of course, for those of you tuning in, you may be thinking why we're only seeing 12 cars here compared to perhaps 19, and you may have to keep in mind this is the British Endurance Championship, not quite the Brit Trophy Championship or the Brit Car Trophy Championship, which is tomorrow. So therefore, if you're confused why there's a few less entries compared to what you perhaps read in the programme and whatnot, it could be the difference of the two series. But this is the British Endurance Championship that you're seeing here today, with our 12 entries versus the approximate 19 you'll have tomorrow in the Brit Car Trophy Championship, with the two 50-minute races on this coming Sunday. But staying here in the present on this fine Saturday afternoon, well, we continue to keep an eye on John Steele here for JMH Automotive as he heads down in towards the Robert chicane, and a little bit of a lesser known fact potentially about what is the Lamborghini Huracan is, and the reason why we said it's two Audi powered machines on the front row of the grid is because it's, unless my memory is mistaken, it's the same Audi V10 engine. As we see a little bit of a wobble there under braking into turn 1. There's not as much grip as I think he'd like there for Seal, but both the Audi R8 LMS GT3 and also Lamborghini Huracan GT3 both powered by the same Audi V10 engine, and with an absolutely distinctive roar as they come on through. but as they do, making their way on down in towards the turn of Old Hairpin. Drivers making their way on through here, and we do still have that ongoing battle between the Team Brit car and what is the Porsche just in front. But we focus here on turn 1 and look back to the SVG Motorsport car, the number 8 being piloted by Mark Illman in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup, and he's still in the chase as we then look to them going down through the Craner curves, and as they do so, we're still chasing after the BMW M4. As elsewhere, we look back up to what is the pursuit on the 68 of Morgan chasing down Sidhu, and remember, of course, this is in the battle for what could be wrapping up the Class D Championship here today at Donington. And well, right now, Bao Sidhu in the Zentek Motorsport Porsche GT4 just trying to hold on versus the McLaren 570 SGT4. The Team Brit, that Aaron Morgan is behind the wheels of flashing the lights as well. Well, I don't think that's because he knows he's on camera. I think that is to try and do a little bit distracting, but looks like the inside, they turn in. Oh, major hit between the two of them. And well, he went for it under braking, and in the end, is that going to be some damage that's potentially going to affect the race later on, because it looks as though there was a nasty shunt between the two of them. And well, immediately there, the Team Brit driver backing off. Now, is he going back to the place, or is there something further afoot with regards to that McLaren 570S in the fact that it looks as though it's struggling through? And I think that contact may have just spelled what would be an intermittent end for the number 68. And goodness me, came from quite far back. Here's the replay, and well, under braking goes all in for it. The door's open, but as you can see, I think they're catching was the 116 blindsided, and the Team Brit machine making it to the corner just about, but definitely the 116 not aware of what was coming. And Zentek Motorsport right now, I think, will be fuming at that. I think Team Brit on recollection may be wondering, was it worth going for it 12 minutes into this race? But still, they made the call, it's happened, and they'll have to push forward from it. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that McLaren coming into the pits after this lap as they continue to push on. And as our drivers make the way on around, we're back to your live pictures, and we can see none other than John Seal still pressing on there in P3 overall, with 8 seconds to close down to the car of David Harrison for Team Tasman. And well, as we do have that panning shot there, the crowd's absolutely turned out here today on Saturday for the race in action. Still plenty of it to come. We're looking there to the Zentek Motorsport Porsche Cayman GT4 and making it on down. But I can tell you that we are going to be seeing the McLaren 570S, the Team Brit car, into the pits in due course. We may be able to get a word from them in the garage, because I know Ian, our paddock commentator for today, is looking around there and based down the paddock. But meanwhile, we look back up to your overall race leader, and that is of course PB Racing by JMH's Peter Urseg, who's carrying on. And then the reversal of fortunes, of course, is the P2 Lamborghini there in the GT3 class, or Class A. But staying back with our leader, the number 9, absolutely charging on as he makes his way on through. But as our drivers make the way on around here with the number 55, that Lamborghini, absolutely distinctive, no doubt about it, that lovely Italian machine. And well, you can't take your eyes away from it, no question about it, as we then pan to our runners coming onto the start-finish straight. But as they come onto another lap here, and well, the number 116 seems to be carried on. And as they head in towards the right-hander, well, the Porsche right now being closed up by the 83. And we do have both the number 22 and also the 68 into the pits. So to give you an update, that is the number 22 from Roden Competition entering the Porsche 992 Cup car in Class B. That's into the pits, was being piloted by Richard Avery to start this race. And we've also got with the number 68, and that is the Team Brit car of Aaron Morgan from the McLaren 570 SGT4, both in at the moment. And we'll keep you updated where we can, where we'll see them back out on circuit. But meanwhile, a little bit of an older machine there in the foreground of your picture, and that is number 73, piloted by Matthew Saunders, as the Team Brit cars coming out. So they seem to have got whatever was damaged repaired, or at least repaired to an acceptable state for them to go back racing, but definitely was shaking them up to a degree. But as we do look here, this is getting very feisty. This is the 24 BMW M4 GT4 trying to hold off the number 8 Ginetta. So it's SVG Motorsport on the attack. Meanwhile, on the defence is none other than what is SVG Motorsport, as they make the way up towards McLean's. But as they do, you'll see them in camera shot from left to right very shortly, or we would have, but we're actually looking back to our leaders at the moment as they come down on through in towards turn number 1. Well, we're looking back here to the 83 still chasing after the 116. I think we might be getting a word down in the paddock very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, and well, we'll have to give you an update on that when we can. But as our drivers continue to push on, we are just looking to see where we can get a word with some of our drivers down in the paddock. But as we do continue to watch the race around here, ladies and gentlemen, lovely scenic view there. And in fact, we are down the paddock, and as we can see, our first potential retirement of this race, the number 22. And well, that's unfortunate there for the Class B Road and Competition Engineering Porsche 992 Cup car parked up. We just saw the rear of it there. As meanwhile we do see through the Craner curves, and well, that ongoing pursuit there by the Ginetta G55 chasing after the BMW M4 GT4. As we can then see what is the Lamborghini GT3 now looking to get a bit closer to the number 5, but still hold the fort there as they make the way up the rides, going through the Swans curve and in towards McLean's. And as they do, through the right-hander, what is going to be a four-way battle here as they come on through, but keeping in mind these drivers are on different laps as we're to understand it, so therefore this is going to be as much negotiating blue flags as it is negotiating battles within their own overall laps. And we'll come to that battle when it does make its way back on a round. But in the meantime, it's still looking towards what is the McLean's corner. And well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and as they make the way on towards the right and left, well, the BMW M4 has lost all 3 places there by the looks of things in that overall order. And well, it looks as though the number 26 there deciding to play it safe, and well, you can completely understand as they make the way on down, well, the 24 I should say. As meanwhile, side by side into turn 1, that is going to be the number 5 Road and Competition Engineering, the Porsche 992 Cup car, trying to go for the move versus the Ginetta G55 Super Cup. Meanwhile, behind, John Silger playing it safe. Keep in mind, of course, that Harrison in the number 5, looking right now, it's got to just hold position here as they make the way on around. And in fact, as Harrison comes on through, looking to do everything right there for Team Tasman in the Porsche 991 Cup car, as they head up the rise, making the way on through what is all going to be about looking for an opportunity. But as the drivers come on through, it does seem as though they make the way over the crest. We're going on through what is turn number 7 there, coming on through McLean's. The battle rages on, and Sil just trying to find his way through at this time. But will he be able to? We'll have to wait and see. But as we continue around there, ladies and gentlemen, we now look towards the start-finish line, and there we go, still trying to find his way past the P2 overall as they head down towards turn 1, going to look to the inside this time. On the brakes he goes, and as he does so, can't quite outbrake the Porsche, and it is going to still be Harrison who holds on for the time being, albeit still will get the better run out the corner there with the better traction, the GT3 machine, and takes P2. He's been chasing after it for some time after the spin. As they come down in towards turn number 4, well, that is now P2 overall, going the way of our Class A team, JMH Automotive, and John Stewart taking the position as they head up the rise. As they come in towards McLean's, that meanwhile we look back to the front, and that's still your race leader there, Peter Ursig, carrying on his way for PB Racing by JMH, and doing everything right so far. And as he heads through turn 1 down towards turns 2 and 3, well, we are coming towards the end of the first 20 minutes of this race, and everything right now is looking to be in control for Peter Ursig and the PB Racing by JMH team win their Audi LMS GT3. But as our drivers make their way up towards McLean's, and that lovely view there, we'll see them coming up shortly, heading in towards the right-hander. We're just pushing on. Well, there he comes as he makes his way through, and meanwhile just behind we do have what is the GT4, the 116 GT4 Zentek Motorsport, the Porsche GT4, just carrying its way and feeling confident in Class P4 overall as they make the way on around. We've got more drivers to come through yet, as we are waiting for the next couple of cars to come through. We're going to stay with this camera shot for a bit of time, ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers make their way through, and we'll get to see them as they all clear McLean's corner. But whilst they do so, of course, we do see there what is none other than the Jaguar F-Type, the V8. And to talk a little bit about the cars they make their way around, we do have John Steele there making his way on through it again in the P2 car, and that being P2 overall. And then we do have the Chase and the Ginettas there as they all push through. The Team Brit McLaren also back out there and looks to be in a better place now compared to after that contact with what was the 116 Zentek Motorsport. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cut to the pits because we're going to get a word from Ian Walthouse and some of our drivers down in the pit lane.
Well, welcome down, everybody. It's been an eventful start to the race, hasn't it? Let's go for a little walk through. We've already seen Team Britain, had that coming together. They had to change, had a puncher as well. Let's go grab Paul Fullock over here. He's going to be out in the car very shortly. Let's just grab him. Paul, can we just grab you for a second, if that's all right? It's been, he's going to come over. It's been an eventful start, hasn't it?
It has. That was not the start we wanted, but it's the start we got. So we'll work backwards from there and see what we can do about it.
You've been in, you had a puncher, of course. There was a little coming together. Is the rest of the car okay?
Looks like it. Tracking's out, but she's doing good lap times, so Aaron will make the most of that. I'm sure it'll be okay.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for talking to us. Stay with us if you can. Sorry, guys. Can we just come through? Hopefully, we've got a little bit of time. We've just seen Richard Avery's come in as well, pulled into the garage. I just want to find out whether that's terminal. What a shame that was for Nick Hull and Richard Avery in the road of competition engineering in that Porsche. They're just up here, so stick with me a little bit. Let's make our way up. Here it is here. There was quite a bit coming off the side. I wonder if we can just grab Richard very quickly if he's up for a quick chat. Richard, can we have a very, very quick chat? Not what you wanted, eh?
Not really. Nah.
Is it terminal?
Well, probably cooked the car, to be honest, but yeah, I got get on the first corner, turn one, yellow Lambo, lost control, come off the circuit, back onto me, whacked me in the front, and then obviously since then I've been losing corner and overheating the car. And then I got hit on the rear corner again when I was trying to catch him back up again. Coming in the chicane, I got hit by Janetta on the offside rear, spun me, and I know, it's like, yeah, okay.
Well, look, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you very much. And there we go. Right, yeah, not the start we wanted for a couple of drivers, but plenty of racing action going on. Of course, certainly at the sharp end, Peter Ursig and Marcus Cutter. Peter Ursig behind the wheel of that car. Remember that handicap? They have to lap the field a number of times. I'm sure Paul Walsh can help you with that one. It's race on. It's game on here at Donington Park. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And well, like Ian was saying there, after the insight from our retiring team at the moment, it looks like the number 22 of Road and Competition Engineering, and unfortunately they're not working out for them after that open lap contact. And what we heard from Team Brit with that puncture after their contact with Zentech Motorsport in the GT4 class. And just that point there, in the fact that whilst we do have GT3s out there which have an outright pace advantage by a sizable number of seconds a lap, they do need to, in order to be able to get the maximum possible points, of course, lap the field on multiple occasions in order to be able to do so. And whilst we won't necessarily break it down into the exact numbers and mathematics for you, at the same time, well, that's what makes this series interesting, in the fact that it's just as much when you are in your own class, not only making sure to beat your rivals out on the circuit, but also making sure to clear the field multiple times and be able to be consistent, be smart. Imagine what is essentially a multi-class race where you have to deal with traffic that is sometimes faster than you, but in this situation is slower than you, and therefore you need to know what's the safest way to make your way through. Because remember, of course, in multi-class racing, the typical form is that the slower class drivers are expected to hold their race in line, not do anything unexpected, and the onus is on the faster classes driver to find their way past in a way that is safe but also efficient. And as we see the 55 of John Seal making its way through turn number one, I wonder whether that car is just naturally struggling into turn one. Perhaps something on the setup. You can see every time it comes off of the brakes after loading up the front end, it's almost as if the car just does not want to cooperate into the rest of that apex. And I do wonder whether that might be just costing them some time, and might be really what is costing them the ability to be as competitive as they would like to be. But we'll have to wait and see as the drivers make their way on through. But as they do, making their way on around the Donington Park circuit, we've still got just over 1.5 hours to go, and as they roar their way on around, well, a little bit of story time for you with regards to some of more of the series. And in fact, let's talk a little bit about the mandatory pit stops. Well, firstly, the pit window is open for those mandatory pit stops now, and that's calculated on being between the end of the 20th minute, so we're over 20 minutes in now, and by the end of the 100th minute of the race. And so when we've only got what is 20 minutes left to go, the pit window will close. So therefore our drivers need to get all their pit stops, which they have 2 mandatory pit stops that must be done in that window, and they have to be done within that period of time. So therefore pit window is wide open, and as they head down towards turn number 1, the number 5 there being piloted by David Harrison, still going on strong in P3 overall, gradually building up some steam now after what's been a bit of a rocky race so far. And after letting Seal go and John Seal find his way through in the 55 back into P2. Since then now we've seen the Team Tasman Porsche just look very comfortable, and that Porsche 911 Cup car absolutely continuing to deliver lap after lap. But it's elsewhere in the field, where as the field has gradually gapped its way open now, we are looking at your GT4 Class D leaders, and this is none other than, of course, what is Zentek Motorsport, as they currently P2 in the overall championship. Leaders in the Class D class absolutely keeping it together and running away from the rest of the GT4 field, and behind them is the Class G leaders in the Ginetta G55 Super Cup, and well, that is going to be the number 83 of Johnny McGregor for Mac G Racing. But as they make their way on down the hill here, on through the Craner curves, well, on top of the pit stop, we do have to keep in mind the pit stops are quite lengthy. Even though the pit lane here at Donington Park is relatively short, there is a mandatory pit stop time where they have to be stationary for what is almost 2 minutes. To be a bit more precise, it is 110 seconds they have to be stationary for, or 1 minute and 50 seconds. And well, there's a minimum pit time as well, which is, I do believe, 2 minutes and 13 seconds, or alternatively 133 seconds. So you do the mathematics there, it's a long pit stop, much longer than perhaps you normally have, unless you throw a tyre change and fuel as well. But here we see a bit of side-by-side action between one of our Ginetta G55s and the Jaguar, and hopefully we get to stay on the Jaguar for a little bit, because there's a bit of a story behind this car which I think we need to tell you about. And that is, I had the opportunity earlier today to catch up with the team owner for the number 88 F-Type, and that was catching up with Paul Murray from none other than New Barn Racing, a team that he owns, and he was saying to me that the team is all around built, not bought, in terms of their budget, and the fact that this car has essentially been built by the team. Now, let's take a big step back and talk about the Jaguar F-Type, a car that emerged on the scene in 2014, multiple engine disciplines, whether it was 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, or 8 cylinders. Perhaps the most popular one that you saw from car reviewers on a number of magazines, and that would have been the 6 cylinder, but of course the lovely V8. We do love a good old-fashioned V8. Now, Jaguar put in this car what was a 5-litre V8, and they even put a supercharger on it. However, the thing about this car is, what if we were to tell you underneath that bonnet is a 6.2-litre Chevrolet engine? That's right, an engine from America, not the original Jaguar 5-litre V8 engine. And this was decided on the grounds of the reliability associated with that V8 engine, and the fact that pushed hard, and what they were finding, firstly with the 6-cylinder engines at New Barn Racing, is that they would do 2 races with a 6-cylinder engine underneath the hood of the F-Type, because it was an engine that was made to work with it, and very quickly those engines would need to be replaced. So instead they decided to go for the American market and put a 6.2-litre V8 engine from Chevrolet in there, and they found the reliability record to be stronger, and they even showed me where the engine sits in the front of the car. It sits in the front, but this car, that F-Type, is almost front engine, mid-engine. Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, normally when you think of a front engine car, the engine is over the front axle, and parts of it will be leaning a bit over that axle even further, so heading towards the very front of the car. This engine, they've almost managed to get it behind the front axle line on the car. It's incredible how they've done it. If you're down here in the paddock today and you're tuning in right now, see if you can get a view, if you can get a chance to take a look at that engine before it does depart, because I can promise you it is an incredible piece of machinery to get an absolutely huge engine in there. And well, the natural 5-litre V8 that would go in this F-Type is a large engine of its own, but at the same time to get that 6.2-litre American V8 in there, and to get it in the way they've done so, and a lot of these parts being fashioned by the team themselves for what is the chassis and whatnot. Very few original parts, minus the body shell for this car and a couple of other aspects, and that makes it an incredible car. And when you consider as well the F-Type, which was a car that has run for the best part of 9 years, it's a car that's never really been seen in any discipline of racing. There's only 3 in the world, as I understand it, that have gone racing, and well, this is the only one currently, and I think for a very long time, the only one that has ever been raced in a series. And it is lovely to see a piece of what is essentially British automotive history, because of course the car no longer manufactured as of 2024 to see it out on circuit. But with our story time on that Jaguar F-Type racing in none other than what is Class F, we're now going to cut back down to the pit lane for a word with some more of our drivers.
Right, here we are. I'm down with Mac G Racing. John McGregor's just come into the pits. Actually, after Simon that's just taken over, but they had a problem getting it going. They had to bump start it with two people. Johnny, how was your stint out there? A bit of trouble getting it going again, wasn't there? But how was your stint?
Yeah, it was quite chaotic at the start. Managed to avoid it all. Took a bit of a cut across the grass to avoid the melee. So that was okay, and then did a couple more laps, and then there was a bit more later, so yeah, there was quite a lot going on.
There's quite a lot on the line as well for you guys this weekend. Of course, I know we've still got Snetterton to go, but top of class, looking for the championship.
Absolutely, yeah, we're not that far away from second and first, so yeah, it's all to play for, and we've got to get a good result here.
Top man, Johnny, thank you for talking to us. Go on, have some water. You look roasted, mate. There you go. Plenty more action to come as well. Let's just move around a little bit. We've got Nathan here. Let's just grab a quick chat, can we? How are we feeling? Ready for this? Oh, you're coming in now. Let's watch this live. Stay with us, stay with us. Here we go. Couldn't have timed that any better, could we? Brilliant stuff here. This is David Harrison behind the wheel. He's going to get out. Nathan Lucky's going to jump in. Team Tasman, of course, in Class C in the Porsche 991. This is the very best that we're going to see alive. The driver change here, of course, a couple of mandatory pit stops here this afternoon. 2-hour race in total. Plenty of action going on track. Start to get towards the tail end of the season now. This is round 5. There's one more to go. The season ends next month at Snetterton. Who is going to be crowned outright champion? Is it going to be Peter Essig? Is it going to be Marcus Clinton? Is it going to be somebody else? Who knows? But how are these guys going to get on now? They're just doing the fuel change, as you can see. The fire marshals on standby just in case. I don't want to give commentators curse, but we've never had an issue before, so let's hope we don't have one now. There you go, fuel is in, gets hiked up onto the jacks. Driver's going to jump in. It says Nathan Lucky's going to get in now, and there's going to be a couple of wheel changes as well. How good is this? So stay with us as well if you can, because I'll see if I can grab a quick word with Mr. Harrison, David Harrison, as soon as this pit stop has happened. Of course, it's David Harrison now who's just belted in Nathan Lucky. There's Nathan Lucky, going to be lucky this afternoon. We're going to find out, but certainly this is one of the cars that has managed to keep things clean in the opening stages of this British Endurance Championship race here at Donington Park. This is so good to see, isn't it? Up close and personal, the pit stops as they happen right here in the Donington Park pit lane. We're actually getting attacked by these little bugs all over us as well. I've got these little bugs up and down my arm. Nothing compared to what the drivers have to contend with. So down it goes off the jacks. It's going to fire it up. There we go. Out they push. Let's grab David here as well if we can. It's just going to move some fuel and put it back up. David, that was how you do a pit stop, eh?
Yeah.
How was your stint?
Good. Yeah, really good. It was the beneficiary of a small incident at turn 1, I think.
Yeah. Long way to go though, of course. What's Nathan going to do here? Just keep it on, put in some consistent times. Go.
Bash out consistent times. Keep it simple. There's quite a bit of fresh air, clear air, so if he finds a good spot, he should be good.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian, and that was absolutely brilliant to see the live pit stop there playing out for one of our teams, and well, those pit stops now gradually starting to occur. But as the drivers continue to push on here, of course, this being just about as much the consistency as it is the outright pace for drivers, because we still do have just shy of 90 minutes of racing to go here. And well, in our Ginettas, we're looking at the number 8 and being piloted still by Mark Ellman. He's been in the car since the start. He makes his way through right into left, and as he comes on through the left-hander, of course, the Ginetta's a very interesting car in a British motorsport, in the fact that we've seen the Ginetta in many a guise, ranging all the way from the G55 Super Cup car that you see on your screen here, all the way to lower formats, all the way down to, in fact, what is GT5 class racing, with much less engine power, a much smaller car with a lot less aerodynamic refinement. But the key point being here is the fact that, much like we talked about earlier with the Mini Club Sport Challenge Championship, and the fact that's perhaps the grassroots approach or the starting point if you want to get further into tin top racing, the Ginetta's another great entry route into British motorsport, and indeed international motorsport, if you're looking to make your first starting point. And the fact that Ginetta's raced at a GT5 or a junior level, you have the Ginetta Junior Championships, of course, and that's that's where a lot of young drivers, even perhaps some older drivers, do make their start in the Ginetta. But as the drivers make the way on around there, something just caught my eye was another piece of a little bit legendary machinery on the grid. Not quite the Lamborghini, albeit that is a legend in its own right. But when we do get a chance to see that BMW E46, we'll tell you a little bit about that and why that in itself is considered to be quite an interesting machine, that GTR. But as we look here to what is John Silsey powers his way down the start-finish straight, looking up the inside there of the Jaguar F-Type, and well, I think that is going to be said and done. Number 88 there, just steering clear and not wanting to make a nuisance of the situation, given the fact that of course they are running two different classes and two different paces, and therefore just being smart with car positioning. But as they come on down the hill, meanwhile there we go, looking at what is one of our BMWs on the running order, that being the BMW GT4, second in class with regards to the GT4s there, or what is known of course on this series as none other than Class D. And well, we still do have what is there, our car from none other than SVG Motorsport pushing on, and well, it's Neil Wallace behind the wheel as he heads in towards turn number 1. The 6-cylinder powered machine, absolutely a delight to see as he comes through turn 1 and down towards turn number 2. And whether you're a big fan of the older grille design or the newer design that you see on with the G82 M4, at the same time still the F82, I think it's going to be a car that goes down in history, and I don't think we'll see it in even any motorsporting calendar for a good few years. As meanwhile the 5 follows on through there, and that's the Class C at Team Tasman car, which now I believe it does have none other than Nathan Lucky behind the wheel. And as they make their way up the rise, we'll get to see them heading on through in due course. So they've already made one pit stop today, and they have with it gone for that driver swap. But as they head up the hill, still more to come. As the drivers head on around through the right-hander through turn 1, there's the Team Britain McLaren that was in a little bit of a bruising earlier on, albeit now back in the order. And well, that McLaren, the 570S, now being replaced in GT4 gradually by the McLaren Artura, if my memory does serve me correctly. But you've still got a number of 570Ss racing, and I think also amongst there you may have a transitional car, albeit I can't remember the name of it, but there's been multiple McLaren GT4s over the last decade, albeit my memory a little bit fuzzy on that one. But the point being here, the British machine, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, and will that be a engine as they make the way on around, and as they come up the hill towards Coppice Corner, and doing an absolutely stellar job right now. Team Britain trying to find a little bit of redemption in this race after the early knock, and chasing after them is a car that's a bit more of a historical car, and that is the BMW E46 GTR. As they head on down, the number was 73 in Class F, being piloted still by Matthew Sanders, and the Amsby car absolutely flying. But I think they're coming into the pits because we haven't seen them scoop through. Yep, they're coming into the pits now as they make the way on down, and well, as they do so, more pit stops still playing out here. And well, we've also got with number 73, well no, the 73 is just coming I should say, but we've also got the number 88 in, and that is the car from Callum Thompson coming in as our drivers make the way on down and through. But heading in towards what is the old hairpin at this point, there goes Peter Ursig looking up the inside and coming on through the right-hander. And as he does so, making his way on another car there, and the Audi R8. Well, as we see him making his way through what is the double left and up towards McLean's, the Audi R8 is a car that's been on GT3 grids, would you believe it, since 2015, with the Audi R8 LMS. It's gone through 2 major modifications known as the Evo 1 and the Evo 2, with the Evo 1 arriving, if I'm testing my knowledge here, I think in 2018, if not 2019, and the Evo 2 arriving in 2022. And the main changes to the car would be aerodynamic refinements, also at the changing of some internal parts, but the Audi being an absolute stalwart of GT3 machinery. And of course the most distinctive part about this car has been that wonderful sonorous sound of that V10 engine located in mid-engine rear drive proportion. But as he makes his way on through, well, we're going to be catching a word with Matthew Sanders down the pit lane as he's just jumped out the car for Amspeed, and we'll bring you all that into you and more is going to be Ian Waterhouse, who's down in the pit lane.
Right, everybody, here we are in the garages. I'm down here with Matthew Sanders, who's done a stint already in the BMW. Just seen it come through, actually. Now, Matthew, quite an unusual story here. You've got your foot in a bucket of water. Why is that?
A lot of heat in the transmission tunnel, and it's just come up in blisters all down the left side.
Mark Werrell said to me it's quite a big blister you've got there.
It is a rather large blister. It started off like a 50p piece, it's more like a £5 note. It'll be okay, it's cooling down now. I'm glad I came in and it was the end of my first stint because it was getting fairly painful, but I've only got 20 minutes at the end, so I'll be alright.
So you've only got to do a short bit.
Stuff here to put on it, so all will be good.
Fingers crossed it's okay. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Just stay with us a little bit as well. I'm just going to try and find a way out of the garage here. Let's see if I can get out. There we go. Managed to find my way out. Paul, back to you.
Goodness me, blisters that you don't want there, as we do look at the 73 and a little bit more, and that of course being the Amspeed BMW E46 GTR, and well, we'll see it very shortly making its way down towards the Roberts chicane, and well, it does get very hot in those cars, no doubt about it, albeit I think that's the first time I've heard a driver getting blisters from the transmission tunnel, but still, you hear it all these days. They make the way on through, and I'm very glad to see as they roll them through. Driver all okay, just having to put his foot in a bucket of water in order to cool things down, and as they make the way across the timeline, the E46 being perhaps I do believe our oldest car on this grid, and harking back to a much earlier generation of BMW machines, albeit that's not to say it's not a fast machine, it's alright, and many would argue perhaps part of the golden age of the BMW M car, albeit of course that's debatable, and I'm not going to get involved in all that debate on the broadcast today. But I can definitely tell you that there is always a big opinion on which of the M series BMWs were the golden generation, and the E46 capturing a lot of hearts. We do see there some side by side coming on through Starkeys into McLean's and Schwann's, Schwann's into McLean's I should say, and that is going to be the Ginetta G55 making its way through, and well, some battling going on between the two BMWs now. As a result, we do see the older machine trying to take on its younger counterpart, and well, as they make the way on around what will be Coppice Corner, we'll get to see them shortly as they come on down, and it looks like at the moment the BMW M4 GT4, which will have a lot more aerodynamic downforce applied to it, albeit you've got that huge wing on the back of the E46 GTR, but at the same time as well, that M4 reworked time over time and made to be a bit more streamlined, and therefore it is going to be the difference of generations as they race their way. As they make the way on down in towards turn number one, taking a bit of a peek there. Can he go for the move in the 73? He's going to try and go for it. No way through versus the 24 there, and that is on. Well, that is going to be, excuse me, I do believe that is going to be Jack Layton chasing after and trying to make the move on none other than what will be the car of the BMW M4 being piloted at this point in time by Ian Astley, unless I'm mistaken, because they have already had the pit stops there. Or is Astley still behind the car? In fact, no, Astley's not in the car at the moment. That is still Neil Wallace behind the car. They've yet to do the driver swap, and well, the drivers are now pushing up the hill, but brilliant racing between them, and we'll have to see which way it's going to go with regards to the battle of these two BMWs. They make the way up towards Coppice Bend, and we're coming on through the corners now. We'll see them shortly as they make the way down the back stretch, and I get the feeling that E46 is feeling confident, he's going to go for the move and goes for it, and Leighton, the pro driver for Amspeed, well, he finally finds a way through here, albeit just in time before the PB Racing by JMH Audi. Peter Ursig still behind the wheel, then cuts up the inside of both of them there and puts another lap on the two cars. But as they head down the start-finish straight, you can start to see the GT3 breaking away there, and that Audi just building up the speed as they head in towards turn number one. In short runs here, you won't see as much as the drivers making the way, well, you won't see it as much in terms of top end speed that the GT3s can achieve compared to other circuits, but still what you will definitely get to see is how they're able to use their applied downforce and their electronic systems as well to carry more speed through the corners compared to other drivers. Oh goodness me, and a little bit of a wobble there on corner entry for what was Ursig into the old hairpin, and I wonder whether it's either tired arms or legs. Alternatively, those tyres now are just starting to not want to be as compliant, given the fact he has been in that car for some time and indeed has been putting in lap after lap. But meanwhile, we do look there to John Seal, currently your P2 overall driver and P2 in Class A in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3, and chasing after the number 5 there of Team Tasman as they head down the start finish straight in towards turn number 1 they go, and as they come on down, well, will there be a move or will there not be? There is going to be a move. Still goes all in very tight on the approach. You can see they're really making it clear from the outset that he's going for the move, and in the end giving what was the number 5 every opportunity to be aware of it and steer clear and not to have a bit of door bashing moment as they make the way down the hill in towards what will be turn number 4. Well, they roll their way on through it, and again a small wobble there off the apex curve of the old hairpin from Seal, but we're looking now a little bit further afield down towards the back straight, and the reason we're doing this is because we're looking at the 116, and this is Zentek Motorsports Porsche GT4 heading on down to complete another lap, and well, the Cayman at this point, the 718 absolutely looking in prime spot. Of course, it has had a couple of little bits of damage to it, particularly after that nasty contact with the Team Brit McLaren early on into turn 1, but it hasn't phased the team, hasn't phased the car, and right now they're still looking comfortably in control of this race. Currently running in P3 overall, and well, of course, keeping in mind they've yet to make a pit stop. Indeed, all of our top 4 have yet to make a pit stop, and that pit stop is going to be quite a long one. And when they do come around to making it, well, that will reassert them into the natural running order, because we have had some pit stops earlier on the field, and well, that means our field right now all mixed up, as we are expecting 2 mandatory pit stops from our drivers today. But and as we continue on the route, we do say hello to a couple more of you in the respective YouTube chats there. We say hello to Box in this lap, who has been an absolute stalwart of what has been one of our chats today, in the fact here at Donington Park, enjoying the race, and has been making their way around the circuit bit by bit over the course of the day, and asking, is anybody else at Donington? Well, Box in this lap, I can tell you one thing, if nobody else responds, I'm definitely here at Donington. I'm going to be here the whole weekend, bringing you all the race in action, and very happy to have you with us, no doubt about it. And I can see a number of you discussing there around British Endurance Championship and the other British GT style series, which is great to see. And well, as our drivers make their way down into the braking zone, we won't also forget that this broadcast is not just on the British Automobile and Racing Club YouTube channel, the BARC YouTube channel, it's also being simultaneously streamed live to none other than what is the British Truck Racing Championship, or the BTRC YouTube channel. And well, I appreciate you guys and girls in there, absolutely active with the truck racing as well. But don't be shy, feel free to say hi or drop us some messages in there as well. It's always appreciated as we start to negotiate our way towards the end of the first hour of what is this race in the British Endurance Championship. Our 2-hour race, we are 48 minutes in, and the clock continues to tick, and as it does so, well, we've had one retirement so far, a very unfortunate retirement in the early stages of road and competition engineering. The Porsche 992 Cup car in Class B, being involved in multiple altercations in the opening lap, including some contact with what was the 55 from JMH Automotive in Class A, and well, as a result, it just has not gone their way, and sad to see the Porsche 992 having to be retired so early, but still, that's the way it sometimes goes in motorsport. As the drivers make the way on around here with regards to coming through at McLean's in towards Coppice Corner, well, we will be looking at what comes on through and making their way on through. We focus on the number 5 here, and well, the Team Tasman 991.2 Cup car, and well, the Porsche Cup cars have gone through multiple evolutions. This is also known as, I do believe, the in fact it is known as the 991.2 Cup car. I was going to say, in the fact that this is the previous Cup car. Of course, the Porsche has now moved to the Porsche 992 Cup car, and well, the main difference you can tell between the two, if you want to look at them visually, albeit I'm not a Porsche aficionado, is with regards to the rear tail light. But as I try to make the way down the start-finish straight, we also do see the 88 there, making its way on through Redgate and carrying on, and that's piloted by the Thompson Brothers. Well, in fact, not the 88, that's the 86, with the 83, I should say, and looking good. But meanwhile, we look into the pit lane here, and that is the number 8 Ginetta currently being refueled, and the Ginetta G55 Super Cup car for SVG Motorsport refueling complete there. Lovely camera shot being brought to you by our team down the paddock. And well, I think they're putting even more fuel in the car here. Perhaps ran out of fuel in the first of their fuel canisters and having to do a bit more. But of course, they do have a mandated pit stop time, so therefore they do need to spend a certain amount of time. And I suspect their plan will be to essentially, in doing this, they gradually burn that pit stop time, and therefore they don't feel as though spending perhaps as long in the pits waiting around. Of course, a number of series around the globe do run mandatory pit stop times, and well, some teams end up just having to sit the car and have it idle there. As meanwhile, we've also got, I think, a driver change occurring here, and it is going to be a swap out for what is, Mark Ellman, and Owen Hizzy is going to take over the car and jump into what is the number 8 there, Owen Hizzy, taking over the pro driver for the team, and what we look forward to seeing what Hizzy is going to be able to do as they do go on to the circuit. And they're having to get every bit settled down in terms of getting all the safety harness in, and we're allowed to have a little bit of assistance there from what is the team, albeit only a certain number of team members can work on the car at a given point in time, and they do have to do the pit stop in a certain order, so that's where you saw the fuel go in. And meanwhile, also more activity in the pit lane there, as we do have your Class D leaders making the way on out, and now having to push the Ginetta backwards there, given the fact it's pointed in towards the pit lane. Pit stop mandating that, of course. And as they roll the car backwards, they'll roll it into the secondary lane, and down goes the throttle, and away it goes. Number 8 makes its way back out onto the racing surface, and lovely pit stop there. And as I do so, we're going to try and grab a word with Mark Ellman in due course, and I think in fact we might be able to grab a word straight away, and Ian's down in the paddock.
A quick drink of water. As you can see, we've got a 24 in as well. I wonder if we can just grab Neil very quickly for a quick chat. How was that?
Yeah, it was good, yeah. Fun. A lot of contacts up at the first corner.
Yeah. Oh, look, you guys need to go out. I'll let you crack on about that. Ian Astley is about to take over the car as well. Come back with me, because I believe we can grab a chat with Mark very, very shortly. Let's just move down, just get a very quick word from him if we can. So my very quick word, sorry, I know you need a drink of water. Sorry guys, thank you very much. We just seen Owen going out, putting on a bit of a show in the pits for us. How was it for you in your first stint?
It was very hot.
Is it roasting?
It's roasting, it's like an oven in the car. So just try to keep on track and go as quickly as possible.
Tom, I'll let you rest, chill out. Thank you very much for talking to us, really appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of action now starting to come into the pits here. This is what we like to see, isn't it? In there, racing is now starting to heat up. Let's just come back, shall we? The 24 BMW about to head out on track. It looks like it's going to be Ian Astley taking over the driving duties of that one. Neil Wallace has just come in for the SVG Motorsport BMW M4 GT4. They're about to go up. It's revving up. Stay with us, and listen, turn the volume up. It's about to get loud. We just saw Owen Hizzy. Actually, in a second, let me show you the tyre marks that Owen Hizzy left in that Ginetta in a second. Here he goes. So now Ian Astley goes out in the BMW. Have a look here. I don't know if you can just bring the camera. Can you see these tyre marks here? This is Owen Hizzy. Look at this. Incredible, isn't it? There you go. This is why we love being in the pits. Right, I'm going to hand you back to Paul Walsh. Lots of action happening here. It looks like Charlotte Birch is about to head out on track as well. So I'm going to hand back to Paul, and I'll be back very soon.
Thank you, Ian. And we saw there Owen Hizzy not just leave his mark on circuit with regards to his performance in the Ginetta, but also leaving those tyre marks, and definitely those have become permanent for some time. But as we return to the trackside cameras, and we do see here a number of cars together, and well, that is the number 9 for PB Racing by JMH, and still Peter Ursig behind the wheel, yet to give the car over to their pro driver Marcus Clutton. And well, John Sill, meanwhile, in at the number 55 for JMH Automotive, about to be lapped here. And well, this is literally, you're seeing P1 overall chasing down P2 overall, and Peter Ursig right now, aided perhaps to a degree by what was that open lap incident that did see the JMH Automotive Lamborghini demoted all the way to the back of the field, and also potentially pick up some damage that might be hindering its natural pace. But the key point being here, the PB Racing by JMH absolutely leading the way, and without a doubt managing this race perfectly. But as they head on down the back straight, heading up towards the Roberts chicane, well, here they go, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be the Lamborghini being chased by the Audi taking no chances here under braking, keeping in mind, of course, that whilst it is in the draft, I think that these GT3 machines, they are a little bit aero sensitive, and decides to come into the pit. And I think this is a smart call here from PB Racing by JMH, for the simple reason that they don't need to worry too much about losing time. Of course, anything can go wrong in the pits, anything can happen over the race distance, but right now, rather than trying to find a way past the JMH Automotive Lamborghini, just get themselves out of that dirty air, get themselves into the pits, do what they need to do in the pit lane, and it'll work out. As meanwhile, we've also got here, and this is a battle for position right now, and we'll keep in mind that's the Team Brit McLaren that is leading in this battle of Class D, or the GT4 class. They make the way on through the old hairpin, and behind all that is none other than the Zentek Motorsport Porsche, which has been into the pits. So therefore, we are looking at two different strategies playing out here. between the two different teams, and we'll have to see how that all weaves its way together. But you can see the Team Britcar under major pressure. Here's going to be a move for the lead of the class as they head in towards Coppice Bend. We'll get to see the aftermath of that move once they make the way on through, and we'll right now no way. Remember, both cars have technically come into the pits, albeit the Team Britcar had to come in for what was a repair. Well, in fact, it was a tyre replacement due to a puncture and also a little bit of repair work to the car, but they haven't made a pit stop within the pit window so far. Whereas Zentek Motorsport have made one, so therefore Team Brit are a pit stop down in this scenario, and they still do have to make two, but I don't think they're going to give up. This will be great experience for them battling as they make their way down towards turn number one. But you can see then the McLaren, whilst it doesn't quite have the corner speed, or at least the average apex speed of the Porsche, on the straight, just able to open up a bit more of a gap, and it does seem the balance of performance between these two cars. The Porsche is favourable in the corners, the McLaren meanwhile just has the legs on the straights, albeit not too many long stretches here at Donington, but look at that as they serpentine their way down in towards the old hairpin. You can see there, as much as Zentek would love to go on the attack, well, they're going to try and look around the outside going through Starkey's here. It's going to be bold, and well, he's going to commit to the move, and it's a lovely sweep around the outside into Schwann's and up into what will be McLean's, and he gets it done. A superb move there, and well, making up that move count. And I do believe we have Josh Steed in the car now for Zentek Motorsport, and therefore making an absolutely brilliant pass there for what was the class leading GTD. And now you can see the Team Brit McLaren just not quite able to stay with them. I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially do see a pit stop coming up for Team Brit in the near future, but we'll have to wait and see whether they decide to peel off into the pit lane come the exit of Roberts on this lap. As they make the one through, not to, and meanwhile elsewhere we've got another change of what is that. I don't think it's a change of position, but I think it is a bit of a side-by-side between the two drivers. And as they come out of turn number one, that there was none other than our BMW M4 GT4, the SVG Motorsport car being piloted by Ian Astley now, who's jumped into the car. Well, he is trying to push on, and they are chasing down what is none other than what will be the Team Brit car, albeit on different strategies. Again, just to remind you, whilst they are a long way away and they're coming down in P3 in the GTD class, it has to be considered in the not GTD, the Class D class I should say. You do have to consider in the fact that they are one pit stop up on the Team Brit car, as meanwhile we do a look from them to what is our E46, and that being of course in Class F, and well, the AMSP car doing what it does best, and that is trying to follow suit after the Ginetta G55 as they head through the old hairpin. As they head through the right and onwards they go, you can see that Ginetta just able to carry a little bit more speed on those sweeping corners, but the BMW not falling away too rapidly. And therefore there's some life in the old E46 yet as they head on through what is their McLean's, and up towards Coppice Bend they go. But as they make their way up through the right-hander, well, we'll see them shortly as they come over the rise, and down they'll go towards the Robert chicane. And one interesting thing about the rundown to this chicane, it looks so from the camera angle there, the road bucks upwards and then starts to head downhill. It is a very gradual run down towards the chicane, but one of the things perhaps cameras don't do justice is all the little micro elevation changes over the entirety of a given lap at any circuit like Donington, and what our drivers will definitely have trying to get those in mind for all the practice sessions they've been through prior to this, and also any track walks they've conducted, and what every little bit of the knowledge matters, particularly in regards to braking zones where you can potentially make overtakes and all that in between. But here as we look to the number 5, the class leader of what is Class C, and well, we see the Porsche 991 2 Cup car of Team Tasman carrying on its way as they head up through the rise. But then we look back here to what is your two lead cars, and well, this is going to be a move up the inside, dive to the inside there, and I believe that is going to be Marcus Clutton in the car, and it is the Pro driver making the move there to take the lead of this race back from none other than John Seal, who was leading. But keep in mind that JMH Automotive's Lamborghini has yet to make a pit stop, so therefore it means now the order is restored, and as a result JMH Automotive are a pit stop down and a place down on what is PB Racing by JMH. Can anybody stop them? Well, right now it looks as though the only thing that can stop the number 9 Audi LMS GT3 R8 is itself and the drivers behind the wheel as they continue to push onwards and onwards, and we move into the second half of this race as the drivers continue the way on through. Well, a question there being asked with regards to who's first at the moment. Let's give you an an update at the hour in terms of the race so far and what is still lying in wait. And keep in mind, of course, we do have 6 classes on this grid, so we'll break them down overall and in class. So overall, after an hour of racing, you do have the focus of our cameraman's attention right now is none other than the number 9 there, and that is the PB Racing by JMH Audi R8 LMS GT3, which we do believe has Marcus Clutton behind the wheel, the pro driver jumping in after he conducted a recent pit stop, and I believe there was a driver change there between Peter Ursik, who was the starter of the car, and Marcus Clutton, who's taken over. As they continue to lead, well, behind them in P2 is none other than the JMH Automotive Lamborghini, which is being serviced in the pit lane. There you go, you can see the mechanics and the driver swap in full effect, and well, sitting in P2 overall and in Class A, they're the only 2 Class A cars or GT3s on the grid today. And well, the story really has been that whereas the PB Racing by JMH has had a rather quiet race, meanwhile this Lamborghini was up on the grass at Redgate at turn number 1, had a few bumps and scrapes, but it's been able to survive the major contacts, and well, now it's in for its first pit stop, and it is effectively a lap down on the Class A and overall leader. Meanwhile, we then come on to what is our P3 overall drivers, and that will be none other than the... oh goodness me, as we've got more pit action going on here, and I think as our drivers make their way into the pits, a number of them, we are doing the recap of the order, and we are going to try and get some images of the number 5 Porsche that's running in P3 shortly, and well, to give you the update is the Team Tasman, and well, as we do try to find it out on the circuit. Now, it seems to have disappeared at the moment. We will try and get it, but in the meantime we are keeping an eye on 55. And well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen, at long last. We thought we'd lost it, but we found it in the end, and that is the Team Tasman Porsche 991.2 Cup car, and well, being piloted at the moment, I do believe, by none other than Nathan Lucky, and well, they've been enjoying a relatively quiet race. They are in their own class, if you will. There's no other class, what is Class C cars on the grid here today, but they're running a solid P3 as they head in towards turn number 1, and that Porsche absolutely screaming along. As meanwhile, more action going on down in the pit lane, and well, this is, I do believe, the 4th place SVG Motorsport Ginetta G55 Super Cup car coming in for its pit stop, and the car that had a huge amount of damage after a major shunt into the opening corner on the back of what was the Porsche 992 Cup car from Road Competition Engineering, that had to retire as a result of that contact. And well, as they continue to take the bonnet down, you can see where the impact was in the opening lap, and a huge knock on the front of the car. And as they gradually tape it back down, well, also the driver swap coming in there for the number 66, and that will go from Cameron Pratt-Thompson into the capable hands of Charlotte Birch, who will take over for a stint as a minimum, as they do of course have to make that driver swap at some point in the race if it's a 2-driver team. But as they roll the car backwards and get it back out, they are going to lose a positionist. They will drop from what is P4 down to P6. In fact, they'll be overtaken to a degree. So what it means is, as we now do see the change down, we'll try and grab a word when we can with Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Well, we are seeing the drivers leave the pit lane, and I think we are going to go to Ian down the pit for a word with Cameron Pratt-Thompson now.
Right, we welcome down. We've just seen Charlotte Birch has just taken over from Cameron. Cameron, quite an eventful start for you out there. What happened?
Well, one of those instances where it's either my fault or just bad luck. You know, bunched up at turn 1, not that I was expecting, but obviously the concrete powder probably played a part in people's minds, and also it was a bit tricky because box on the inside, 2 GT4s on the outside, and a Ginetta G55 Super Cup. So to be there in the first place is good, but on the start I wanted, I think the comeback was good, and obviously Charlotte, I know the car's in safe hands, so she works cheaply.
You're quite a team, aren't you and Charlotte? The 2 seats, Cameron and Charlotte?
Yeah, well, it's a bit unfortunate because obviously James had to miss this one, but no, I think Charlotte's a great replacement. She's been really fast in the testing. I think she's just stepping forward after not being in the car for 2 years. So I think she's doing a good job.
Right, Cameron, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And well, as our racing continues, and we're looking there at the car that's just had its bonnet taken down, and you can see definitely where it's flexing with regards to the air flying over it, and the car that's definitely been through quite the battles today, the number 66, as it continues its way on through. And well, now of course with Charlotte Birch behind the wheel, and the car dropping all the way down. That the grid has been adjusted as a result of that pit stop. Well, making its way down in what is P3 in the Ginetta class, or Class G. But I think shortly we're going to be continuing our rundown through the order, and in fact there we can see in the rear of your picture that's our 4th place runners, and well, they're about to make their way on past 5 Ginettas. It's the 116 Porsche Cayman GT4 that's of interest, and the reason why they're of interest, huge interest, is because they're the leaders of Class D. They've come in today as the leaders of Class T for Zentek Motorsport, and they could wrap up the Class D championship here today, and their race has been won so far whereby they've been under some pressure to try and make some moves versus Team Britain Class D, albeit to make sure they have overall position advantage before considering strategy, and they've done exactly that. And with Josh Steed behind the wheel, their pro driver absolutely delivering, and they've been faultless to a T so far as they continue to push on around. But we will shortly be continuing that journey down through the field and perhaps get a fault with regards to... Oh, goodness me, hold the fault there, as that is off the road. I didn't quite see exactly which car it was at the door number, but that was unexpected. And well, that was the 83 that's taken a trip to the gravel, and that was the car that we were going to come to next, the Mac G Racing Class G Ginetta G55 Super Cup car, and that's from the lead of what was Class G, and they've been ahead by the best part of a lap over their peers, and a nightmare moment for them. We'll give you an update when we can, but that was a surprise and not a welcome one to be certain. And meanwhile, focus continues here on the Class D leaders, who are about to put a lap on what is the BMW M4 GT4, the number 24, which is running P2 in the class. And as they head on down here, we can understand why they may not be willing to give up a lap to the class leaders, just a simple reason. If anything should happen in the pit lane, well, they alternatively, if we do see a safety car, then they'll lose out the opportunity to be right back hunting against the Class D leaders. But as they make the way up the rise, it's BMW versus the Porsche. As meanwhile, we look here to the run down the start finish straight, and well, the number 5 and the number 20, the number 73 together, and well, this number 73 currently in P5 of everything that's going on, the field shaking up, and well, it is none other than what is the Class F leader at this time, and that is the BMW E46 GTR being piloted by Jack, being piloted by Jack Layton there as they head on down the hill and through the old hairpin. And well, whilst it may be one of the older machines on the grid, by no means is it giving up and doing a solid job, albeit they're in a big strategic battle with the number 88 of their class, the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type, and we'll talk a little bit more about them a bit later as we see our drivers making their way on uphill. But as they do, we now look to what is here the ongoing run, and well, focusing in particular on the 116 and also the car there, the number 24, and well, the BMW M4 there still going onwards, and of course that BMW M4 at this time in the hands of Ian Astley. But as they make the way on down, we are trying to get a word as to what exactly has happened to the Ginetta 83. But in the meantime, I'm afraid the Ginetta 83 may actually be heading into the pit lane, but more on that in due course. We are now looking at what is your now Ginetta G55 Super Cup class leader. And this is the number 8, and that's been piloted at this time by Owen Hizzy. We saw them in the pits only moments ago doing the driver swap from Mark Elman, who jumped out the car, and Owen Hizzy taking over, and Hizzy leaving a lot of tyre marks down the pit lane, absolutely eager to get back out there with scalding hot tyres, and we can understand why as they make the way on down into towards the crane and curves on the approach here. But it definitely has been a large Ginetta's, a race where it's been a lot about strategy and just trying to find what is the ability to break away. And also you mentioned in the YouTube chat there, a bit of an insight from boxing this lap, that the Jaguar F-Type has had some problems with its bonnet retainer pins, and if so, that would explain why they're in the pits at the moment. They've been in the pits for some time. That's a good spot there. Really appreciate the insight from you guys on the circuit side, and do let us know if you see something that we don't. We're always grateful for that extra information, but that would explain why. But the bonnet damage for the Jaguar F-Type holding it at bay and preventing it from moving forward. We do have what looks to be some activity from our marshals there on the exit of McLean's, and there'll be yellow flags waved. We're trying to avoid, I think, going to a safety car. They'll try and get that move, but I think we are going to get a shot of the Jaguar down in the pit lane and exactly see what's happened to it. We've there it is, the F-Type being worked on here by the team, and of course Newbarn Racing working on it. I think they are doing a driver swap here, unless I'm mistaken. A bit of paper there, fuel going in the car, so definitely not retiring the car. That's some good news. I do love to see the car still run. I think we all do, but as they get themselves set, well, it's definitely been a bit of an upset there, because the Jaguar has done a fantastic job in battling its way up the order, and the Thompson brothers will continue to do everything they can with the car, but definitely a nasty surprise there with regards to the bonnet retainer pins. And well, as the 6.2 litre V8 powered machine, again, just to remind you, whereas most conventional Jaguar F-Types of the V8 configuration will have a 5 litre engine, this is an American engine in the car, confirmed by the team leader. And well, when I had the chance to speak to them earlier today with Paul Murray, and well, would love to hear that engine sing once again, as now they will complete that driver changeover and they'll get ready to go on the attack for the second time today. We can see that all the hardcraft being done to essentially open up all the safety harness and safety belt. And well, in fact, it looks over here might be a sign of something far worse than this. They're still working it, still trying to take the bonnet down. Where if they can't get that bonnet fully taken down, then it will mean they won't be able to go racing, for the simple reason that they'll receive not what will be a driving standards flag, but it will be a mechanical standards flag, or many would like to refer to it colloquially as the meatball flag, or the where's the orange circle with the black background, and that will be because the car's in an unsafe condition. And well, if we did see earlier on one of our Genettas have its bonnet hole hanging up to a degree, and we've seen some of our earlier races today, cars with bonnets that have gone up, and they've immediately had to bring them into the pit. But as the work goes on here, well, plenty of black tape going down there, and well, the car known best this one for its white livery. Indeed, a bit of a livery that's a bit of a throwback to some of the older colour schemes that are more notorious than the white, blue and also orange there, but now it has some shades of black to go with it as well, albeit unintentional. But they are putting the new driver in the car, so it is going to go into the hands of none other than Adam Thompson. He's going to reverse it out, and they're going to go racing once again, which is absolutely brilliant as they give the car a big push. Lovely sound to it. In fact, I'm going to go quiet so you can hear it. Lovely rumble as the car makes its way on out, and well, great to see them making it back out there. And so, meanwhile, we look back to the circuit cameras now, and as we do, that lovely view from the old bridge, Starkeys, all the way up towards McLean's Weichwands. And well, we're focusing here now on none other than our BMW M4 GT4, the number 24, and well, still running in a comfortable P2 in the Class D, the GT4 class, and as they make the way on the run through the Robert chicane. All right, now running overall in P8 as we gradually continue to make our way down through this field that is serpentining between its positions, given that a number of our teams are on different strategies as they head in towards turn number 1. Right now, that BMW's had some fun. It's battled with its older sibling, the E46 BMW out on circuit, but still, it's a young BMW and it's doing a fantastic job. But as they make the way through, we haven't really got too many battles on circuit at the moment in terms of drivers being close together, but we may have some strategic battles a little bit later on, so therefore we're just keeping our eyes peeled for those, as we are definitely within our final hour of this race now. It's a 2-hour endurance race at Donington Park, and we'll stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to head towards that checkered flag, and well, at any moment we can see plenty more to come. But as they make the way on down, there we can see we've got our Lamborghini there, the second place Lamborghini overall making progress, and there is the Jaguar sporting its war wounds on the front with regards to the black tape and able to get the bonnet sealed down. And then there is the Team Brett McLaren 570S GT4, so goes a little bit deep on entry into Redgate, but nails that late apex, exactly what you want. The number 68 driver there, Paul Bullock, doing a fantastic job in showing us how to do Redgate corner with aplomb. And of course, the wonderful thing about that McLaren is all the rotation comes from the rear, with the engine towards the rear of the car being behind the driver, exactly where you want it to. The optimum place is to have the weight on the rear, typically, as it gives you that more natural rotation in the car, and giving us a precise demonstration exactly how that drivetrain approach works. They head on the rise up towards what is the McLean's corner sequence. We're coming out of the right-hander. We haven't had too much drama since the open lap, albeit we did have one off earlier on, and that was the number 83 of none other than the Ginetta G55 Super Cup car, which we are trying to understand where exactly it is in relation to everything. I believe it's down in P10, but at the moment we'll give you an update when we can, because we did see it go straight off at McLean's. But as they head onto the brakes here. Well, right now, the number 68 driver absolutely doing it well, as we then look to the Jaguar heading down the start from the straight, and it looks as though the tape has definitely sealed that bonnet down and they've been able to get things sorted. I do wonder if we might end up grabbing a word with what's Callum Thompson down in the pit lane in due course. We'll keep you posted on that as he makes his way on down the hill in towards turns 2, 3 and 4. Coming and rolling on through, well, into that braking zone they go. And well, right now the car carrying on, and we'll have to wait to see whether it might need a little bit more tape in its second pit stop of the day. And we have had a couple of teams, well, in fact we've had all our teams do their one mandated pit stop, and in fact we may have already had 2 pit stops from the BMW E46 GTR. And well, it should be pointed out, if you're wondering why you're seeing what would be the 2 Class F machines. So here we're looking at the Jaguar, which is one of our Class F machines, and we've also got the other one in Class F, albeit it's not marked up the same class colorization on the left hand side of the screen. That is because the E46 BMW, which is being piloted currently by none other than Jack Layton, and that car being currently in P5 in your timing tower there, so it will have what will be the name of Sanders listed against it. Well, that's an invitational car, so it's in Class F, but it's been invited to race today, so technically they're not quite in the same class from a championship perspective, but they are in a race together as they head on through. But as they do, well, there's your race leader making his way on up the inside. On the run up towards Coppice Corner they go, the number 9 there of PB Racing by JMH's, and that's Marcus Clutton behind the wheel. The pro driver absolutely flying at this time, and we're putting in fastest lap after fastest lap earlier on. And right now we're 2 lap lead over what is the second place car of the JMH Automotive, the Lamborghini, that's being run by, I do believe, Jamie Stanley behind the wheel of the car now, or feeling absolutely in control. And you can see that second lap that has been provided. But as they head on down in towards turn number 1, we are going to be getting a word shortly down in the pit lane with none other than, I do believe, Callum Thompson from the 88. And well, we are going to cut to the paddock, and indeed we're going to cut to Ian Waterhouse as he brings us that interview.
Right, everybody, we've just seen the New Barn Racing Jag come in. Adam Thompson has been behind the wheel of that. Callum's gone out now, but Adam, 1 or 2 issues with the car, isn't there?
Yeah, I think we got caught up at the beginning in some of that fracas that happened, and it damaged the near side front. So
that's a good word, by the way.
Fracas. Tried to use something new. And so the steering wheel's about 70 degrees to the left, so it doesn't give you any confidence, and also the near side front's just not responding. So we're having to change driving style quite a lot, almost use the rotation of the rear to get it in, because otherwise it's not turning. But we'll just see how we can do.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it when it came in, a bit of duct tape goes on. Duct tape solves most things, but perhaps not this one, though.
Well, we put some on when I got in the car, we put some on, but then I was coming down the straight and the bonnet lifted, I couldn't see anything, so it's not exactly the circuit you want for that. And when we came in, we thought we may as well do our second stop to try and save on that couple of minutes in the end.
So that's it. Callum's all the way to the end now.
45 minutes, yeah, so...
He's going to need some water after, isn't he?
I know. He was in the fracas, so for me it's like payback.
There's that word again. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And well, that Jaguar has definitely been through it all, and goodness me, the fact they're having to even adjust their driving style to be able to get this car to be able to lap round consistently, well, that's a surprise. But to be fair, sometimes you have to improvise on the spot, and that's exactly what they've done there. The Thompson brothers doing a fantastic job, and to get to the finish, well, first you must finish the race, and it's doing exactly that at this time, albeit 45 minutes now will be their run all the way to the end, with the aim of not making any more pit stops, and in doing so they may just be able to make up some time. And of course, spending quite some time in the pit lane, having to do some work on the car in order to get it back into that raceable condition. And meanwhile, as we look back to your overall leader here, roaring the way through it, having a 66 lap to their tally in this race, 2 laps up now, and definitely chasing the maximum possible points in the overall championship. Keeping in mind, of course, that the way the points are awarded in this championship, in the overall championship standings, is based not just on where you finish overall, but also your class and how well you finish versus the other classes. And that way, for our Class A drivers, for example, with PB Racing by JMH, it doesn't do just to win the race on the same lap as the rest of the classes, but instead you have to win multiple laps ahead, as we focus on the P2 and also Class A car, the second and one of only 2 Class A runners, and that is, of course, JMH Automotive's car, the Lamborghini Huracan. And right now, dancing its way around the circuit, what is unfortunately 2 laps down on the overall race leader. So they've got a lot of work to do, but to be fair, they had their work cut out for them after the open lap with that incident, and now on a charge here to just see how many laps they can pull as well over the rest of the field as they make the way down towards turn number 1. And you can see trying to chase after the leading Audi as well. They'd like to get a lap back on that Audi if they can, albeit given the fact that both teams only made 1 pit stop so far, it will be hard as we do look instead to number 5. And as we look to number 5 here, this is of course your P3 driver, the sole Class C machine of Team Tasman as it heads down towards turn number 1. And this Porsche still going well, the Porsche 991.2 Cup car, as it heads in towards turn number 1. And well, Nathan Lucky behind the wheel of this one at this time, and yet to make their second stop. We've still got 1 more stop to go. And as they head down towards what is turn number 4, well, we also see there, meanwhile, the run of the class leader, and that is your GT4 class leader, or Class D leader, we should say. And well, we're looking at none other than Zentek Motorsport with Josh Steed behind the wheel, the pro driver, pushing on here in the 116. And as they head down the start-finish straight, looking very much in control. Still a bit more time to go, of course, and anything can happen all the way to the checker flag. But if anything, it's looking as though it's becoming more and more a reality that Class D championship win could be coming their way. As meanwhile, we also look there to the P5 overall car, and that is the BMW E46 GTR. And as they make the way down at the back straight, you hear that distinctive roar from that BMW. It definitely sets it apart from a good number of its rivals, and head into the braking zone. As he does so, looking absolutely in control is none other than Jack Layton, having taken over the car. As we then continue to look down, this is now your P6 car of none other than what is number 8 of FPG Motorsport, which has Owen Hizzy behind the wheel. Hizzy absolutely holding nothing back here, and in fact gaining some time, it would seem, on the P5 car, the P5 number 73. And with that in mind, I wouldn't be surprised here if we potentially see them come together a little bit later on, as the lap times have been very similar between the two. So we'll have to wait to see how that plays out, albeit a 26.5 second gap last time around, so they are quite far from each other. But still heading across that line, and from the number 8, well, from them we can see just behind there, there's your overall leader, continue chasing down and looking to put another lap on them as they head down to the crane and curves once more. But as they roll their way on through, of course, the one thing that'll be on the driver's minds at this point is the track temperature. Well, it would have started off quite warm given the time of day, but as we naturally make our way to later and later in the day, particularly with this being a 2-hour race, track temperature will gradually start to drop a little bit, given that ambient temperature will also be starting to fall very gradually. Albeit it should be noted that the cloud cover over the circuit, as I look out my commentary booth window, has mostly dissipated now. We've got little spots of cloud here and there, but what it also does mean is more of the circuit's exposed to the sun, so you naturally get a bit more heating, but also you don't have the clouds to naturally perhaps trap the heat over the circuit as much as normal. So therefore track temperature will gradually slope off, albeit it won't make a major change, but it may just be something that drivers need to be aware of with regards to tyre degradation, time management, that the circuit may cool a little bit and they may be able to put some fast laps. And we're seeing that here between the two leaders, interestingly, as they make their way in towards turn number 1, and as they roll through the right-hander and onwards towards turn number 2. I think we might be in a little bit heading down towards the pit lane once again for a quick word with Ian Walthouse and a little bit of insight from the pit lane.
Right, but it's still a bit of way to go in this race. Plenty of action still to come, but here we are live now in the garage. It's not just about the drivers and the teams as well. It is about the fans and the spectators as well, because I've got Shirley and Di here. We are live right now, ladies. Dave just told me you got friends watching in Spain. You tried to find me on the grid walk, but I was here, there, and everywhere, so I'm sorry. So, but do you have a message for your friends?
Yes, we do. Hi, Simon and Martina. We love you and we miss you already. And we'll see you. When do you fly?
2 weeks' time. Back there. See you in 2 weeks, Simon, Martina.
And they're in Spain right now,
yeah,
and they're watching the stream.
Yes, they are.
Can you comment, please? Can you comment you're watching right now?
I can absolutely confirm I am watching right now live from Donington, Shirley and I, race car 22, Brick Heart Endurance. We love it, thank you.
They love it. That looks good as well. It looks like you're having a good time with the old champers.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Our husbands have not had a good day, the car's been retired, but, you know, still bring out the Prosecco, that's all us girls can do.
There you go, the sun is shining, got a glass of Prosecco. What couldn't be better, could it?
Couldn't be any better.
Thank you so much for that. Right, there we go. Let's get back into the track action, shall we? A wide range of characters here at Donington Park. That's what we like to see. We're just going to make our way through back into the pit lane. Shall we see if anybody's in? They are. Actually, we've got the number 8, Janetta, has just pulled into the pits as well. That's Mark Ellman and Owen Hizzy in ESVG Motorsport Janetta G55 Super Cup. We spoke to Mark a little bit earlier, didn't we? I wonder if that must be for a driver change. Is Owen's just gotten out of the car. Let's grab a very quick word with Owen. How was it out there?
We're struggling with a big fuel pressure problem, so we're not even getting 5th gear. That's how bad.
Well, thanks for talking to us. They're about to go out. Looks like they've got a big problem not getting 5th gear. Owen is jumping back into the car there, so a bit of trouble here for the number 8 Janetta, not getting 5th gear. Owen Hizzy back in the car.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, and well, difficulties and issues coming up with regards to some of our drivers there, and well, as we continue to look down in the pit lane, the number 8 there have a fuel pressure problem, and the fact they can't use 5th gear at the moment, and well, they'll have to adjust it. In fact, it was 5th gear. I was right the first time, and they won't have to be able to use it. So to adjust their driving style accordingly, and potentially have to double shift up to 6th, or just have to back the car depending on where they've got the gear ratio set. And that's another thing as well with these races. Anything can go wrong, and therefore you do have to make the adjustments on the fly. As we've also got the 55 now getting ready to make its way back up the circuit, taking its time but finally finding the way, albeit a lot of wheel spin there as it is finally turned around, and we're heading up towards what will be turn number 1 very shortly. And as they do, there goes the number 8 for that lovely panning shot of the number 8 Janetta G55. A lot of cars in and out of the pits, and as they make the way on through and up towards turn number 2, down they go. And as they do, well, right now, of course, with that early pit stop for what was their second and final stop, JMH Automotive making their way around the outside there. That was a bit precarious, but still going all in, and well, no signs of holding back, no doubt about it, as the 55 looks to go hunting to make sure it doesn't fall more than 2 laps behind your overall race leader. And well, speaking of our race leader, yet to come into the pits for their second pit stop, I'm sure that will come at some point. So keep in mind, of course, the pit window will close when we only have 20 minutes of racing available. Indeed, the pit window opened 20 minutes in, and it closes when there's 20 minutes remaining in this 2-hour race at Donington. So with only half an hour or so left on the board, well, the time continues to tick along. But the one key thing here is the fact that we've still got pit stops that need to be done. And speaking of the pit stop that's currently happening, we have got the 116 in, our GT4 class leaders, or the Class D leaders, Zentek Motorsport making the way in, and I presume that's going to be for their classic pit stop. And there you go, as you see the car gradually going up on the air jacks there. And well, I'll tell you a little bit of trivia, ladies and gentlemen. You can see those little metal jacks that come out underneath the car. For years, I always thought they actually had to jack the car up using some sort of mechanism that wasn't attached to the car. And then one day when I went down to circuit side and watched a pit stop in a GT3 class race, I got to see that actually, no, those metal rod jacks you see are actually inbuilt into the car, and that's when they put the air hoses in order to activate them. And well, I learned a little bit of a little thing there, because you've all seen a lot of motorsports, particularly if you go back through the years in motorsports in history, you'll see that cars have to naturally be jacked up, but not to be here now. And the fact that they are still jacked up, but they're jacked up using mechanisms built into the car, and well, not mechanisms outside the car in the premier levels of motorsport. So just a little tidbit there in terms of how things have changed over the years. And indeed, I only learned that a couple of years ago. In fact, it might have been last year. I'll be completely transparent, but still, we're all learning every single day, and that's what makes motorsport absolutely wonderful. As our drivers there are getting set, indeed the whole pit crew are ready to go with the 116, and when they drop the car down, it'll most likely be give it a push, and then the car will be on its way, and they'll be looking to hunt what will be at that class when it's down off the jacks it goes. And they spent their mandatory pit stop time, and well, give it a push back, and the Porsche Cayman GT4 is on its way very shortly. The Goodyear tyres are on, a bit of wheel spin, and there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. As they make their way off down the pit lane, and well, as they roll their way on down. Now meanwhile, looking further on down the order, indeed we do see the Genesis giving chase to one another, but at the front of that helm of drivers is none other than Team Brit McLaren, and as it roars its way up the rise in towards Coppice Corner. Through the right hand they go, and Team Brit, they've definitely been in the thick of the action throughout today, and well, going on towards what is the Robert Chicane. I think we might see a change of relative position of two cars, albeit that is going to be Team Brit versus our Ginetta there, the Ginetta G55 being piloted. I do believe that is the number 66. Yes, it is. My eyes do not deceive me, and that's Charlotte Birch who's pushing onwards and trying to chase down what will be a lap. But as our drivers make their way through, we can see here that we do have, excuse me, the P2 Lamborghini GT3 currently 4 laps down the overall leader, but just a reminder, of course, that we do still need a second pit stop from our overall leader, which I suspect will mean that right now the Lamborghini is actually 3 laps down, potentially 2 laps down, depending on where they fit into the respective strategy positions of one another. But in terms of gaps, we're not seeing too much change in the gaps at the moment, albeit one thing that definitely is starting to come together is the chase for P3, and well, we'll talk a little bit more about that shortly, as we just see here where's the number 9, the Audi LMS R8 GT3 continuing its way down in towards the Robert Chicane. And another little thing about this car, of course, whilst the Audi R8 has been discontinued from manufacture by Audi, indeed it's the end of an era car powered by both a V8 engine and also V10 engine, and well, the V10 perhaps the more iconic engine associated with this car. Well, the Audi R8 is going to remain in customer racing production all the way for a good few years yet. Indeed, Audi have a huge customer support outfit, and well, when it was originally thought that Audi would be jumping straight to Formula 1 and abandoning all other racing disciplines, there was definitely a lot of hearts in mouths, but as it transpires, the Audi R8 will stay on in many guises, including what we're seeing here in the British Endurance Championship, and well, one of the premier cars of the GT3 class. Indeed, there's been many an icon over the years, whether it be the likes of the Bentley Continental V8, alternatively in much earlier years the likes of, say, the Corvette C5s on the US of A, but the Audi will also become one of those which, when it is consigned to history one day, albeit it's got a few years left in it, well, we are definitely going to be seeing a Titan, and that lovely view there as it makes its way on through. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, of course, and that V10 engine absolutely singing songs as it makes its way onto another lap, and we're looking absolutely in control at the moment is the PB Racing by JMH team with Marcus Clutton behind the wheel. But as he comes on down, do keep in mind, of course, that both drivers have to deliver a certain amount of race time, and I do believe a driver must do a certain amount, or they're not allowed to do more than, I think it's well, in fact, they must do a minimum of 40 minutes behind the wheel, 40 minutes as I understand it, and will therefore, keeping that in mind, our teams will have attributed the driving times accordingly to make sure that the drivers do exactly the amount of time that's needed, if not more. But as our Lamborghini makes its way on through there, and we can also see the Jaguar, we do look to the 55 Lamborghini, and as mentioned earlier is the fact that this car powered by what is the same engine as the Audi R8 that you see in GT3 cars. So, oh goodness me, a very Tao-happy approach there through Coppice Corner, and well, it looks like the Lamborghini absolutely being pushed to the limit right now, and well, they're trying to make up as much time as possible not to fall an extra lap or two down versus what is the overall leaders, and given that chase of what is the Audi R8, and we can definitely tell there that JMH Automotive have told their driver Jamie Stanley, go, don't hold anything back on the table, and that is precisely what he's trying to do there as he makes his way through Redgate Corner. But he comes on down through the crane of curves. We then look to your P3 drivers, and this is still, of course, the number 5 of Team Tasman in the Porsche 991.2 Cup car. And well, this car, it may not be the current Porsche Cup car anymore, that being replaced by the 992, of which we did have one on the grid earlier, but it met an unfortunate early retirement from this race. And well, still the older Cup car is soldiering on and looking absolutely beautiful when doing so. And of course, that flat 6 engine mounted in the rear-wheel drive rear engine configuration, and well, the flat 6 being synonymous with Porsche with the very high RPM at which it redlines. I do believe somewhere in the region of, I believe 9,000 RPM. I'm sure somebody can correct that in the YouTube chat if I haven't quite got it right. But the car absolutely sailing on through with that huge rear wing on it as well. And keeping in mind, of course, that Porsche Cup cars, the way they're designed is they have a lot less aero compared to the likes of GT3 cars and whatnot. And indeed, whilst they lack the aero on the body, they do have that huge rear wing to provide significant rear downforce. But as our drivers continue to push on, they're seeing other cars make the way on up the hill, and we're looking to the number 66 Ginetta Supercup car, second in class currently, as they head onwards, and well, the best part of 50 seconds off of their class leaders. And as they head on through what is turn number 8 through Coppice Corner, still doing plenty of fast charging as they make the way on around the circuit. And well, I think we are also going to be looking a little bit further on down that order in due course with regards to some of the other machines here. For those of you who haven't seen them, including what is there, the BMW E46, and well, looking good there, the E46 GTR. And well, I have to double check when the BMW E46 dates back to, because this car definitely is not one of the modern generations, but at the same time as well, indeed one of the V8s, and coming into the pits, which is unfortunate. We would love to see more of it, but coming in for their second stop, and the BMW having what is there, the V8 engine behind it. Of course, BMW converting more to the 6-cylinder format as of recent times, and I think we are going to be getting some pit lane images of the BMW, and there it is as we see driver getting out the car, and well, the car now being serviced. And well, as they make the way on through, I think as they continue to do the work, we will try and get a word with some of the drivers or indeed the pit crew when we can down there. But right now just being serviced, and lovely to see the 73 in all its glory, as now it is going to be, I think there a little bit more work being done on the car. I think they're going to try and get it up in the jacks to potentially change the tyres there, unless at the stage we'll wait and see. And in fact, there it goes, up onto the jacks, and now it's going to go for what will be a tyre change. As the crew get to work there, of course, only a certain number of crew members allowed to work on a given period of time, and with 24 minutes still remaining on the race. Of course, the E43 in a bit of a back and forth battle for a top 5 finish here today, this invitational car within Class F. And when we say invitational, you're probably wondering, what does invitational mean? Well, invitational means that this car doesn't normally run in the given series or championship. It is a car whereby it's entered, they've tried to fit it in amongst its class rivals, but it won't be scoring points in the championship, and it's still battling the class. So therefore, it gives an opportunity for those teams that can only perhaps make 1 or 2 rounds of a given calendar and don't want to commit to the championship. It gives them an opportunity to be on the grid and enjoy the race just as much as those who are on the grid at full time. As it's being worked on there, indeed the tyres being changed, and you can see the driver changing out occurring there. And I do believe for the number 73, it might be Matthew Sanders getting back in the car to complete this race. And indeed, we will very shortly be getting you an interview with Jack Layton, who's just jumped out of the car, the pro driver for Amp Speed. And in fact, Ian's ready, so it's with Ian.
2 seconds. No worries. Right, here we are with Jack. Couldn't quite hear my producer there. Jack, you just come in, have your pit stop. Matthew's gone back out again. I know he's got that blister on his foot, hasn't he? But how's it been for you out there?
It's been hard. We had an ABS issue about halfway into that, so the pace had to drop off. So I've just prepped Matthew to just be gentle with it and try and bring it home. But the car felt really good up to that point. I was really enjoying myself.
It's been quite an eventful race, hasn't it? Certainly the start. So how was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, Matthew found his way through really well. Annoyingly, I managed to get a drive-through for Speedy in the pit lane. Not sure how I did that, to be honest, but that happened.
All I can tell you is that I was in the pit lane when it happened here, and Matthew laughed when he found out.
Yeah, he'll hold that over me for some time, I'm sure. But no, it's really good fun, really good event, and let's see if we can bring it home on some sort of respectable position.
Top man, Jack. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Appreciate it. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Paul, back to you.
Thank you, Ian. And well, Ian getting a word there with none other than Jack Layton, as we have had the second pit stop there played out for PB Racing by JMH as well, as they make the way on through. And well, I believe that is going to be Peter Ursik jumping back behind the helm of the car there to bring it on home for the GT3 team. But as our drivers make the way on through, we also just saw there what was the car of JMH Automotive also making way through. and well, keep in mind as well the fact that they've been able to get those 2 laps they were down back, and well, JMH Automotive will be able to now be 2 laps down rather than what was 4 potentially down. But also on top of that, we did hear what was about the fact they're having an EBS issue on the BMW E46 GTR, and we have had some questions there in the YouTube chat with regards to what's happened to the number 83, the Mac G Racing 83 in the Geneta G55 Supercar class. And well, I can tell you that after it went off at what was McLean's corner, the best part of, I believe, 17 laps ago compared to our overall leader, we haven't seen it since. I suspect it's been buried in the gravel. It went straight on after turning past the apex. I think there's been a major mechanical failure on the car. If we can get you a formal update, but the car is on our side here with the data we have listed as not race anymore, so it is a DNF, or it did not finish for the car, and it is our 2nd retirement. Of course, we had that early retirement from the number 22 in Class B from Rotor Competition Engineering, the Porsche 992 Cup car, that had to retire after what was only 1 lap. It was able to really turn. In fact, if it turned a couple more laps than that, I should be a little bit fairer to the car, but it was just in that major contact. But as it tries to make the way on through, and I've just heard what I think is the BMW E46 or its way past us here in the commentary booth. Well, we're looking back to the P3 car, and this is the Class C, where it's Porsche 991 Cup car as it makes its way on down for Team Tasman. They're still going on, and one thing I did see when I was down in the paddock much earlier today, you can definitely tell where Team Tasman are in the pit lanes. They've all got the matching jackets with a brilliant Team Tasman logo on, and well, just stand out absolutely iconic. As an iconic view there of seeing what is 2 class leaders exchanging tarmac, and it is going to be the number 9 Audi, your overall leader, that continues on its way as it now turns an 85th lap. We do look to what is there, your GT4 leader or your Class D leader making the way out of Coppice Corner. Only 19 minutes left, and keep in mind now the pit window has closed as of what was 20 minutes and counting. So all of our teams have made their 2 stops, i.e. our runners. We have had a couple of teams make 3 stops due to the fact they've had to make a pit stop due to unexpected circumstances, but otherwise all pit stops have been made. We're not expecting any penalties to be applied to our teams for not delivering their pit stops, but there what we will see is a bit of battling into turn 1. Side by side they go, and that is going to be what is our Class D leaders looking for the move as Zentek Motorsport as they try to make the way on through past the Geneta G55, and a lovely move as they make the way down. And as they make the way on down, well, we are going to make our way into the pit lane with Ian Walthouse to have a word with Peter Urseg for what is PB Racing by JMH.
Right, here I come down to PB Racing. Peter Ursig, of course, in the Audi and leading the race, but there is the handicap, of course, to contend with as well. Peter, how has it been for you guys?
Well, it's a bit of a rough one, actually, and I was pretty crook in the car. I had a bit of a headache before I went in, which was sort of heading towards a migraine, and I was feeling quite sick. So it was a bit of a battle to get through it.
But you know, we don't even think about those things when you're in the car. We just see the car. We ask about tyres. We ask about the mechanics of it. We don't ask about you. How are you now?
All right now. Yeah, I mean it's a bit rough when you hop out of the car and the adrenaline stops, and all of a sudden it catches up on you. But put some fluids in and we're okay. So yeah. So you know, I think the stint went well. What I can remember of it, and I think with the handicap, you know, again a bit of luck maybe has gone our way with some of the other cars not finishing, and I think Marcus has got 1 more lap to do on the other Cup car in 20 minutes, so it'll be tight.
It's going to be tight. That's what we want, though. We want it to be close.
Exactly. You know, it makes it a bit more exciting, right? No one wants to go out and know they're 1 shot away. So hopefully we get it, but I think we've earned it today if we do.
Yeah, I'll let you go sit down, mate. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. There we go. PB Racing need to get 1 more lap on everybody else, and then we will see. Paul, back to you. Closing stages coming up for the British Endurance Championship here at Donington Park.
Well, thank you, Ian. Well, the racing continues here, and as we continue to head towards those closing stages, as was just mentioned there by Peter Urseg for PB Racing by JMH, needing to take 1 more lap over the field. Oh, goodness me. And Marcus Clutton there absolutely flying sideways over the apex of Coppice, and knowing he's got to get 1 more lap over the field, and this is going to be tough because, of course, you need to pick your way past every car, and on top of that as well, you need to do it safely. So remember, multi-class racing, the rules dictate that the car that is going a lap down has the right to the racing line, or the slower class of car has the right to the racing line and doesn't necessarily need to move away. Of course, blue flags will wave, and well, drivers should be aware of the blue flags, but the flip side of the coin is the faster class of car is expected to be the one to make the move safely on through. But as we look here to the number 5 for a brief moment, well, they're currently running in P3 overall and leaders of their own class. In Class C, the Team Tasman car just continuing on, and well, four laps down on the overall leader, but looking absolutely determined. And from one Porsche to another, we look to the 116, the Class D leader, and well, this Porsche Cayman at GT4 absolutely looking glued to the tarmac right now. And indeed, as they continue to push their way forward, Zentek Motorsport, well, I think it's going to be jubilant scenes tonight down in the garage, regardless of whether or not they seal the Class D championship as of this round with a round to spare. They'll be happy with the fact they played an absolutely flawless race. But we won't sing their praises too high, because we don't want to put the commentator's curse on them with 15 minutes to go. But coming down in towards turn number 1 right now, it'd be hard for them to lose at this race now, as meanwhile we look to your Ginetta G55 class leader, and that is none other than number 8 here, as the number 8 of SVG Motorsport, which is in the hands of Owen Hizzy, makes its way on down and around. And well, it does seem as though the Class G team right now feeling very, very happy with that car. And well, when they do have the best part of what is there, a couple of laps over their closest rival at this point, which is the number, I believe is the number 66. What's all looking good. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way on around, as they make the way on around here, we are just waiting to see what other cars right now could be drawing our attention with regards to our cameraman's eyes. And I'm just wondering, that might have heard there was a bit of an incident involving the car, but not to be. And well, we still do have our 2 retirees, and that's the 83 from what was Mac G Racing in the Ginetta G55 class, and also the retirement right at the start of the race, the number 22, and that was none other than what was, Road and Competition Engineering. But here we're looking at what is the BMW E46 GTR as it makes its way up the crest there, going all the way on through in towards McLean's. And well, that E46 still pushing on the Invitational car in Class F today, currently running in what is a relatively comfortable, I do believe there, P7 overall, and leading in Class F. And well, just right now in control after difficulties that have blighted was the other Class F car of the number 88 Jaguar F-Type. Well, they have fallen to the best part of what is 7 laps down, and to try and get back. The formal class leader, if you will, Class F, is technically the Jaguar F-Type all the way down in P10, given the fact this is an invitational car, so it won't be scoring points unlike the Jaguar F-Type. But still, in terms of their Class F battle, as you see the 2 of them here together, and this is a lovely shot to see, one of the more modern race cars there with one of the eldest, and as they head in towards turn number 1, it's all going to be about Brunt versus Braun. But keep in mind that both cars are nursing issues on them, with the Jaguar having difficulty with regards to turning, particularly coming down to the old hairpin with those right hand turns, the car not cooperating, having to really use the rear end to get the car rotated. And meanwhile, the EBS system on that BMW not wanting to work as much as they would like it to, and a very hot car as well. Indeed, when we had an initial conversation earlier on with their AM driver Matthew Sanders, he had to have his foot in a water bucket in order to try and cool down the blisters on his feet, given how hot it had been. But right now, these two running together, and well, the Jaguar trying to unlap himself from the BMW, but will it be able to do so with what is the Thompson brothers absolutely on the attack here to try and get themselves back onto the lead lap? We'll find out about that. As meanwhile, we also do look here to the BMW M4 GT4 as it does slide a little bit into turn 1, and what that might be a tired legs there on the brakes for what is SVG Motorsport. But coming back to that Jaguar versus BMW battle as they both make their way through right into left. Lovely drive from the pair of them, but the Jaguar's going to get the run out the corner here, switches the inside, really leaving it late in the day. And I thought it was going to go the long way around the outside of the 6.2 litre under the hood there, but not to be in the battle with the V8 and the BMW. Indeed, the battle of the V8 and the Jaguar here will be able to come out on top for this intermission. albeit being able to make it happen and unlap themselves as they make the way on down. But as they wind on down through what is the Craner curves, well, again, you can see that both of these cars, albeit one more visibly than the other, have got battle scars. With that Jaguar, if you're wondering why it's got a big black streak on the front, that's not the paint job, that is tape that they've had to put down in order to get the bonnet to settle on the car, as it refused to stay down, and it cost them multiple laps in doing so. But as they make the way in towards turn number 1, we've got a little bit of a battle going on here, and this is going to be the number 8 Genetic you saw just cut through the camera shot, and then behind them, well, that BMW, the BMW here, the GT4 BMW, is trying to chase them down for what is a P5 finish with 11 minutes to go. There's no more pit stops expected, so we have got some late battles to arise here, and we'll keep you apprised of that. But that'll be for P5, and whilst they're in 2 different classes, do remember that the points that are scored in the overall championship are for all classes, and they are redistributed based on the relative finishing positions and gaps between each of the classes. So just because you're in Class A of a GT3, if you win the race, you've got to win it by a significant margin. In this case, at least 3 laps over the entire field for what is PB Racing by JMH, in order, well, in fact 4 laps over the entire field at this point, in order to be able to get the maximum points to the win. And that's what makes the British Endurance Championship unique, is that you can have 6 or 7 classes, and that brilliant data chart there to show us what is the relative lap pace. And as they wind on through, well, right now the number 8 wanting to try and clear as much traffic as possible in order to be able to hold on to that P5 all the way to the end, as it does nip onto the heels of what is the number 66 there for SVG Motorsport. And I think the 2 teams' cars will not want to interrupt one another. And as they come through turn 1 in towards turn 2, we do have Charlotte Birch behind the wheel of what is there, the number 66, and we can see where the bonnet has really come up again on that car, and it's absolutely incredible. I do wonder how Charlotte Birch is able to see over front of that car. In fact, that's starting to come away. I wonder whether that car's going to have to come back in the pits before this race is over to have that bonnet taped down again. And we'll have to wait and see as they make the way on up. But definitely there, the number 8 losing a bit of time as they had to make the way up through Starkeys into McLean's by Schwann's. Oh, goodness me, I can only imagine what it must be like in order to be in that car and try and drive around. Probably be able to see about 75 to 66% over the bonnet. I can imagine that coming downhill, that is the time where you only get 100% vision. Whilst driving uphill, that must be a nightmare to try and hit the apex of Coppice. But still, as they head in towards the Robert chicane, the last 2 corners to complete this lap, you can see the cars leaning forward there. The front splitter actually grinding along the tarmac slightly there, given the way the car perches forward. Well, look at that. The BMW M4 has gained massively as they head on down, and well, right now I can imagine SVG Motorsport would love to be able to clear the Genetic in front. It's all goodness me, they're very close there, right in the closing stages, and that is of course your oval race leader trying to put a lap on the entire field to give themselves the guarantee of the maximum possible points to that win overall. And as they make the way down, side by side they go, and well, what was looking to be a comfortable gap initially for the number 8 versus the rising number 24, the number 24, the BMW M4 GT4 of SVG Motorsport. Of course, both are the same team, but 2 different classes. Well, right now, it is all going to be about these last couple of laps. We've got 8 minutes left on the clock, and remember, the final lap will be dictated by when the overall leader takes the checkered flag. And will they squeeze in over 100 laps here? Well, given the fact that average lap time has been just over a minute, we are going to get at least 100 laps here today. And that's impressive in of itself, as we do see the continued chase here, albeit the number 8 and the number 24, well, they're in a game of cat and mouse here, and that BMW M4 GT4 right now absolutely on the charge, not too far away. And do keep in mind, of course, that earlier generations of the Ginetta have raced in GT4 actually under homologation of the GT4s, so therefore these 2 cars not far apart from each other in terms of their racing capabilities and also their class classifications. And whilst they are racing in 2 different classes here today, oh goodness me, and well, that's some drama, and that's not drama we wanted to see with less than 10 minutes to go. That is the number 73, and that is parked in the gravel. And well, where is that parked? Out on circuit, because that is beached in. I can imagine they're going to have to crane that car out, but that is going to be the end of the race for our BMW E46 GTR, and that is a disappointing end for Am Speed, the Invitational Class F car, and where it is going to have to be tow winched out of the gravel. But as we get the pullback, I think that's a Coppice corner. I think that's a turn 8 where they've just gone straight on. You can see in fact the time marks. If you look to the centre right of the screen, you'll see where they've gone going straight on, and well, perhaps that's just the ABS system giving up in terms of the amount of pressure it's been under, and they were talking about that after their second pit stop and the fact they've been having an ABS issue since the midpoint of the race. But 6.5 minutes to go. There'll be yellow flags waving there, and well, with the yellow flags, I mean, no overtaking's permitted, and you're not really allowed to gain on your rival. In fact, double yellow's being waved there, so drivers will need to be ready to potentially not, well, in fact, they'll be ready to slow majorly. Oh, goodness me, and that's a change as well, and an unexpected one. Into the pits comes the number 24 BMW M4 GT4 with only 6 minutes to go. Did they not fuel enough to go to 10, or perhaps there's been a miscalculation on driver time? We'll have to try and find out there what's gone wrong, but that releases all the pressure on the number 8 Ginetta G55 for SVG Motorsport, and right now they're going to go on to take P5 overall here, and well, they'll be breathing a sigh of relief on an inter-team battle level for the simple reason that they've been able to steer clear of what could have been a battle all the way to the end, and the battle that's getting closer and closer. But meanwhile, as we look there to the Ginetta making its way onwards, we then look to what is your overall leader, 96 laps under his belt, and right now it is Marcus Clutton who's really on the push, albeit the one thing he's got to do is he's still got to get a lap over what will be the JMH Automotive Lamborghini GT3, and you can see it there, but I don't think this is going to happen now. We'll have to wait and see what the lap time update says. 97 laps now accrued, and well, is it 3 laps? No, still 2 laps, and well, with that, I think this could mean that right now they haven't been able to quite achieve their goal they wanted to in terms of getting an extra lap over the field, but we'll see. 5 minutes, clock ticks down, and of course in these very late stages of the race, this is the horrible bar of any endurance race, regardless of its length, for the simple reason with 5 minutes to go, the last thing you want is a screw to come loose and a wheel to roll off the car or an engine to blow. And well, ladies and gentlemen, as they rake their way on around through what is McLean's corner, I think we are still seeing yellow flags there up at Pompous Bend. Keep you posted in regards to that if the car has been scored on, albeit actually in our timing we have not got any indication of a safety car or anything like that, so I think it is just a local yellow, and in fact you can see the green flag waving there, so we are going to get racing all the way to the end. But as the drivers make the way on through, well, they add another lap to the tally there, and what an absolutely solid drive from them. As meanwhile, you can see just behind there the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 doing everything it can under the wonderful driving potential of Jamie Stanley, I believe, for JMH Automotive, to make sure that the leading Audi does not pull any more distance or put any more laps over it. But as they come down the hill in towards what will be at turns 1, 2, 3 and 4, well, right now tied arms and legs, and like I was only saying moments ago, nobody wants to see this race end for them just before the very finish. And well, the Audi there being passed, is that a sign of an issue for the Audi? Well, surely not. I don't think I've put the commentator's curse on it. If I have, well, I'm going to regret it very shortly to have said that we don't want anything to happen in the final 5 minutes, but it's definitely falling back here unless they're deciding not to push anymore. Perhaps they've got a slight issue they've spotted on the car and have decided just to back off. They are 2 laps up to keep in mind, and therefore they'll feel as though the Class A win is definitely going their way, and they'll pick up the majority of the points for what will be the overall win once the relative lap times are considered, the relative finishing positions are considered, and the number of laps accrued. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. Will we see them duck to the pits? No, we don't. So therefore it looks as though the Audi R8 in the rear of the picture just carrying on, but perhaps deciding to back off here. Perhaps they've noticed something in the data of the car and decided they have to turn the wick down. But we'll keep you posted if anything else does happen, as meanwhile the Lamborghini roaring on here, and well, right now for what is JMH Automotive, everything seems to be going okay, albeit 2 laps down the overall leader, but given how this race started, I think they'll be happy for how this race is going to finish as they make the way on through. But elsewhere, in terms of the battles, we haven't got really any battles close on circuit for the remainder of this race. If anything does happen, we'll let you know, but we do have what is the number 68 in the pits now as well, right at the end, and with the number 68 coming on in, that would be none other than the Team Brit McLaren's into the pits, or at least that's what our timing is telling us. And I think in fact that's just coming out of it, so on and out laps, they're going to the end. And And as we look to the number 5 here, we're currently running P3 overall. I think they'll be feeling quietly confident they'll bring this car home with 2 minutes left on the clock. But I can imagine that the teams, the pit crews, and even the families are looking at a clock right now, and every second is going to feel like a minute, because of course we are in the very last stages. That 2 hours has absolutely flown by, but right now it almost seems as though time stands still until we get to that very checker flag. But indeed, credit where it's due and to Team Tasman in the fact they have had no issues. They've not put a foot wrong, and well, from one Porsche hasn't put a foot wrong to another. The 1/160 of the Zentec, well, leading in Class D, currently P4 overall. And well, as we mentioned earlier, this could be the result that seals in the Class D championship with a round to spare, and they may not have to take the championship all the way to the finish line at what would be at Snetterton in just over a month's time. But of course, we won't give you an update on that because we'll let all the points be distributed before there's any confirmation of that. But that's what they're going for here today. It's not just an overall win in their class, but also it might be the championship coming their way. But as we do look at that lovely view across what is the run out to Starkeys, here is your race leader going on to their final lap. They are going to put on what will be a 102nd lap of Donington in the space of 2 hours, and it is none other than Marcus Clutton behind the wheel, the pro driver, the number 9 for PB Racing by JMH, who is looking to bring it all the way to the close here after starting on pole and after what was avoiding the contact from the drivers behind, where all went wrong for the number 55 of the Lamborghini from JMH Automotive in Class A and that GT3 class. Well, since then they have not put any errors out there, albeit managing the car they pushed very hard all the way through, but being such a short circuit and not quite able to use that V10 as much as they would like, it has been a challenging race as well for them to try and put the laps on the other classes. But as they head on through Coppice Corner, a little bit of traffic awaits, including the Team Brit McLaren GT4, but they'll make their way up the side and they'll make quick work of that and may be able to even catch the 24 BMW M4 GT4 right at the end, albeit if they don't, well, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen, because the clock strikes 0, and that means as they make their way out of the last couple of corners, it's going to be a solid drive all the way to the checker flag, and PB Racing by JMH are your winners overall here at Donington Park, and also taking the Class A win in an absolutely brilliant drive, losing one of their laps advantages in the end over the 55 Lamborghini, but we've still got more cars to come on through. And as we hold that focus on the start finish line, here comes the third place, 5 laps down the overall winner. It will be the number 5 from Team Tasman that take the Class C win there, P3 overall in the Porsche 991 2 Cup car. Behind them as well, we did see taking the checker flag will be the winners in Class F, and that'll be the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type V8 that's definitely had a lot of difficulties today. We still got more cars to come to the finish line, and as they do, well, here comes the Lamborghini that started on P2. It all went wrong for the opening couple of corners to the grass, and they rejoined and picked up some damage as well. But still, give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, because to get themselves back into just over what is 1 lap down the winners, here they come, and that is JMH Automotive, who take second place there in Class A and overall. Behind them, meanwhile, the Class D winners, the 1/116 from Zentec Motorsport, and they'll be absolutely jumping up and down in joy with that, as we also saw in the camera shot there, number 8 for SVG Motorsport take the Class G win. And in the rear of the picture briefly there, we also saw what was, I do believe, P2 in the Class D going to none other than what was FCG Motorsport. And then there is Team Brit crossing the line there, P3 in Class D, and what was in the P8 overall. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. And whilst the battling did die down initially, a lot of strategic battling and a lot of multi-class action throughout the 2 hours here at Donington. And well, right now we can see there your overall winners, absolutely managing the race to perfection. Indeed, they didn't put a foot wrong, and PB Racing by JMH right now can give themselves a huge pat on the back as championship leaders going into today by 11 points over the Class D team of Zentec Motorsport. They'll definitely be absolutely pleased with that, as here are the results, ladies and gentlemen, subject to any stewards' inquiries. And as we can see, after 102 laps and 2 hours here at Donington Park National, well, it was none other than PB Racing by JMH taking the win overall by a lap in the end over their rivals JMH Automotive, and that's the Class A order. Then in third place, we saw what was none other than Team Tasman ahead of Zentec Motorsport taking P4, and the Class D win. P5 going to number 8 there in the Ginetta G55 Class G class of what was SVG Motorsport. And then we did have the second place in Class D, P6 overall, going to the BMW M4 GT4 of what was SVG Motorsport. And completing out the top 10, we did see what was there, the Ginetta G55 from SVG Motorsport, followed up by the team at Brett McLaren. And well, that was your top 8, and what an order, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, what a race there, no doubt about it. Perhaps one of our slower pace races, but it did build up to some key crescendo points. And well, the championship's penultimate round at Donington Park is complete, and we've still got one more race to go in the British Endurance Championship in September, and that will be at Snetterton. As our drivers make the way into Parc Fermé, I suspect we will be probably trying to get a word by our drivers shortly, and Ian Waterhouse down there in the pit lane and down the paddock ready to grab those interviews.
Well, here we are, everybody, in a very excitable Parc Fermé. Marcus Clutton, we'll just let him get his helmet off. Peter's joining him as well. We spoke to Peter quite a bit. I haven't spoke to you today, actually, Marcus, but this is a nice place to come and talk to you, isn't it? Congratulations on picking up the win. How do you feel?
Yeah, really delighted with that. It's been good. It's been a good day. It's got a bit hotter than we anticipated. Yeah. So, yeah, another really good result for us all, for me, for Peter, for JMH, for PB. It's been really good. And
you've had to stay on it, haven't you, all race? I mean, you've had a bit of competition over here, and of course we know about the handicap, but that only really counts for points, doesn't it? You finish first on track.
Yeah, like the handicap system's worked really well. I think it's been good for the championship, and it looks like we've maximised that today. You know, it's nice to have some competition with John and Jamie. Yeah, it's been a great day.
Top man, Marcus, thank you so much for talking to us. Peter, congratulations. How do you feel?
Yeah, good. I mean, we're really pleased to get the win, obviously, and I think we got the handicap as well. So, yeah, didn't look like it at the beginning, but we'll take that for sure.
That's a race win every single meeting so far. I know you were eager after last year, weren't you, to keep this going, weren't you?
Yeah, I think it's like last time was Silverstone last year, beginning first round that we didn't win. So it's been a pretty mega run, and hopefully it'll continue for Snetterton.
Please congratulate. I'll see you over there in a bit as well. Well done. Let's just move over, shall we? Jamie Stanley's here as well. I wonder if we can just grab a quick word with Jamie in a very second. I haven't actually spoken to Jamie. So Jamie, I'm really sorry. I haven't spoken to you today. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That means you're just going about your business. How was it for you?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, you know, getting in the car with the gap to Marcus. You know, Marcus is one of the best in the country. You're never going to take a minute out of Marcus over an hour. I gave it a good go, as we all do. But hopefully next time we're a bit closer, it can be a bit more tussling.
What is it like driving this absolute? This is a weapon, isn't it? This car.
You know, any modern GT3 car. You know, they're just incredible. You know, I'm very lucky, you know, in this generation in the sports cars to be in them. You know, hopefully, you know, for a good few more years before I have to retire.
You and John make some team, don't you? Retire, give over. You and John make some team, don't you?
Thank you. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a really good guy. And he just enjoys his racing, and hope we can come back and do some more.
Awesome, well done, mate. Congratulations. Good stuff indeed. Let's move around a little bit, shall we, as well. We've got David Harrison over here. He went well with Nathan Lucky as well. Third place on track, class win as well. Congratulations. That was an exciting race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was hot. It was busy. There were a few chases to be had. Yeah. We were watching the screen. There was one of the GT4s was within 40 seconds of us, I think, before the changeover. So there was making ground. So it was okay. Go out and be steady
and work hard, and that's what you want. Isn't it? Have you enjoyed your day?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, really good. Car's done well. Stayed out of trouble. Perfect.
Excellent. Well done. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. I'll see you over there in a minute as well. What we do here with the British Endurance Championship, we'll have the podium very shortly over there. We obviously chat to the top three here in Parc Fermé. A little bit later, in about half an hour or so, I will be going into the hospitality, just behind actually. I wonder if we can just show it on camera. I think we've got a bit of time in that little tent there. Food is absolutely incredible, by the way. And that's where we'll do all of the class trophies as well. So all of the classes that we've got to Class A, of course, that is Peter Essig and Marcus Clutton. Your Class B, your Class C, your G class, your D class. Of course, the G class is the Ginettas. Let's move around a little bit further, shall we? I think we've got time, so let's just keep on walking around, see who we can find. Let's go have a quick chat with Paul, shall we, Paul? Paul, can we have a quick chat, mate?
Hello, Chief. How you doing?
Oh, very well. It was an eventful start, wasn't it? A bit of contact for Aaron out there, but ever since then, it's been quite smooth, was it?
No, it was.
Was it not?
It knocked our TC out, knocked our ABS
no.
out, it knocked the tracking out, it knocked the geometry out. So it was just riding a Rhino that didn't want to be there.
So you've been driving a 1940s manual.
Yeah. Well, not quite manual, but yeah, it's as close as it gets. Yeah, no, it was. There was a couple of hairy moments coming out Craners where it just completely let go. But
Really?
yeah, it's all right. Tough day at the office. It was an awesome race, though.
Does that make it quite rewarding though? Sometimes when you're up against it.
Let's say yes.
Well, that's gorgeous, mate. It's great to see you. Right, I think that's about it actually for everybody here. Most people are milling around, hanging out. Like I said, they're going to go to hospitality very shortly. Believe it or not, it's almost 6:30 and we've still got 2 races left to go. Curfew at the track isn't until 8 p.m, so don't go anywhere. Stick around. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got the International Truck Prix race coming up, and then we round out the day with the second pickup truck race in it as well. Don't forget, if you're watching at the BARC YouTube channel, hit that little subscribe button, hit that like button, get involved in the comments as well. I know Paul Walsh, our commentator, is monitoring them. He's having a little look. He might even give you a shout out if you say something really, really nice. And also, the truck races are going to be at the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel, so do head over there, hit subscribe too. Right, I'm going to shut up now. Let's get on for our next race, shall we? I'm going to hand back to Paul Walsh, the commentator. He's going to take you through the action, and I'll see you for the pickups very soon.
Well, thank you there, Ian. And we've still got plenty more racing to come, of course, ladies and gentlemen. And we are only about 15-16 minutes away from going into our next race of the day. And, well, I'm joined here in the commentary booth by none other than Pointy once again. And, of course, Pointy, we've got one of the big races coming up shortly.
We've got the International Truck Prix, and I thought I'd treat everybody at home to another special guest. I've been bringing special guests up all day. So this evening we've got none other than Nathan Smith, namely David Smith from Division 1 Son, team manager. I'm going to go with team manager, head mechanic, bestest sweeper upper. So now I was chatting to Nathan last night, and we were going over some of the histories of the trucks. There's obviously, we've got Stuart Oliver, we've got 3 trucks in his tent this weekend, he was just telling me about all the differences with them. So I'm just going to hold this as a microphone and do a little interview without having to listen to myself. Well, I do love the sound of my own voice, you might have noticed it. So Dave, obviously just give us a quick background about how long you've been involved with truck racing and where that's taken you over the years.
Yeah, so I think 2010, father bought his first race truck, and I was only a kid then, but grew up around it, learned from him, and I've always thoroughly enjoyed it. It's always been a big part of our family sort of upbringing. He stopped in 2016. Since then, I've just been pestering.
Can we do it again? I want to get back involved.
I've been working them down, and here we are this year. So yeah, it's good to be back in Division 1, which is a tall order, very, very hard, very competitive. Bought an ex-Jochen truck, and it's good fun.
So this brings me on. So how do you know so much about where they've come from? So you've obviously been around the European FIA circuits for quite some time as well in your past.
Yeah. We used to do Nürburgring every once a year with the British Championship. I've just got a passion for it, so I've got a keen eye, and I take in as much information as I can.
And you were telling me as well, there's actually a sim racing championship with regards to the world of truck racing. That's actually quite competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, I race in that. I race with the likes of Norbert Kiss, and I think Jochen Hahn's boy Lucas was in it this year as well for a bit, and that is good fun. Very hard, but obviously you're doing it for real life, so you can sort of have a whoopsie and you just turn the computer off and go back downstairs. But
doesn't cost you a few grand to put it right before morning.
It's a bit different, but the basics are there, and the racecross there, and driving with some serious talent. It's good fun. Yeah, it's brilliant.
So it kind of puts you up there with them. I mean, if you had the budget yourself, you'd be a bit of a contender over in Europe, effectively.
Maybe. I'd like to think so.
You like to think so. We all like to think so. So I believe I can feel the trucks rumbling into life in the background now. So very quickly before we get going then, tell us a little bit more then about your dad's truck then. You said it's Jochen Hahn. So Jochen Hahn, to those at home, who is he? Because obviously I know, but he's got a bit of a name, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's very big in the truck racing world. He's a European champion multiple times, and he builds his own trucks, develops them, races them, sells them, builds another one, develops it, races it, sells it, and he builds some great trucks. So the truck that we bought is an Ryan Smith raced it probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. That was the last time he was in it. Won championship in it, and it was built by Hahn. I think Hahn won the championship 2010 sort of time. It was black. It was number 3, and so it's gone about a bit. I think Ryan Smith bought it off of him, brought it to the UK, used it. I think Steve Thomas has had a go in it over the years. He had it for a bit. Yeah, I think, and it's the same truck that Simon Cole was out in last year, I think. So it's been about, but it's a great truck. And
I mean, it obviously is. It's just crazy though, to think there's obviously so much time and effort goes into building these things, and isn't it crazy that they carry on going? I mean, they always look shiny, the panels always look new, but really that chassis, that setup's been about for a few years, you know. But of course, here are some trucks now on the starting grid, and we're ready for the last race of the International Truck Prix today. So looking very quickly on the screen then, front row we've got Ricky Collett next to Simon Faulkner. We've got Craig Reed next to John McGuinness, doing quite well in the last race we saw earlier today. Simon Reed further back then next to Martin Gibson. Let's hope that number 12 truck, and of course number 7 John McGuinness, has had the overhaul it needed during the break to get it back on circuit this afternoon. John Newell then in row 4 next to Jamie Anderson. That is going to be an interesting race with this reverse grid we can see here. And bringing up the rear, Steve Thomas had a bit of bad luck in that earlier race, not finishing at all, which is terrible. I don't actually find out what went wrong with that. But a good race, 20 minutes on the clock. Are you ready, Paul?
I'm ready. If you're ready, Pointy.
I'm ready if you're ready. What are you saying, Nate? You ready for this?
I'm always ready, yeah.
Have you ever watched a race on the commentary box before?
No, this is a first.
Oh, well, there you go. Stick with the right people, mate. There we go. So, of course, we're going to have all three of us having a word in edgeways during this race, just because we wanted to bring, after it being, of course, the 40th anniversary of truck racing here at Donington, I thought it really quite poignant to get a little bit of, just little bits of insight into the past of some of these trucks. I mean, look, Ricky Collett, for example, that's obviously a relatively new truck to Ricky, because he's had some pretty bad smashes over the years, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a lot of different trucks under his feet. I think this one he built himself a few years back now, and they've just been slowly developing it. It's a quick truck. He's had a lot of problems this year. He's been racing out in the Dutch Championship. I think he's had engine failures 3 times this year already. So I think I spoke to him a couple of days ago when he first arrived, and it's quite nice for him to just. All he wanted to do was get some laps in.
Yeah.
Get a go in his truck, and he has been doing that this weekend so far, and he's going well. He's on the front row now, so see what he can do, keeping it out there.
This is it. The pressure's on. Can he make it stick? Of course, it's all well and good starting at the front. You've got to finish at the front too, and there's 20 whole minutes between that. Simon Faulkner's an interesting one as well. Came into the sport a couple of years back now, and he started off having a bit of bad luck. He had terrible trouble with smoke for quite some time. I don't know whether you know anything else about that.
Yes, he's running, I believe, one of the Iveco engines. It's ex-Simon Reed's truck. So yeah, I think he's had a few teething problems over the years and getting used to how to bring boost in it. They're so hard to get right, especially if you've got a truck that is naturally going to overfuel and smoke a bit, trying to keep the boost up so it doesn't smoke as much, and there's a lot of factors to take, and I don't know mechanically if he has had some issues or whether it's just getting to grips with what it's like.
Well, we were having a conversation down in the paddock earlier on, Paul, about getting into truck racing and how there's regulations in place now. You have to have had certain amounts of non-truck races to be allowed to get into the truck racing. And so, you can have a race licence and be great in cars or bikes or whatever, but there's still a massive jump in the handling and the amount of extra things you have to do, because you go out in a racing car, you've got a steering wheel, some pedals and a gear stick. You pretty much just keep going until you either hit something or something blows up. In these things, you've got tyre pressures, you've got air pressure, you've got oil temperature, you've got water temperature, you've got brake temperature. All of these things, you have to do things whilst you're going round to change them to make sure that they don't get away from you. In fact, you probably heard I did some pit interviews earlier on. I was chatting to someone, I think I might have been chatting to Jamie Anderson. As we were stood there talking, boom, to hear his brake disc explode on the back axle just because it's sat there cooling down. I mean, it's like, oh my goodness me. And that's stuff that could happen at any minute during these laps, as well as watching out for the other drivers, keeping it on the racing line, keeping your boost up, keeping your back end in. You know, it's not as straightforward as just getting in a vehicle and racing it. There's a lot more to it. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. These drivers need a lot of respect. They to get in that and do what they do is so different from a car. Although they're fast and they might drive. Nowadays they drive more like a car than they ever have driven. Like, they used to be trucks, they used to be big, heavy,
wallow everywhere.
Yeah. Now they're so refined, they're so on the limit all the time, and yeah, you're going around, you're adjusting your brake temperature, your brake pressures. You've got to manage your water as well, because you've only got a certain amount of water in your tanks, and keep them cool. There's a lot to think about, and like you say, and getting the racecraft and getting out the front, and it's hard.
Very good. What we got going on screen now then, Paul?
Well, it looks as though they're all making their way down towards the last couple of corners. Of course, another rolling start here, but we're just about to get 20 minutes of racing underway for what is our second of the International Truck Prix, 40th anniversary of truck racing. The race is underway today. They make their way through the last couple of corners then, ladies and gentlemen, and well, the dust has just settled from the British Endurance Championship. We go from 2 hours to 20 minutes of racing. The safety truck pulls off there, and without further ado, it is now going to be at the pace and dictated by drivers up front. But here we go, and it is, without further ado, lights out and away we go for our race as they make their way down towards turn number 1. It looks like too wide at the front of the field here as Collett and Faulkner both look to try and take the lead this race, albeit it's going to be Collett who holds on to it for now, but immediately trying to sneak his way out the inside there.
3 abreast at the back, that is tight, sending Jamie Anderson very wide there. No contact though, luckily. Huge amount of dust. Steve Thomas almost disappearing into the cloud there, but we see Ricky Collett making a move, heading out there very quickly on the tails of him though. Is that Simon Reed in the 68? Yep. John Newell down there for number 7, isn't it? Or is that Martin Gibson?
Number 7 will be Mr. McGuinness.
Oh, there we go. Number 7. So John didn't win the 12 or the 7, you see. Like I said, I told you we were going to get these mixed up. Bit of a blur on the numbers, but it is tight racing at the front of this single division pack here, as they are making a very good train. Only 1 minute gone, and already we're full of action. That top 4, though, is looking for blood. I tell you what, they are all over the back of each other.
Oh, 100% as they roar their way down the back straight, now heading up towards the last couple of corners here. We can already see side by side as it looks as though they're a potential move coming for that second place spot, and I think it is going to be none other than Craig Reed looking for the move, or is it? I think he has been able to sneak his way through. Well, in fact, it's that Simon Reed there. We'll see when the door numbers get updated as they make the way down the start-finish straight. Well, here we go, and after 1 lap, it is still Collett who leads, but it's Simon Reed who's now moved into P2, followed up by Craig Reed in P3. Then we've got Newell, followed by Gibson. That's your top 5. Anderson P6. He's already gained the best part of what is 2 places. Faulkner P7. McGuinness P8, albeit a bit further back. And then P9 is Thomas as they make the way down the hill once again. Lap number 2. And goodness me, the amount of dust. Well, I think that's water vapour there actually coming up from what is the second place car. But that's a lot of pressure that Simon Reed's putting onto our leader there, Pointy.
That is unbelievable. I tell you what, this is action-packed so far. And to think that John Newell, of course, started on second to last row, just in that first half a lap managed to get into 4th position. Incredible driving. We spoke to him and Jamie Anderson after that last race, and they were both buzzing, let's be honest. I mean, the adrenaline was running, smiles on both their faces. But at the front here, this battle, I mean, we've got 2 quite long-standing drivers in the championship, or in the previous championship, of course. But yeah, it's really going to be all to play for. Craig Reed as well, a very, very well-experienced driver, lots of speed. But it looks like, oh, he's made it, he's done it, unbelievable. Simon Reed taking that place, past Ricky Collett, but is it going to be space for Craig and John to come past? Like we said, Nathan, there's been some issues with his truck this year. We're surely going to see him pushing quite hard in this race, you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think Rick's got a lot of talent behind him. He's got lots of experience behind him, and he's a hard driver to pass. I've watched him for years, and he can defend. He knows where to put the truck and when to put the truck, and he's not going to make it easy for anyone to come past from behind. But I think the serious people here, and John Newell and
Jamie Anderson with some serious pace behind him, so it's just whether they can get the truck in the right place at the right time to make the right move. And here we go, John Newell now going past one of the Green brothers, and potentially Gibson come through as well.
It's tight, it is very tight. I tell you what though, we've got Jamie Anderson looking all over the back there of Martin Gibson. He wants that space, but Martin Gibson is not letting him pass. This is like, no, I've got the same pace you have. You're not going to make it pass. You're going to have to out-accelerate me on a bend. We haven't seen John McGuinness now. Whereabouts is his? He dropped all the way back. Has he come off, in fact, because he's one lap down at the moment, along with Steve Thomas in the 23. Can't see them there on the screen, so possible issues all the way back. But look at the lead there that Simon Reed is pulling away from Ricky. John Newell looking for a space past Ricky now as well. They are bunching up behind him. I'd say it's only a matter of time. What we've got to be careful of here, though, from experience, if too many people try for the same gap, it's going to cause issues. And we still have some racing left on circuit today. We don't want any hassle.
Oh, 100% as they roar their way down the start-finish straight here. Will now Simon Reed just running away at the front. Collett and Newell battling side by side here as they head in towards Redgate Corner. And we'll give you an update on what's happened in the pit lane shortly regarding Thomas and McGuinness. But as they come through, it looks like Newell not able to find the move. But meanwhile, the fight for P5, brilliant battling there. That's Gibson and Anderson going toe-to-toe. But we focus back on the battle for P2. And as they come down for the Craner curve, this is going to be very, very tough. As that's Newell. He's going to look to the inside here into Craner. He can't quite find it. Has the back off by the tiniest margin there. And, well, brilliant racing between them. And it's absolutely impressive how they're able to run so closely. A small tap there to the rear of Collett from Newell. And Newell right now is absolutely screaming for that position, but Collett's not listening.
They are almost as one truck as they're going round that track. It's absolutely incredible. The battle is real. But we see now down in the pit lane some bad news for the two Team Oliver trucks with... is he going to make it past? We're back now with John Newell. The power up the hill, the late break. Will Ricky be able to retain it? No, he sails past him. Oh no, we've got sideways from Martin Gibson. Narrowly missed by Jamie Anderson. Great handling there from Jamie Anderson. I don't know what happened there if we get a replay, but that went quite smooth. That went much better than it could have done. Good handling from Martin Gibson. Great avertive action from Jamie Anderson as well. That could have been a mess.
Oh, most definitely. And despite the size of these trucks at the same time as well, our drivers can make them absolutely dance for the machines that they are. And it's brilliant to see there. But looking for a further move here is Callum Reid trying to go up the inside of Collett onto another lap. Here's a replay of what happened there under braking. And well, firstly, that was the move made by Newell to get past Collett. But then...
oh, no, it was impact, I think. It looked like Martin Gibson came across to the right. Jamie Anderson was looking for the inside line, but it wasn't there. Martin was already on his way across the apex. Anderson came into contact. We didn't see that contact, so that was a great replay there. Back down on the action though. John Newell pulling away. Ricky Collett next one, trying his luck. Craig Reed. Will he be able to take that third place away from Ricky? Let's hope he can hold that podium. I mean, with 13 minutes left, it's going to be a battle. Iveco's, though, both Craig and Simon, how long have Iveco's really been involved in the championship? Because they're still quite new. I know Jochen Hahn's just started with them as well.
Yeah, so Iveco coming to it probably about 5-6 years ago. After MAN sort of backed out, Hahn now works with them. And Craig Reed is actually Steffi Harm's last year's truck, so he bought that from Jochen over the winter. It's his first season in it, and he's getting grips with it quite well. He's got pace, and they're both potentially going to go for the run.
I know, this is incredible. So we've just seen Jamie Anderson go up the inside. Oh, good, we got contact through the chicane. Ricky bounces off the side there, just a slight coming together. Nothing too major though, although we do seem to have lost a lot of momentum for Craig Reed there, that was trying for the gap, but Simon Faulkner's like, oh, there's the gap, I'll have a bit of that, as they both then look for another space. That's Ricky Collett, I tell you, that was going off,
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I think everyone eager to make places here, and nobody wants to get caught in the Collett train, if we're going to coin it that, being stuck behind.
The heat's certainly getting to them out on the circuit. I mean, we were looking at about 25, 26 degrees earlier on in the paddock, so we've had a good 2-hour endurance race to cook ourselves thinking about this race.
Oh, indeed. And well, now after everyone's felt a little bit cooked down in the paddock, well, now they're absolutely cooking up some brilliant racing action here as everybody continues to give the chase versus Simon Reed. But as we can see, it's going to get very nip and tuck here behind Collar in the battle for what will be P4 and the rest of the top 5 as they wind their way on through what is the McLean's corner. But you can see that everybody now line up, and right at the back of this group is now McCann Readers. Here comes a move from Faulkner, cutting to the inside. Brilliant exit out of McLean's and nails it under braking here. And I don't think there's a response.
Ricky goes wide, just touches the back of Simon Faulkner. I don't know whether Simon might have over-braked slightly, didn't quite have the power coming round that bend after he late braked, pulled through, didn't put the power down. Ricky met him on the back slightly. There was a lot of contact in this race, but it's all just good, clean racing. We've got no questionable moves, I wouldn't have said. It's just the way it goes sometimes. But Martin Gibson powering away. We've got a battle between the two of them now. Craig Reed, Martin Gibson taking that opportunity to move back up the pack. Is Martin going to be able to hold back Craig? And it looks like we've got two trucks coming back out of the pits as well. Perhaps not for a full race, but McGuinness and Thomas are doing outlaps now, probably waiting for the traffic to die down and they'll get them out at the back of the pack. But this is great to see that they're rejoining the race. But the battle is on between, of course, Craig Reed on the back end of Martin Gibson. It's a bit of damage on that one now, unfortunately, but again, it is just fiberglass in these parts, but there's still some pretty serious tubing behind it, isn't it?
Yeah. So they are strong, but at the same time, they are quite weak. So
100 miles an hour with 5 ton, that's going to break a lot of things, regardless, isn't it?
It does, it really does, and they are built to be on the limit. So there's a fine line between performance, lightweight, and strength. And some teams go for outright performance, and the trucks are quite weak, so any sort of contact, and then you're out the race. Some other trucks that are slightly older, especially, are built a hell of a lot stronger. They can taper back, but
certainly more robust.
Yeah. But then you lose that sort of performance side of it, so it's hard. But I mean, Simon Reed's doing a great job out front here. He's in a little bit of a league of his own at the minute. It's just whether John can catch it.
Almost 2 seconds ahead at the moment, though, just going into the halfway mark of the race as well. John Newell still looking pretty comfortable in that second, but I think he's biding his time. But yeah, again, to mention Simon Reed again, the power is there. Look at the speed, throwing it round those corners and still managing to just creep that ahead ever so slightly. But of course, just there in the background, we've got Jamie Anderson, who again has taken a little bit longer to get from that back row, but he is definitely here. He's seen some action along the way, but he's ready to try and take a better podium than third place, I think.
100%. And in terms of the relative lap times between our top 3, Anderson right now is absolutely flying. Last lap, fastest of the race so far, 25.684, and that's 6 tenths faster than Newell, who in turn was a whole second faster than Simon Reed. And the short summary of that is it means our top 3 are going to come together about the same time. We could have a thriller in the final 5 minutes here.
Wow, that could be fun to see. So yeah, they all biding their time. Do we see this a lot?
Yeah, you can be a bit strategic about it. I think Jamie got held up earlier in the race, and so did John. I think Simon got away a little bit, but yeah, they are going to come together, and Jamie especially they're all going to catch at the same sort of time, and John and Jamie have got a hell of a lot of experience from the FIA under their belt. They can potentially make this very hard for Simon.
So there was a question earlier on where you were asking me about strategy, about do you think that, now Jamie's at the very front of the pack, pulling a good lead, is there a situation where he might calm it down a bit, relax and just kind of focus on that reliability, continuity of lap? And I was like, well, it depends on the driver, so they're going to probably want to just keep pushing it until they're finished. But yeah, I mean, if you're pushing it from a third position, though, is it worth pushing if you're all basically on par until you need to take the opportunity?
I mean, if you're coming from sort of the back, yeah, you're going to be pushing. You're going to be pushing like mad, and you're going to be driving as hard as you can and as tightly as you can to catch them guys ahead. And then once you do catch them, you are going to be looking to make the move. You're not going to really sit there for too long, because all the time you're sitting behind, they can make moves to start pulling away, and especially if they've got a cool head. These 3 drivers have all got very cool heads. They are going to make it very hard for each other, but there's a lot of pace coming in the next couple of laps, I think, and this is going to be good.
It'd be great if we could get some onboard on these trucks again. I know we had it before. I'm not sure whether the cameras have been attached to the trucks this weekend or not, but some of the footage we used to get from the onboard was crazy. I mean, they just look like they're sat there doing nothing, and it's like, but you're racing, you know, a massive lump of metal around the track. It's just crazy. Yeah, very, very interesting. Looks like number 7 though is still out for the count. A second attempt, failed attempt by John McGuinness there to get back into the race has ended in him probably hanging up the helmet for the day, I would suggest, because again, like we say, number 7 being Stuart Oliver's truck, not something we want to be damaging if we've got 3 races tomorrow. But look at these guys closing up now. Jamie Anderson all over the back of John Newell. John Newell couldn't get past Jamie earlier on. Are we going to see Jamie get past John Newell?
Well, it'll be interesting to see here, because with the shoe being on the other foot, and already you can see the pressure that's getting to Newell just coming up through the Runner Schwann's curve there, running a little bit wide. Of course, Simon Reed at this point not able to break away, so I think now Newell's between a rock and a hard place, because he wants to chase down the leader to take the win, but he's going to be looking in his mirror more and more and thinking, well, Anderson wants the place off of me. I mean, as Anderson now, if you've got such a pace advantage over the 2 in front, you've got to go for it. But Newell at some point's got to make an executive decision, which is, does he fight hard now for second, or does he try to keep in this race at first?
Yeah, you say, as we said earlier on, to finish first you must finish. To finish first you must finish. Yeah, if we push too hard, we've still got 5 minutes, so probably about 6 laps left of this last International Truck Free race of the weekend. John Newell there looking for a space. Again, it's so foreshortened with the visual of this. But no, Simon Reed still plenty ahead. But the gap is so tight. 0.39 across the line, 0.35 behind that. So a third of a second between them all is just insane. If one of them even farts, the other 2 are going to panic.
Well, I don't think I've ever heard it put like that.
Well, there
that's
you go.
a brilliant analogy.
Anderson might be the last to notice it, but he'll definitely get a whiff.
Oh, goodness me. Well, as they chase one another, whether it smells or not, as they roar their way up the hill right now. We continue to turn laps. Only what is less than 5 minutes of this race to go, and it's absolutely building up to a superb end of what is the truck racing here for today in terms of the International Truck Free. Of course, we've got more racing after this, as they roar their way in towards Coppice this time. No change at the moment, but notably, Anderson really trying to chop off that apex at Coppice, got to give himself the best possible run out. But everyone right now running as wide as possible. I think they're all trying to push those track limits to the absolute limit. I wouldn't be surprised if in the stewards room they're starting to look at those track limits. But here comes the movement. No, he's going to go up the inside into the chicane and leaves it. Oh,
it's done them. They've both done him. Oh, it sends. Oh, Simon Reed goes wide, drops 2 positions back, and we're back with the battle of the Titans. John Newell and Jamie Anderson at the front. Simon is not going to be happy about that, but at least they all avoided an incident, and that's what's most important at the end of the day. I'm not sure whether we're going to see a reshuffle. I know that the few drivers have been up to see the clerk of the course and the officials this weekend already. Nothing too serious, but that could be looked into.
Oh, definitely, but still, as the race goes on, we'll see it as we call it here, as they make their way down, and now Newell trying to hold on, but here comes a move from Anderson up the inside, a little rub there, it's going to turn him slightly, but to be fair to Anderson, he backed off there knowing that contact was going to take the 2 of them away, and there comes Simon Reed again, so Reed's not out of this yet, and as they make their way up the hill, well, right now, this race absolutely brilliant. The thing is, they've got 10 seconds over P4, and it means these 3 right now can absolutely play this battle how they want to.
They're either all going to finish or they're none of them going to finish. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but Reed is like, no, I'm going to do this, I'm having it back, this could be a bit serious. Cuts it through the 2, and somehow Anderson puts the power down to take it back. I mean, this is literally like choreographed dancing out there on the circuit. Smooth and safe, but my God, we don't know what any of them are thinking, and they are all battling. Really wants his first place back. Newell's going to let them 2 play behind him. Here we go again for the chicane. Fingers crossed a little bit smoother through there this time round. But the gaps have opened up again, haven't they? Reed now a whole second behind the front runner, and he's not going to be happy about that. But look at them bunching back up again. We've still got 2 laps left, and if we could get that to happen 2 more times, no one knows what the order of the top 3 is going to be.
Oh, 100%. It's completely unpredictable. And we move on to the penultimate lap here. And, Newell and Anderson once again really building up a head of steam. And Anderson at this point, I think he's now probably asking himself the question, do I go for it on this lap, given the fact that Reed's a little bit further back, or do I wait until the final lap? But the problem is, the more he waits, the more Simon Reed's going to be there ready to pounce. I mean, surely he's got to go for it.
I mean, Nate, you were saying yourself earlier, it's like if you're pushing, you don't want to spend too long there, and I think they both thought it at the same time. They almost moved as one past Simon Reed, and then, you know, he had no option but to go slightly wider. But of course, Simon's probably thinking to himself, if these two try that on each other again, that's going to give me an opportunity to slip back past them. If we see that happen now, I'm gonna lose my top. It's gonna. It's going to be, I can't see that happening, but you know, you never know. Anderson on the grass again though, huge plume. This is like wacky racing with the old dust distraction there from Dick Dastardly. I'll tell you what, you imagine if you put a different soundtrack over this, it'd be brilliant, yeah? We'll get them to replay it later on with Catch the Pigeon over the top of it. But we're across the line with 56 seconds left, so is this going to be the final lap? We didn't see the flag out, but I'm presuming it's probably going to. It looks like we've had a time penalty for Craig Reed there pop up on TSL. Not quite sure what that's for, but most likely going to be for track limits. He doesn't seem to really have been doing anything else wrong that we've seen up here. Oh my goodness, that is a 15-second penalty pending for Craig Reed. That is hefty. 15 seconds is going to put him behind Simon Faulkner. I mean, you know, 13 seconds behind Simon Faulkner there. So I'm not sure what that's for. We'll have to have a look into that, see if we can find out some more information for tomorrow.
Oh, 100%, but he won't be happy about that. But coming from what's blighted Craig Reed to coming back to the front of the field here, where it looks as though Newell is running away now, and this top three is gradually spacing out, albeit I think Anderson at this point will be just looking to bring this P2 home, and he will be denied a continued run of wins after picking up the race one win. But then again, given the fact that John Newell took second last time out, well, today I think he's going to at least take one win in the bag as they make the way down towards the Roberts chicane for the final time here this afternoon. Into the braking zone they go. Nobody looking for an opportunity. Now just got to make sure you get the power down and get it all right, and as they come to the line, it will go the way of John Newell across the line, taking the win there. Oh goodness me, in fact,
hold on
Newell
a minute,
demoted.
what's going on?
There's a post-race penalty pending. It's 5 seconds to what is Newell, so Anderson takes the win at the line with a time penalty applied to Newell, and Simon Reed will move up to P2.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, I said I was going to lose. It's not rearranged itself the way I thought it was going to, I'll be honest with you. But that last lap time penalty, where did that even come from? All of a sudden, boom, we've got 5 seconds, and that's just how it goes. I mean, you know, these guys have been pushing that whole race, and yeah, I feel terrible for John Newell there. I mean, you know, I'm not allowed to have true opinions, but I think he was robbed.
This is the scenario you don't want to be in, where you're pushing to get away or to get past, and then you start forgetting about your track limits. You start overdriving the track, and then right at the line it can just come up and you can lose a lot of places by sort of. We'll see what happens after. I mean, once the officials have made decisions, whether it's just those time penalties or more will get added. But yeah, you've really got to keep calm, and even if the person in front of you is starting to jump out the track,
Simon Reed's had one as well. He just moved back already. The race has finished, the checkered flag has dropped, and yet we're still getting TSL coming through with time penalties, making it Anderson, Newell, Simon Reed. So again, Newell getting back up into second, and that's after the checkered flag. You couldn't write this stuff.
Yeah, it's not unseen, especially with something this big. A lot of the boys in the FIA do struggle with the same sort of thing. When you're in and around each other and you're racing, track limits can very quickly start to disappear, because you've got a wide 5-ton truck that can quickly come out from under you, especially if somebody else is right on you, pushing you, keeping you under pressure. Then these time penalties start coming in, and it all starts changing around.
I better go. I just thought, I gotta go. Got driver interviews to do in the pit lab. Never going to make it there in one piece. Thanks, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Catch up with you later, sir. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Pointy. And there's the results on screen, ladies and gentlemen. But I suspect these will be very provisional, subject to any more pace race stewarding. And we can see Jamie Anderson there, your classified winner by 3.5 seconds over John Newell. Simon Reed, third place with all the post-race penalty time shuffling. And Martin Gibson, Simon Faulkner completed your top 5. Craig Reed, P6. Richard Collett, P7. Steve Thomas, P8. And then John McGuinness completing the finishing order. My goodness, an absolutely crazy race, ladies and gentlemen. And well, Keeping that in mind, of course, we've still got 2 more races of what is the International Truck Prix 40th Anniversary Truck Racing. Those will be tomorrow, and keeping in mind the results from our races today, well, they will shuffle what will be the grid for the purposes of the races tomorrow. So that is also going to serve to mix things up. It is going to be an absolute belter of a day tomorrow in what is the 40th Anniversary Truck Prix. And we've had 2 races today that have been incredible, but the tempo is going to up even more. But again, thank you to Pointy and also my guest Nathan, who did join me in at the commentary booth for that one. An incredible one. And as we do look to the scenic views here, what is the Donington Park circuit, we've still got a little bit more racing to come, because of course we've got our final race of the day around the corner in approximately what will be 15 minutes time, and that will be the second of our pickup truck racing championship races here. But in the meantime, as we do wait of course for those post-race interviews with our drivers, well, don't go anywhere because we've got more racing to come. And whilst the sun is gradually setting, I can definitely feel it's getting cooler in here. It's not because we've actually found a way to turn on the air conditioning in the commentary booth, not at all. But as we do get ourselves set for that final race, of course, great to see so many of you enjoying the racing as always. And I think now we are almost ready for those interviews. Pointy is down in Parc Fermé. Or well, we're just waiting for confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, but I think we will be getting those interviews underway very shortly. And well, when we do, well, we'll get the perspective of a number of drivers and also their thoughts on those post-race time penalties, definitely serving to shuffle everything up to make considerable careers. We've also got a street sweeper out on circuit, and I believe that street sweeper there to clear some of the debris, the rubber and everything else in between that's fallen off the trucks today, and well, to be fair, very quickly being cleaned. But ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting to hear what's happening with regards to those post-race interviews. But as we do continue to see where's the circuit being cleared and whatnot, of course, we've got one more race to come. Lovely circuit, many of you saying there with regards to what is the Donington Park circuit, no doubt about it. And we've got the sunshine here, and keep in mind it has been a relatively warm day today, and we're going to have even more we're going to have even more weather like this tomorrow, if not warmer weather as well. So it's been warm today, but it is going to be a little bit of a scorcher for the location tomorrow, and that is going to change up the racing even more. But I'm just checking in at the moment with my colleagues to see if we are going to be getting the post-race interviews. And I think we are just getting everyone in position down there in Parc Fermé, so just give it a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, but we should be getting to those interviews in short order. But in the meantime, we'll leave you with the scenes of Donington Park and us getting ready for our final race of the day.
If the earlier race is anything to go by, we're in for a treat here. Drivers getting out of the trucks, and you know when you've got a split sort of opinion of the race, some saying that was absolutely brilliant door to door, and others being slightly unhappy with quite how much door to door action there was. That generally means it was a spectacle for everybody watching around the city. It had a few aspects of touring car racing about it, didn't it? It did. There was most of the trucks returned with most of the bodywork, and most of them had dents in it as well. It's maybe the best way to describe it. There were swirls down the side of quite a few that were in the pit lane, and it's hope that this race is equally as exciting, but yeah, maybe with a little more containment of their enthusiasm in this one. Yes. A little bit of clean-up being done after the truck Prix as well, which is why there's a slight hole before we get the pickups out on circuit, particularly the gravel up at the roller chicane, where of course we had the shortcut.
Right then, I've got cramp in my hamstring. Just thought I'd let you all know. I had a little jog. I'm recovered though because the cameraman was late this time. Just thought I'd keep you all in the loop behind the scenes. It's what you want. So here we are, Parc Fermé, International Truck Prix. Jamie Anderson, almost go to say the race of a lifetime. I mean, that was incredible. You were on the back of them. It took you a couple of laps to make it out of that row 7, didn't it? But then eventually you were there. You were on it. Sorry, row 4. You were on it, and then all of a sudden both of you came past Reedy, then Reedy dropped forward again, and then we had a couple of time penalties. So I think you definitely did get first though, I think.
Yeah, the guys are saying we got first, you know, it was a good race.
We struggled at the end with the water pipe come off, so we got high temperature, so low on power, but you know, it was good. We had a fight from the back, had a little bit of a trouble getting past John. I don't think they got mirrors on the bike, so but it was good. Everyone was happy. It was good for everybody. It was good for the fans.
It was fantastic to watch. I mean, we were having kittens in the commentary box. It was brilliant to see.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, that's what the people come here for, a little bit of rubbing, you know, and that's what they like, and that's what we want to bring. We want to bring those people to these events.
Yeah, I mean, the action was great, and I think it was just the right amount of, you know, expected contact, I think we could say. What was your views, though? Obviously, you were in a particular position to see what happened on that chicane when you did make it past Reedy. How did that go through? Because it almost happened in the blink of an eye. We didn't get a replay. How did it look out of your windscreen?
You know, John had a fair move, in my opinion, and yeah, it's tight, but unfortunately, he was in the inside. You've got to give him room, both back off. And I think that's where the problem lied.
You both made it through eventually, didn't you? Which is, yeah, it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, definitely. You know, no one was hurt. So that was the main thing. But I was just thinking, I don't want to put any more panels on this truck. So
yeah, no, they're not cheap, are they?
No, and you know, Neil's asked me to come here and drive it. So there's nothing worse than giving him back a box of bits.
Yeah, no, the box of bits, you know, are expensive, even if they're worthless. So you know.
Yeah, and I've definitely brought a few box of bits bats before.
Right, Jamie, thank you very much. Great race, great way to finish the day. We've still got another race left for you out on the circuit, so I'm going to hand you back to Paul in the commentary box now for some pickup trucks, I believe.
Thank you, Pointy. And well, ladies and gentlemen, as we just get a look back at some of the footage from earlier on, and particularly the International Truck Prix there, that incredible race which started off with quite a bit of dust and dirt being kicked up there, and went on to be an absolute freeway thriller at the front of the field, which was woven with plenty of narrative, including post-race time penalties, battles on circuit, and everything in between. And we also saw there was the number 7 coming to a rather early demise in the race, unfortunately there for John McGuinness. And then we also saw quite a bit of sideways battling action and going a bit too far, albeit always keeping it with the honest intention in mind of some classic racing. And well, that's what the International Truck Prix is all about there. Indeed, as we're hearing from our drivers only moments ago. But now, whilst the replay is playing out here for you, as I look out my commentary booth window, I can tell you that the Pickup Truck Racing Championship just left the grid to go onto their formation lap. So perfect timing to bring us right back into the closing race of the day, and we'll take you through that grid very shortly as we continue to look at some of the pictures here from that thrilling conclusion to the International Truck Prix, the 40th anniversary of truck racing race number 2, which in the end of course did go the way of none other than what was your winning driver to make it 2 wins on the bounce, and that was Jamie Anderson. But let's come then to our final race as they make their way down through the Craner curves under the pace car this time. But remember, next time they come around, it is a rolling start procedure, and they will be going for flag racing. And after what's a very dramatic race number 1, I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, our pickup truck drivers have been told to calm things down a bit in race number 2. And well, here is your grid. It is Michael Smith on pole, joined on the front row of the grid by Ryan Hadfield. And then we have on row number 2 Chris Brockhurst and Dale Gent, followed by Alan Cooper and Matthew Simpson on row 3, winner of race number 1, Matthew Simpson of course, Dean Tompkins and Jonathan Hadfield on row 4, and then Daniel Fisher and Mark Willis completing your top 10. And well, then we come on to the rest of the grid behind them shortly, and what you'll see on our 6th row of the grid, we've got Matthew Moore and Paul Tompkins, and then on our final row of the grid, Russell Smith, and last but not least, Eric Bolton. But we're almost there. And this grid set, of course, from qualifying part 2, with top 6 being inverted, so over the pole sitter was starts P6, and of course we worked our way up and down the order there. But as our drivers make the way on through the combination of the Vauxhalls, the GM motor machine, and the Fords with the Ford Duratec engine, and as they make the way on down towards what will be the Robert chicane, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The safety car lights or the pace car lights will be turned off, and then it will be go, go, go all the way to the final checker flag with a 15-minute race here. 2 sprint races for these guys, and then we do have what will be a 20-minute feature race tomorrow. But the pace car peels away, and here we go then. It is lights out and away we go for what will be the final time today, the final race of this Saturday. And side by side between Smith and Hadfield as they head into the opening corner, battle on the brakes, battle on the anchors, and they head on in. But a look around the outside there, and it's a lovely sweeping move from none other than the 44 of Hadfield to take the position as they all safely make it on through. Look at Simpson as well, winner of race 1, already up to P4. Matt Simpson planting his flag in the ground and immediately charging on as they roll the way down through the apexes and in towards the old hairpin. And Simpson not quite able to make the move for P3. Look at the 42 there as well, a little bit further back. That's Jonathan Hadfield trying to make some progress with Ryan Hadfield, your leader at this time. And as they head up the rise and in towards McLean's, well, now it's all going to be about the nose to tail chase. Simpson on the inside there, lovely move from Matt Simpson. That's going to move into P3, and Simpson right now not giving in at all as Michael Smith losing places. The 42 meanwhile under pressure here from what is the 58, and well, a nice move there being made as they all make their way on through, but they roll away for the right hander. Well, now it's going to be the drag race down the back straight, and this is where the toe comes a massive factor in these machines with their 230 brake horsepower. They don't have much top speed, but they're lightweight cars and they pick up a huge draft onto the brakes. They go too wide on entry into Roberts. The 83 falls back there. A good attempt being made from Dale Gent, but Gent not quite able to make the move as they make their way onwards towards another lap. But side by side as they come across the line, and we won't take you through the roll quarters. Simpson's going to make it free wide here under braking. Simpson's going to try and go for the Moses manoeuvre here. He passed the C's. He clears one. Is he going to clear two? It's a good move. Can he get it done? He's got a nose ahead here, and Matt Simpson may just, oh goodness me, 2 around there, and that could have been worse for the number 65 and the car that went with it, but not to be as the trucks make the way on down. But as they come down into the old hairpin, Matt Simpson goes to the Moses manoeuvre and he's made it count. And well, now as the rest of the field comes through a bit of a snaky moment there for what looks to be the number 52 of James Goldstraw, almost losing it into the old hairpin with the 42 ready to pounce of Jonathan Hadfield. But coming up into McLean's here, you can see Simpson starting to pull away with everyone else behind him starting to fight. And this is really the narrative that we had from what was race number 1, where Simpson was just allowed to storm off into the distance. And as they come through the right-hander of Coppice Corner, you can see here the 2 wide fight is just bringing everybody else into that battle, including Cooper in the 72, who's been a bit of a silent but deadly drive so far in this race. And in fact, we haven't really talked too much about him, but Cooper's there, he's watching eagerly, and now he's side by side with Michael Smith as they come down onto the brakes here. But as they make their way right into the left, it is going to be Michael Smith who holds on for P4, and what an error there from Gent, and that's going to cost him the position as Hadfield now goes up the end, around the outside I should say, and takes the position into P2 once again. But they head onto the brakes here, going on through the right-hander of Redgate Corner, 2 wide the 72, still battling with Michael Smith the 93, and well, their elbows are massively coming out here. Well, they're keeping it calm so far with 3 laps. We're into the lap number 3 of this 11-lap race, but I wonder how long it'll be before those. Oh goodness me, a huge slide there from what was the car of Gent, and I wonder with regards to the car of Gent whether they've set that car up for grippier conditions, because the car is just sliding all over the place as the run wide, and well, that looks to be going absolutely to the grass there, and I think that's Dale Gent's car that's taken a trip. We'll try and give you an update on what's exactly happened there shortly, but I can't see it, and in fact it's taken a trip across the grass. You saw it there breaking in the cutting shot, and as they head in towards Coppice Corner, well, right now this top 4 is going to calm down for the most part, but it is absolutely crazy. And we'll have to find out whether Gent's back on the road. There he is in the 83, and well, for Dale Gent, it's all gone wrong. And in fact, I think there's a puncher because the rear right tyre is much lower compared to the rest of the car. We'll keep you updated on that when we can. But meanwhile, after 3 laps of racing, let's take you through that order. It's Matt Simpson who leads by the best part of what is there, 1.7 seconds over the first of the Hadfield brothers there, of what is not Russell Hadfield, I should say Ryan Hadfield. But here comes the 2 wide into the opening corner, the 93 of Michael Smith lunging in versus the 72 of Alan Cooper, and in the end it is going to be Smith who finally takes that P3 off of Cooper. Meanwhile, behind them in P5 you've got none other than Paul Tompkins, followed by Jonathan Hadfield, then we've got Bolton, then we've got Dean Tompkins, Moore, Willis complete your top 10. Bester SP11 meanwhile is none other than the 25 of Russell Smith, and here we're looking at the 12 and 42 battling as they make their way up the rise, coming from the lowest point of the circuit, heading up towards one of the highest points of the circuit, and that is going to be Paul Tompkins battling with Jonathan Hadfield, and those two had some blows in the race number 1, but look at the sideways motion of these machines. I mean, they're so light, and our drivers absolutely attacking with them. It's incredible to see. The 21 also trying to get get involved here, Dean Tompkins, and Tompkins trying to get an opportunity to make a move, can't quite do it, and is having to back up instead as they make the way on through. But as they charge the way down towards Robert Chicane. I get the feeling these drivers are told, put on a show, guys, because you're the final race of Saturday, and they are putting on an incredible show. Onto the brakes they go once again, and right now the 21 does seal the deal. Dean Tompkins does get ahead of the 12 there of none other than Paul Tompkins. So the two Tompkins family members exchanging places, albeit for how long will it be, as we see here the lovely pink machine trying to go for the move in towards Redgate Corner. Will he be able to versus the 21? That's the 42. In fact, the 42 really charged on. Also, they don't count out the 68 of Eric Bolton. And keep in mind, of course, he picked up his first win of the season at what was Brands Hatch 2 rounds ago at the American Speed Fest. So right now, Eric Bolton will be hoping for a little bit more here as they weave and wind the way down into the old hairpin. But the long line of cars here, and the fact that we do have in that midfield in what is the fight for P6, well, in fact for P5 I should say, we have got 5 cars separated by only 2 seconds, is absolutely incredible. And that's not to remember what is this battle you now see on the screen for P3 between Michael Smith and their Cooper in the 72, Alan Cooper, who right now they're fighting for the final podium spot, and I think it's going to be Cooper who gets the better run off the corner. But this is a deceiving corner. You'll notice that some drivers like to go really wide on exit. That's not always the optimum line. It's all about your approach angle to the apex, and that's where you see 2 different lines, and you're actually seeing the 72 of Cooper get ahead into the braking zone for Robert, because he's carried more speed out to the apex by apexing later and not pushing the car as wide. That's what makes Coppice perhaps the hardest corner to nail with perfection time and time again here, although it could be said of many a corner at this Donington Park circuit that they're all tricky, and well, you wouldn't be wrong there. But meanwhile, as we look a little bit further down the field, that's the 42 diving to the inside of the 21, and that's going to be a move from Jonathan Hadfield there on none other than Dean Tompkins. But it's now going to be Tompkins coming back at him as they make the way on the downhill drop through the crane of curves. And as we look at the battle for P3, well, there's confirmation that Cooper has got ahead, but side by side as they go, and that's very brave from our 2 drivers there, and both of them showing their prowess and tactical nuance to be able to carry the speed through and go 2 wide. And the 21, Dean Tompkins, making his way back into position, but as they make the way uphill, well, Dean Tompkins back into P5, and well, all the battle inside the top 10, everywhere you look, this top 10 absolutely coming to life with some fiery racing action. And I don't think it's going to be over until literally those final checker flag waves are made, and we'll have to wait and see. As meanwhile, somebody's gone a bit wide there out of camera shot, and I suspect that might be P2 that's gone wide. That might be what is none other than Ryan Hadfield making an error, because that gap that Hadfield had over Cooper has dropped. And there's the lead battle as they make the way down towards turn 1. There's your confirmation as well. You'll notice how that gap between Simpson and Ryan Hadfield has actually opened up considerably. It's up to 3.3 seconds. It's almost opened up by a whole second, and that explains why we saw some dust being kicked up there. That's because Hadfield having a bit of a run wide at Coppice Corner, and that's brought him back into the draft, which is now going to give to Cooper the 72 in P3, and Cooper is now going to really feel the toe, and that could help Cooper keep him safe from Michael Smith. But the inverse is true of the fact if he gets up to the back of Ryan Hadfield and he can't find a way through, we could have a 3-way fight for P2 plus the rest of the podium positions, and well, we could have an absolute thriller on our hands as they make the way on the rise. And I keep saying we could have a thriller on our hands here because we really are having all these little stories come out of this race so far. And I mean, race number 1 was absolutely sensational for mostly the right reasons until the elbows out went a little bit a different way. But like I say, the drivers have been told to calm it down. You can see it immediately, although unfortunately we have had 2 cars into the pits and seem to be retired on the race, and that's Fisher and Brockhurst. Not quite sure what's happened to them, but they're both in the pits after 2 laps, and well, it's sad to see, and we'll keep you updated should we find anything out. But as our drivers make the way on down, we are looking here now at what is the chase race for a little bit further down the order, and that is, I believe, the number 12 of Paul Tompkins under pressure from the 84 of Matthew Moore, and we're looking from them back up to the front, and this is a potential look for a position. This is a P2, and Ryan Hadfield having to hold off Alan Cooper. Cooper giving a bit of a tap on the rear there as they come out to turn 1, into they go, and meanwhile the 93 of Michael Smith there, but Smith's not going to be able to make this 3 wide. Goodness me, 2 wide through the crane of curves is tricky enough. 3 wide be tantamount to disaster as they head on down, but it's going to be Cooper who shows no hesitation. And well, if you took some bravery pills before you went racing in this race, they're definitely showing, because Cooper right now is absolutely possessed to take place, and credit to him, he's doing it at the places where many wouldn't dream to do so. But as they come on through McLean's, the problem will now be for Cooper is he's got a long stretch coming up out of Coppice corner, and he's going to need to get the perfect run out of Coppice in order to be able to make this count. But he goes a little bit wider. You can see the rear of the truck sliding, and as a result, Cooper's now going to be vulnerable to a counter-attack from what is Ryan Hadfield in the run on down this back straight, albeit Hadfield's got to look in his rearview mirror because here comes Michael Smith. Smith taking a look to the outside. It's a dummy. He sends it to the inside and hold on the brakes. There they go. And, well, it's going to be a lovely move from Michael Smith to opt into change things up from the outside to inside as we make our way onto lap number 9. And Simpson, you can see just going through the bottom of your camera there, now the best part of what is in terms of his advantage, 4 seconds away from the rest of the field, and Simpson just gradually creeping away. Despite starting P6, he's got into that lead position and he hasn't looked back, but to be fair, he's had to do it through some stellar driving. As the drives come down through the hill, we continue to focus on the top 4. We are also keeping an eager eye on what is the battle for P7 between Paul Tompkins and Moore, and we'll keep you updated on that when we can, but no change at the moment. So the closest the big battle at the front is here in the fight for P2, P3. As they come up the rise, well, Cooper is putting away already a second gap now as they head through none other than Sector 1 as they come into the right-hander out of McLean's here. The problem now will be for Michael Smith and Ryan Hadfield. Well, more for Smith at this point is he'll know that if the two of them fight, himself and Ryan, then he's going to lose sight of Cooper in P2 because at the moment he's getting the distant tower for Cooper and that's helping him stay within arm's reach. But I suspect now Cooper's got some clear air in front of him and he's not being harassed in the battle back and forth. He's going to feel as though he can just gradually saunter off into the distance here and make this count. But as they come out of the chicane, they go on to the penultimate lap and it's going to be too wide here. Cooper versus Smith, they're practically dead even, and in fact their Smith is going to get ahead. Here comes Ryan Hadfield as well, can't quite find it tucked back in. Michael Smith does move into P2 and as they come through the right-hander and onwards they go down towards what will be the Craner curves this time. Well, it is now all going to be about whether Cooper can get back in because we know that Cooper's got a lot of pace in his fingertips, but I suspect a poor exit out of Roberts, and that's what's cost him this initiative. You can see they're going a little bit wide. I wonder if Cooper's perhaps starting to feel some pressure on his tyres because of the fact he just doesn't seem to be happy with the lines anymore, and it's showing. Goes deep towards the old hairpin, that costing the momentum up the hill, albeit he will have the draft. But right now Michael Smith looking a little bit safer as they make their way through. But then again, saying that, Cooper absolutely nails McLean's. Smith meanwhile drifts a little bit wide, and well, they're back in contention once again. I think these three are absolutely attached, and well, as they make the way out of the corner, here's your race leader. He's 4.5 seconds clear. That is Matt Simpson, who's just disappearing off into the distance, and well, behind him almost 5 seconds in fact that gap now, and it's going to be Smith and Cooper who have gone side by side into Roberts. But what will happen when they come out of it's the question. As we see further back, that's also the battle between Paul Tompkins and Moore in the very distant view, with Moore still chasing as they come down the start straight. Well, Cooper has got back ahead, but now this is the important lap. It is the final lap, lap 11 of 11, the final lap of racing here at Donington Park today. As they come in towards turn number 1, Cooper holds on to P2 over Michael Smith by 3 attempts. Your race leader's 5.5 seconds up the road, and not being unfair to Simpson, but he'll be forgotten about in terms of how far he's run off by these three as they head down. But a lovely view there, that shows you the gap that our leader has. But the battle for P2 is centre stage right now, and they're all chasing where's that second place glory, as meanwhile the 44 there of Ryan Hadfield has been patient. He's been waiting, he's been looking for an opportunity, but can he find a way to pull off some magic here? Can he do something like what Simpson did earlier and part the seas of the drive in front of him? Well, we'll have to see, as meanwhile Matt Simpson here making his way up the rise in towards Coppice Bend. He's only got 2 more corners to go, and we're going to stay with the leader all the way to the end now, as he had to pull off an absolutely brilliant set of moves from P6 on the starting order, including what was that overtake, a double overtake into Redgate through the middle of his rivals, and well, he was winner in race number 1. And as he comes through the last 2 corners, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause for the simple reason in race number 2 he's been unstoppable, and it is none other than Matt Simpson who takes the checkered flag in this second race of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship here at Donington, ahead of Cooper by a whisper. and there'll be Michael Smith who rounds off the podium ahead of Ryan Hadfield. Dean Tompkins crosses the line P5, and then it will be Bolton in P6, and behind them Paul Tompkins will fend off none other than Moore to the line. Matthew Moore missing out on that P7 by a sliver, and then we will have P9 there. Willis coming on through. We've got to wait a little bit of time for the top 10 to complete its order, but Willis will come on through shortly, and once he does so, then we will be waiting for what will be none other than the other member of the Smith family there, Russell Smith, coming through. But there is Willis at long last with some damage on the car by the looks of the damage on the truck, I should say, by the looks of things. And well, then we do have to wait the best part of 33 seconds to see what will be Russell Smith come to the line, and he will complete your top 10 finishing order. Of course, finishing a lap down was none other than Ghent. Unfortunate for Ghent, but still, it's the way the race has gone, and we've had the 3 retirements of what was Jonathan Hadfield, also Fisher and Brockhurst. But there is Matt Simpson waving his hand once again, back-to-back wins today, and he hasn't had it easy in this second race today. I mean, he did have it easy in race number 1, but this race he really had to make sure he could get his way through it as rapidly as possible, and did exactly that. And well, the Simpson recycling machine absolutely recycling that race 1 win and converting it into a race 2 win. As we bring the provisional results on the screen, here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Matthew Simpson, your provisional winner by 11 laps, by 5.4 seconds over Alan Cooper, and Michael Smith missing out on second place by 3 attempts in the end. Ryan Hadfield P4, only a further 2 attempts behind, ahead of Dean Tompkins by the best part of 3 seconds. And then we had Eric Bolton just missing out in the top 5 there, but fend off Paul Tompkins and Matthew Moore in their close-knit battle. Mark Willis P9, and Russell Smith, your final finisher inside the top 10. A lap down, Dale Ghent there, and then retirees include Jonathan Hadfield, Daniel Fisher and Chris Brockhurst. 14 starters, 11 finishers and 10 on the lead lap. The fastest lap going to Dale Ghent on what was lap number 6 with a absolutely stellar 16.26. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race to wrap up our day here. And the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, well, race number 1 definitely got a bit contentious, but race number 2 absolutely delivered a phenomenal race to wrap things up. And well, I suspect we might be grabbing a quick word with some of our drivers down in the paddock, but of course it's been an incredible day of racing action. That lovely sunset view in the run from Craner all the way through the old hairpin and in towards McLean's via the Schwann's Curve, and it just goes to show you Donington Park really is the heart of British motorsport. And we have had an incredible Saturday here at Convoy in the Park, and would you believe it, well, time has trickled away and we've had 8 races today. We've had a whole mixture of truck racing, also car racing in between, albeit sometimes I get a little bit wrong and I call my cars trucks and my trucks cars, but you'll have to forgive me there. That's one of my Walshisms, if you will. And as all of our drivers start to wind down now, where it has been an incredible racing action, well, incredible day of racing action, I should say. And well, with all our drivers now bringing it to a halt, indeed, we'll tell you a little bit about what's on. Excuse me. We'll tell you a little bit about what's upcoming tomorrow in due course, but we are just waiting to confirm. Well, in fact, we are going to bring that schedule up on the screen for you now. Here's the Sunday schedule for tomorrow, and we are going to be back, ladies and gentlemen, for what is another, I do believe, well, in fact, 12 races, starting off with the British Truck Racing Championships, 3rd race of the weekend at 10:30, after which we'll then go to the Mini Change Club Sport, and that'll be at 11:10. Then we'll have the Donington 40th Anniversary Truck Prix race number 3, that'll be at 20:12. Then we'll have the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux, out on circuit at 25 midday. And then at what will be 1:30 after a lunch break, we'll be back with the British Truck Racing Championship for their 4th race of the weekend. Brit Car Trophy only racing on Sunday, much like the MG Owners Club. They'll be kicking off at 2:10 for the first of their 2 50-minute races. Then we'll be coming back to the Pickup Truck Racing Championship for their feature race, their 20-minute race to wrap up their weekend at 3:15. At 2:10, we'll be back with the British Truck Racing Championship for what is their 5th and final race of the weekend, I do believe. And the Mini Change Club Sport will also have their 4th and final race at what will be 4:30. But that's not all the schedule there. We'll also have some additional races after that, and I'm sure they'll pop on screen shortly. All these times, of course, local in British summertime, and therefore do keep in mind that, of course, if you are tuning in from abroad, But when the schedule does appear, we'll tell you now that we've also got the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Their second race will be at 5 o'clock in the evening. The Britcar Trophy's second race of Sunday will be 25 to 6, and then we'll be bringing all of it to a close with the final race of the International Truck Prix, and there it is on screen, ladies and gentlemen, the Donington 40th Anniversary Truck Prix, and what will be 20 to 9. But that's enough from me. We're going to cut down to Park Ferme because we've got Ian Waterhouse there, and he's going to be getting some interviews with our pickup truck drivers.
Right, we've made the long trip up the pit lane to come see our top three. Oh, sorry, Mark, you go. No, okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Mark. Me and Mark, where were they? We both won you, Alan. That's what happens when you make the podium. That was a bit better, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, so much better. You know, they were proper racing with respect. You know, me and Michael were swapping places left, right and centre. I'd give Mark a room, he would get up the inside. Michael would give me a room, I'd get up the inside. Yeah, it was great. It was absolutely, that's what it's about.
Fantastic. You've got to do it all again tomorrow as well. You're looking forward to it now?
Yeah, I'm back on song again now. The first race put me a bit of a setback and a bit of a downer, but you can't bounce back with a trophy, can you? So
you've got a big smile on your face, that's what I like to see. Matt Simpson has decided to just run away and go, but it's a double bubble for him. Congratulations, Alan Cooper, he's made it onto the podium. Michael Smith as well, just over there, he's just chatting to Mark Werrell. Apologies for Mark to just jumping in over there, but what a day we have had here so far at Donington Park. We've got tomorrow as well, literally I've got the sun right in my face. So we've had the British Truck Racing Championship, got a British Endurance. Thank you very much, John, for turning around so I'm not blinded by the sun there. A lot of action coming up tomorrow as well. First race from about 10:30 or so in the morning, so make sure you head back here to the BARC YouTube channel or head over to the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel as well. So much action. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It's been a cracking day at Convoy in the Park. It's been loud, it's been the biggest and the best meeting of the year. I'm going to hand back to Paul Walsh for the final words, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Well done.
Thank you, Ian. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that leaves us to say thank you so much for tuning in today. It has been an absolute blast, as my colleague Ian has mentioned only moments ago, and indeed we've had an incredible team out on site today, bringing all the racing action from here in the commentary booth, even down at circuit side. And we have to give some big thank yous, not just to our drivers, of course, for making all the action out of the circuit, but also to the series organisers, to the Orange Army, our track marshals, without whom it would not be possible, and of course all of our cameramen who take the tireless time to make sure we capture all the action for you and stream it up on to YouTube. Indeed, an incredible day, and we will be back tomorrow. Our starting time for our broadcast tomorrow is 10:15, so set your watches. That's when we're going to be back here getting ready for our first of our 12 races this Sunday to bring in what is the second of our 2 days for the 2024 Convoy in the Park at Donington Park. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, well, it's goodbye from all of us here at Donington Park this Saturday evening, and we'll do give a big thumbs up on YouTube, give a like, and even subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club channel, or alternatively you tune in via the British Truck Racing Championship channel, depending on which one you've watched on, so that way you can make sure you stay up to date with all the latest broadcasts and actions. But until tomorrow morning, it's goodbye from all of us here at Donington Park, and it's goodbye from me, Paul Walsh, in the commentary booth, and we will see you sharp at 10:15 tomorrow morning. Until then, remember to stay well, stay safe, stay smiling, but most importantly, as always, remember to stay on track. Good night.